Hello, welcome back to Roguelike Celebration. We are on day 2 of year 9 of Roguelike Celebration, and I'm very excited to be back on the digital goblin stage and to have all of you here again with us this morning or this evening or whatever time it is where you are. How is everyone doing tonight? This morning? It's good. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how many people are here who weren't here on Saturday, but good news, you're going to get to hear me spiel again about how this all works in case you are here for the first time or you missed yesterday morning or you forgot because your brain was filled with other interesting roguelike facts about death and doors and elephants. So, which, by the way, if you missed some of yesterday's talks because you took a break or because your time zones aren't supportive, you can catch all those. We will be putting them all up as individual videos on YouTube. It tends to take us a couple weeks. We need to break everything out and try and, normalize audio and things like that. But they will go up. If you follow our newsletter, we'll send out a message when those go on YouTube. So look forward to that. But yes, this is Roguelike Celebration, a celebration of all things procedural. It's a community-run conference. We are all volunteers, and everything that we've made, including the social space that you are hopefully inside right now, is made by volunteers. It is open source. It has problems that we do our best to fix, but if anyone is able to help us fix them, that's appreciated. We suffer from the bit rot of, at this point, the mud has been running once a year for a few years, and every year there's stuff that's become deprecated that we have to try and fix, and there's not too many of us that have the right skill set to do that. So if you're able to help us out, get in touch. We can, the mud's been, we've been using it for 5 years now, according to Kawa, who's in my back of house, which is pretty impressive. So you can only imagine how many things become deprecated in a 5-year lifetime of software that runs exactly once a year, twice if you count the preview event, which you should. So you can get in touch with us, roguelike.club. You can email contact@roguelike, or you can just check out the open source. There are links to it in the social space in some places, or you can ask us for it. We'd love a hand, as well as with any other roguelike celebration volunteer activities. There's a lot of things that we do, like the Steam sale, which you can check out. That's mostly just Christy, who is going through hundreds of submissions to get that running. So lots of things that we could use a hand with. We'll be talking more about that at the very end of the conference when we do our kind of wrap up. But yeah, if you like the conference, consider getting in touch and helping us keep this thing running. On that same note, if you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube and you're not in the social space, it is not too late. You can get a ticket. It's suggested $30, but it is pay what you want, pay what you can. And that will get you into a text chat where you can ask questions of speakers and hang out with other attendees and collect badges and just explore a Goblin Ren Fair is what our theme is this year, thanks to Nathan, who did a lot of writing for that. So make sure to check that out. You can buy a ticket at any time. You can buy 2 tickets. You could pay $60 if you can. That money helps us keep the conference running. Again, that's the things we need. People and money, unfortunately. That's what it takes to make a roguelike celebration happen. That and enthusiasm and all of our great speakers. So check that out if you haven't already. And you can also check out, we have some merch, which is another way that we get a small kickback. So there's some really, really cool stuff. There's amazing art this year from artist PETA that we commissioned. There's a link to PETA's website or social media on the obelisk, which you can access through the sidebar on your left, or you can visit the obelisk via the map. And did some amazing art for us, tile set inspired by the ABCs of the original 26 rogue monsters. They are gorgeous. You can get them on a shirt. You can get them on a notepad. You can get a bath mat. You can get an Elbarath bath mat. It's great. So make sure to check that out and have fun. This is a chill, non-traditional kind of like fun conference for a very niche topic that we all care about. And the social space has a lot of hidden stuff to check out. You're allowed at any time to just go wander around. You don't have to be in the theater when there are talks. You could catch them later. Totally fine. You can have conversations. You can check out all the different things and find secrets. There's little badges you can collect to show off as you explore the space. If you run into issues, you can type /mod, MOD, and that will send us a message. So you can use that if anything happens that you're uncomfortable with, that you'd like us to maybe do something about. We definitely want you to let us know if there's anyone in the space making you uncomfortable. We have a code of conduct. You can access it again in the sidebar or on the website, and we will follow up on that. There's also on our website ways to get in touch with individual organizers if you need to bring up something that you're not comfortable messaging the general mod chat. If you don't follow the code of conduct, we will have to ban you from the conference and kick you out, and we can do that. But we don't want to, so don't make us do that. It's easy. You can also use /mod to report if there is a bug with the social space, and we will do our best to get on top of that. We might do some hot fixes. We did several hot fixes yesterday, and, fingers crossed. Maybe we got them all. Probably not. There is one persistent bug that we have never been able to completely solve, which is sometimes your chat will get out of sync. Often this is if you kind of were in a room and then the space shut down and enough time has passed or something like that, and then you come back and you're actually out of sync. If you leave that room and come back, hopefully that will fix the chat. So try that out if things are seeming quiet in somewhere like the theater and like no one is talking or no one is answering you. Just move to a different room, move back. Hopefully that'll fix it. Sorry about the inconvenience. Let's see. We have a schedule, like you saw. We have a bunch of breaks. You can use those to just leave, or you can use them to explore the social space, have chats with people. That's all good. And let's see, if you're talking about this on social media, wherever you find your social media these days, we'd love to hear it. You can use just hashtag Roguelike Celebration, which is on the screen on this side. Or you can tag us. We're trying to have a presence in most places. This was great yesterday because we saw lots of people sharing art inspired by Marlowe's talk on creating artful, fun monsters for roguelikes. And we have all these variations, so you can check those out. We're going to be putting those in a newsletter and sharing them after the fact, which is great. Also want to say thank you to Maggie, our live captioner, who is writing all of the words that I am saying. It's a real human doing that job, which is very impressive. She's been doing it since we were in person for all of these years and does a fantastic job with all of the difficult vocabulary that we throw at her in our various talks, which is great. You also probably, if you were here early, heard Mr. Game Boy, which is a physical Game Boy running on our organizer Amelia's desk, and it is running procedural music generation created by Tambalaya, who did that for us last year, and then we've been able to use it again. It's just a fun little thing that we can do in the break, so it's not just kind of dead air, and we love Mr. Game Boy, so you can look up Tambalaya and see some of the other things that she does. I mentioned the obelisk. That is a place where you can share links to interesting things if you are reminded of a cool game or a cool paper or a cool blog post and you want to share it. You can put it on the obelisk. Other attendees can check that out, and we will share all of those links at the end of the conference somewhere. We keep trying to figure out the best place to put it, probably either in the newsletter or in a spot on our website. I believe that's what we did last year. And if you're in the theater, there is a button to write a question. You can use that to ask questions of the speakers. If there's time for Q&A, we'll do a bit of Q&A. And you can also upvote questions there if there are ones that you want to see answered. It's pretty cool. And if you don't get time for Q&A and your question doesn't get answered, you can hang around, and after each block of talks, so all of the speakers, and then we get to a break, at that break point, we have specific rooms that we tell people, okay, go to this room if you want to talk about making physical games. Go to this room if you want to talk about doors. Go to this room if you want to talk about non-traditional roguelikes. And you can go there, and if the speaker is available, they'll be there to chit-chat, and it's a good time and a chance to ask questions that you didn't get a chance to discuss in the Q&A. So I think that is a lot of the important stuff to cover this morning. And so I think that if our next speaker is good, I'm good to give you a few extra minutes and just kind of get into this early. So, if it's not good, okay, thumbs up, cool. I was like, you give me a thumbs down and I can vamp for 5 more minutes. I can do it. But all right, but I'm just excited. I'm excited to get going. We're going to have 5 talks in this slot because we're going to have 3 lightning talks, 2 full talks, and which is more than the number of breakout rooms we have I did the schedule. This is my bad, but it'll be fine. We'll just give people an extra room. So, first up, joining us from a very distant time zone, I believe it's like, what, 11 p.m., where you
It's
are.
12:26 a.m. right at the moment.
Amazing. But yes, so Zenzo, a creative technologist who enjoys overthinking interactions with games. He likes to build weird controllers, which has been exhibited at Out Control GDC and Tokyo Game Show's Sense of Wonder Night, and is here to talk about physical player interactions outside a digital game. And yeah, I am just excited for you to kick things off.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet y'all. It's kind of an honor to be here. It's my first time giving a talk like this, so it's going to be pretty interesting. And yeah, so first slide is basically just about myself. My day job is a human computer interaction researcher, so like HCI, and I work in a little outfit in the National University of Singapore called the Interactive Materials Lab, little website there. And but I also have made two now alternative control games, and so I guess that kind of establishes me maybe as an alt control game designer. So the two games I made were there's one called Pastry Panic with Cat, where you have a bunch of sliders and you try to bake bread, and if it fails, it gets fed to a cat. And Bark, which is a barcode scanning time crisis like game, but there's also a receipt printing barcodes at you. Yeah, so I'll be going into a bit of, I guess, thinking about physical controller interactions through the lens of alt controls, because that's kind of where I entered this space. And I've been kind of throwing this word out for a while now. But what is alt control? And it stands for alternative control. So basically, it means any game that is. I don't think there's a fixed definition though, but it means any game that is played with a non-conventional controller. So we got no keyboard mouse here, no gamepad here, and the people who make alt controls are basically like this kind of person where there's a perfectly good controller there, but they rather use a plunger. To give some examples of alt control games, or what I would consider alt control games, we have like old arcade games. So the one on the left, you kind of roll a ball and you are an armadillo, so you're rolling the armadillo. In the middle is Police 9112, I believe. And on the right is, I believe, is Thunderblade. It's a helicopter simulator where you sit on the chair and you look downwards. And by moving the lever, the whole chair actually moves. So there's a bit of a motion rig kind of effect, even though there is no mechanical motion rig there. And following this, I have some alt controls that I've seen over the years. This one is the book ritual, where you kind of talk with this living paper shredder through the screen, and there are lots of books around, and you write stuff in the books. You take pagers, and eventually you shred those pagers as part of kind of a. It's kind of a. I'll call it. It's an interesting kind of therapy experience, which involves shredding like what we normally would consider precious physical items. Um, this one is Line Wobbler. I think this one's pretty famous. It's a one-dimensional dungeon crawler that's played on a single LED strip with a door stopper, I believe, a spring door stopper as the input controller because it wobbles very nicely. And this is Spacebox, where quite literally you are in a spaceship, but your controller is a box. How not to get hit by a self-driving car, where there is a self-driving car person identification algorithm looking at you through the camera, and you try to get to the end of the road without it figuring out that you are a person. This one's Coal Rush. It's a train simulator where rather than shoveling coal, you shovel golf balls which are painted black. And then there's a horn in the corner that you pull to toot the horn of the train. And it's a competitive one, and you basically break your back shoveling fake coal. Ruins Climber. This one is you're climbing ruins as a chicken, and you do so by pulling a towel, like a rope. Actually have a GIF for this one. I guess it's not playing. Never mind, no GIFs. But yeah, you kind of just reeling that downwards, and your chicken goes upwards. And this one is Planet Licker, and it's, as it sounds, there is a controller that you must lick to lick the planets. Where more? Oh yeah. Well, I don't have more, but there's this really wonderful website called shakethatbutton.com, which basically is how should I say, a user contributed catalog of alternative control games that has quite a history, and it has a lot of videos and links. So if any of these interest you, you can kind of take a peek at that. But this is kind of just a little introduction to the wide scope that all control games can encompass, from things like this different ways of inputting to using cameras and motion detection, and to use something completely physical like the shoveling. And what I really find fascinating about all control is how, by redesigning the controller of a game, it extends the idea of what actually constitutes a game. So the conventional game experience is more or less about designing the digital aspect, what happens behind the screen. But then when you do all control design, you are designing the interface, the controller, but sometimes both the display, which controls the input and output from the game. And through that, all control games can expand into the real world. Suddenly, the game experience that may have been confined to a space just between your hands involves the people around you, the space around you, the condition of your body, how you move. It kind of literally expands the fantasy of the game world to something in our physical space rather than just being on the screen in front of us. So for a little example, imagine that you're playing a little horror game. Please pardon the art. You're playing a little horror game which involves lights turning off and on. But you have a very nice IoT system in your house that lets your computer control your lights. So as you play the game, the lights in your house may turn off one by one, and you need to go and turn them back on. If not, it's kind of like a health bar. But at the same time, while you're away from your screen, maybe there's a monster chasing you or something, there's a ghost there, I don't know. But by using your lights and the entire whole system, suddenly the world of the game has expanded to encompass your entire household, and things like the distance between your screen and the lights, how fast you can run. I don't know, is there anyone else in the house who can help you turn on the lights? All these things become part of what is the game experience. Thus, when all control games are developed, considerations like what context the game is being played in, how much space it will take, how does it feel for the person to use or hold the controller? Is it physically possible to do an action? Will anyone want to do the action? Become factors when designing the game. You need to consider the person and how they are playing the game. But like mechanics in the digital part of games, these real-world aspects, which become part of the game, can now be used to design the game experience. For example, you could try to pull in some real-world aspects as balance. Perhaps there's a tangible cost to a certain action, which limits it. So rather than having something like a consumable in an inventory, or a mana bar or a stamina bar, you have a tangible book that you rip, and then now you have no book because it's gone. Or rather than having stamina, you can have your own physical stamina, which limits how much you play the game and how fast you can do actions. Or perhaps you can have a sanity cost by making people do things that they would not normally do, like licking a controller that other people have probably licked before, or shouting in a public space, or doing a silly dance. And so you force people to do these things instead of giving them like a cooldown period for an action. Of course, there's also a semantic aspect to the controller, and this like immersive aspect, all these kinds of other things that are going in. Like how does the way you control an object relate to how does the way you control an object change how you relate to it on the screen? For example, let's say you're playing Mario. Normally Mario, you just press you press A to jump. And so you're kind of like a puppeteer for Mario. But if suddenly Mario was voice controlled, then your role becomes a bit of like a drill sergeant instead. You're shouting at this little guy to jump. And so that changes the semantics of the experience and the whole thing kind of. And so alt control design involves recognizing the physical experience of the players interfacing with the controller. But how can this relate back to regular games with regular controllers? And this is maybe just me overthinking things, but I think that there are already many games that take advantage of this. And one genre is fighting games, which is maybe it's a bit unsurprising because fighting games have their roots in the arcade. But specifically in fighting games, what I would like to talk about are motion inputs, the quarter circle forward, quarter circle back, and the things that make it difficult to do certain special moves in the game. There is a very nice YouTube channel called Core A Gaming, which has an amazing video about this topic. So please check it out if you're interested. But just to go through it briefly, a motion input kind of puts a physical cost for a stronger attack, right? And there's this relation because your character is exerting themselves to do a special attack. Therefore, the player should also exert themselves more as a similar cost. That's meant to be a GIF for view with a Hadoken, but no GIFs. And then also, a motion input can put a physical limit on how and when you can use a move. So Gao's Sonic Boom, for example, he needs to hold down or hold backwards to charge it. Therefore, you cannot use this attack while you're moving forward, and it's a physical thing that you just got to deal with. There's another mechanic in fighting games, in this case called burst, it's more or less a combo breaker mechanic that you can do when your opponent is kind of hitting you a lot and you want them to just go away and give you some breathing room. And the input for this controller, for this action, is to press all 4 attack buttons on the controller. So if you see it on cabinet, there are 7 button holes there, but I believe 5 are being used. So pressing 4 buttons is basically like slamming the table. And if you play that on a gamepad, pressing all 4 buttons would be, pressing all 4 face buttons down at the same time. And it really kind of mimics what the character is going through because the character's exerting themselves a lot. Therefore, pressing all 4 buttons down really gives it the feeling of get off of me. But to give an example that is a bit closer to home here, since we're all roguelike players. Oh, sorry, got my slides wrong. We're talking about gamepad triggers. They've kind of evolved to be more weapon-like, and because of this, the trigger is actually harder and takes more effort to press than just the old button. There's more distance to move. And so while not only being used for FPS and shooting games to give the feeling of a weapon, games like Elden Ring and other action games take the trigger and its longer input as the input for heavy attacks or the skills. Things that would seem to require more effort, require more effort on the player's part. And for things like multi-button inputs, it kind of follows the same rules, right? You press 2 buttons, you get a powerful attack, and more buttons means more power and more effort for the player. And here's the example I think many of us are familiar with, Slay the Spire, and some very nice shivs. And this is indeed a very nice feeling to be in when your hand is just all shivs and you can play it with reckless abandon. But Slay the Spire is on a few platforms now. There's mobile, there's console, and there's PC. And while the game is the same, I believe that this feels superior on a mobile phone because when you're playing your shivs in this state, you're really just flinging. You get to fling the cards out like that, and I think that feels pretty good. So even while the controller is not something that's designed by the creators of the game, in the end, every input the player makes on the controller still has a physical sensation that contributes to the game experience, being it shoveling golf balls or pressing multiple buttons at the same time. And so considering the person behind controlling the controller and being aware of them could lead to perhaps some interesting experiences when designing games, especially when you misuse the controller. Like all the inputs are explained from the games I have been quite sensible. But what happens when you suddenly ask somebody to press, let's say, 3 mouse buttons together, or slide their finger from 1 to 0 across the keyboard, and they suddenly become aware of the controller? And yeah, well, I think I'm hitting about time, and that's about that's about it. That's from me. There's some links here that you can take a look at if you're interested in learning more about alt control. And yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I think we have time for probably one question or so if anyone wants to put one up. But yeah, I think that's really interesting. And it made me think there is a talk from Alex Jaffe about fighting games and player mythology that I think is interesting because basically he talks about how like part of the whole reason that hardcore players of fighting games get into it is they want to live this fantasy of being a like mystical, like the movie tropes of like the mystical form of martial artist, of like you're memorizing all of these kind of esoteric things, and then by physically being able to execute them you can achieve victory over people. And I think that's cool because like you're saying, there is a physical embodied sensation to those types of fighting game inputs. And I know Alex talks about the fact of trying to like simplify those out of fighting games might seem like a good thing, but people don't want it to be simplified because the physical exertion is part of their fantasy of what they like about fighting games. So
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag. Like it does make it a lot more accessible, but at the same time, the motions are what give the game energy, and the motion is part of the game.
yeah,
It's the limiter, right? Like somebody who has practiced a lot gets the reward of being able to do it reliably.
yeah,
Or I would even argue and say that the different motions kind of have different momentum, and it
mm,
relates to what the character is doing. Like sliding forward, like or quarter circle forward, that has a forward move. Therefore, most of the time is things that sends the player forward. Quarter circle back normally is a bit more reserved. The player doesn't move or they launch a projectile forward. Yeah, and I feel
yeah.
that there's a lot of layers, and I feel it's part of the experience.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. One question yeah, is I wonder if there's a reference you could point people at. It's from Cliff of just how inputs from unusual controllers like shovels get turned into inputs in the computer, which I assume is like a big topic. But is there a place for people to kind of learn a bit about how do you go about being like, I want this shovel to be an input? How do I
So
do this?
on the slides, there was a little link.
Mm,
We're half slide. Yeah, allcontrols.info, a very nice short URL, just happens to have a lot of useful information about making all control games. But a lot of times it boils down to like you got to get the you have a physical interaction that you're trying to get a computer to detect. And so that's step one, right? You figure out what you want the computer to see, and then you figure out how it's gonna see it. Most of the time, that boils down to like using Arduino or something, which is a microcontroller, and like slapping a button or something onto the your shovel or
hmm
whatever you like. But there are many other ways of going of kind of approaching this. So um, you could hack an existing controller. That's always a nice one because it's probably more reliable than an Arduino. So if you can take an existing controller and see how you can get a shovel to kind of press a button on it, that's one way as well.
Yeah.
In
I
the case
remember
for
playing a barkeeping game at Alt Control GDC and picking it up too hard, and a Wiimote fell out the bottom of it, and it was clear that that's how they
yeah,
achieved it.
in the case of sorry, in the case of the golf ball game, I believe what they had was a kind of they had I believe they had brake beams or like
Mm,
basically IR distance sensors, but at where you're shoveling it in. So when you shoveled something in, it would break the beam, and
mm,
therefore they knew that you send in a golf ball,
right.
and then the golf ball just rolled back out the front, so you could shovel them endlessly.
Right.
It's really really smart.
Excellent. Cool. I'm glad you had that link there. So there you go. That's where people can find out more. Excellent. Yeah, I'm excited. I'd love to see more roguelikes uh, playing with these ideas. So thank you so much for joining us. And I hope
Thank you
you
for
can go to
having
bed because it's past midnight.
me.
Cool. All right. Thank you. And next up, we're going quick this morning, so we're starting with lightning talks, high energy. So our next speaker is Tabea Iseli, who is the founder and game director of Stardust, a Swiss
Hey!
indie game studio. And you know what? I'll let you just kick off. I love your slides so much. And yeah, I want to let you just get into Animal Crossing meets roguelike dungeon crawler, which is very exciting. So take it away, Tabea.
All right, let's get right started. So, since we are at Roguelike Celebration here, and apparently I'm giving a talk, it probably comes to nobody's surprise that roguelikes are one of my most favorite game genres. And as such, it was always a dream for me to create one myself. Back in 2020, when we were talking about the concept for our second game at our studio, that dream started to become reality, we decided we wanted to create a non-violent roguelite dungeon crawler about growing plants with magic. To explain how we came to this decision, let's quickly travel back to the year 2020, a year that probably most of us spent in some way, shape, or form alone at home. For gaming, however, 2020 was a huge year. We had Among Us and Animal Crossing New Horizons, huge hits, which also for many people were some kind of a shining light through the pandemic. If I remember correctly, it was also the year when Wholesome Direct took the gaming world by storm and made it clear that wholesome and cozy games were here to stay. Roguelike games, on the other hand, were still a staple of indie gaming, as they arguably still are today, because, in my opinion, they have this captivating formula that never grows old. It's the mixture of the anticipation of what you might encounter on your next run, the hope of finding the right components for your build to click, sometimes also the thrill of living on the edge, and at least for roguelites, the solace that even if you fail, you at least made a step towards your goal. We asked ourselves the question if it would be possible to recreate these captivating roguelike elements, but not in a traditional, it's a dark dungeon and you have to slay monster kind of setting, but rather a colorful, cute, and cozy world. We came up with the concept where you, as a witch, would restore a forest by growing sentient plant creatures with your magic, craft boons from materials that you find on your journey, help the local forest spirits by settling their dispute. But under the hood, the game is still a very traditional roguelite dungeon crawler. So you, as a player, are exploring a procedurally generated map. You cast spells on plant creatures that basically replace the enemies in a traditional roguelike game. You also can buy boons that hopefully will synergize well and help you to get through the whole run, where you will finally encounter a boss fight. Our vision was basically Wizard of Legend meets Adventure Time. But we also very much leaned into some aspect of farming games because on one hand, they are very popular with our target audience, but they also share similarities with roguelike and dungeon crawler mechanics. Maybe not at first glance, but if you think about it, both genres are about collecting resources. Both genres have these freedom for players to choose their own approaches and priorities. And in both genres, players are working over several runs or in-game days to reach their next goal. As a plus, the farming aspects were also helping us to explain the non-violent aspects of our game because players could understand the concept of watering plants with magic. This mixture with farming games also especially helped us with meta progression. As an example, our spell tree in the game is a literal tree. And that's not just, a silly pun that went too far, but rather we made our whole upgrading and unlocking system a garden in your home base. Unlocks are plants or objects that you can put into your garden. So after you start with an empty, overgrown plot of land, it will slowly turn into a pretty home over time, which at the same time also is a representation of your capabilities in the game. this is one aspect that our players loved from the beginning. And of course, they wanted to see more stuff like that. One feature that we sadly were not able to implement was their wish that they could place these objects freely in the garden. But even though it's super hard, we still wanted to have at least some areas where we wanted to go the extra mile for our players. In a nutshell, while our Wizard of Legend meets Adventure Time pitch found some appeal with our players, the direction that they pushed towards was rather Hades or Cult of the Lamb meets Animal Crossing. And no pressure. It's not like these were some of the biggest games in the last few years. But suddenly a whole bunch of our players were throwing around that pitch. And despite the impossibility of meeting these high expectations as just a small indie team, we still decided that we want to try to bring some of these wishes to the game for our players. Admittedly, a lot of the things that they wanted to see in the game were very unexpected for us. For example, one thing that players wanted to see more of was story. And we actually thought it would be the other way around, because we had all these uncommon non-violent action mechanics that we had to explain, which generated a lot of dialogue. And we thought that this might be a complete turn-off for our players, because after all, neither roguelikes nor farming sims usually are super rich in story. Many roguelikes barely have a story at all, and it's like, yeah, go and slay these evil monsters. And farming sims often don't have an intricate, overarching story, but rather the meat is in the characters and their backgrounds. Our players, however, were totally going for it. They loved the story, they loved the elemental spirits, their quarrel among siblings, the dialogue, the quirky characters, and most of all, the humor. So despite the roguelike genre usually being the opposite of story-rich, we still wanted to accommodate our players' wishes here, because on one hand, it was a way for us to flesh out our game, but also, more importantly, it was a way that we could help new players to understand the roguelike genre. Because, to be honest, it's not super simple to understand how roguelikes work if you have never played one before. Of course, when we were talking about player wishes and players enjoying our characters and drawing inspiration from Animal Crossing, befriending characters was also a huge topic. And since friendship luckily was already at the core of our story, we were more than happy to implement that theme into our game mechanics as well. But of course, we still wanted to stay true with our roguelike core. So we took our shop NPCs and you can now befriend them through doing fun little mini games together, which will give you additional choices in their shops and also a little discount. Additionally, we also created cute homes for our characters, and they now can move into permanently in your forest if you befriend them. We then took our boss plants and put them into the backyards of said characters. And we give players additional benefits in the boss fight if they already befriended the character. So yes, that means we do have boss fights in our game, but even those are kind of cozy because you're basically just helping your friends harvesting the fruits of their huge monstrous plants in their backyard. So yeah, that's kind of the story, how we started with a concept for a non-violent roguelike game and how it more and more turned into Animal Crossing-esque dungeon crawler. But to me, the story is more than just, the story of our game. It also highlights what I like so much about this genre, how amazing and versatile it is. I'm 100% sure that we will see more innovative iterations and reinventions of the roguelike genre. After all, even since we started with Grimoire Groves, we realized that we are not at all alone in the non-violent or cozy roguelike space. To show some examples, we have Moondrop, which showed us that it's possible to create a non-violent farming roguelike. I also saw World's Greatest Pup, which is a game that I discovered at this conference, and I'm so hyped because it's a roguelike game about dog shows of all things, and that's just amazing. last but not least, I would also like to talk a little bit about Dave the Diver, because that game showed us that the cozy crowd is ready to embrace roguelike games if they are just in a way also made for a cozy crowd. So, long story short, I'm sure that there's a lot to look forward to in the future of roguelike games, and I'm also very happy that Grimoire Grows will probably not be the last ever cozy and cute roguelike game.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, it's very exciting, super cute. And I like, and if people have questions, we probably have time for one at least. But yeah, just kicking things off. I think what's really interesting there is how it sounds like as a team you really dug into why are people asking for what they're asking for, and in other genres, what purpose is this serving? Of like what is kind of the interaction with villagers? What is the part of it that matters? Is it the sense of like you like building a community of like Animal Crossing? It feels good that you build up like your friends close by, and then figuring out how to copy that over. Because I think it's just interesting when you go genre to genre to translate, right? Of you don't want to just literally copy paste what Animal Crossing did. You need to think about what purpose it's serving. And so similar to roguelikes of like you need a progression mechanic, and so that could be a garden, that could be a UI. So yeah, I just think that's interesting how you've considered the elements of those different genres and how to blend them.
Yeah, and I also think, like, when we started, the gaming world looked quite differently in 2020. It was really important for us to give our target audience a voice, because back then they were not really heard as an audience, and there were not a lot of games in there or out there for them. So we made the conscious decision that we kind of want to do this participative design, where we would go out as early as possible to players and ask them, what kind of things would you like to see in the game? How should it look? So they decided on the art style, for example. They also came up with the name for our game, and we tried to keep them in the loop and ask them as much as possible within the boundaries of what is possible for us to do as an indie studio with a set budget, basically.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's really relevant. Like early access type development is more and more common and has that kind of back and forth. And reminds me, I don't know what year it was, we had a talk once from one of the devs of Shattered Pixel Dungeon for mobile, who I believe talked about the process of taking user feedback of when people were like, I want to see Gollum in the game from Lord of the Rings. It was like, well, you can't do that. That's IP.
Yeah.
But so that kind of mediating back and forth. So it's good that you found a way to do that. Sounds like you have a really positive community.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, they are amazing.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. And it's great. Shout out World's Goodest Pup. It's nice when there's that cross.
Looking so much forward to that game. That's amazing.
Yeah. Excellent. I guess people can check out Grimoire Groves in the Steam sale. I'm sure we probably have a link to it. So, all right. Thank you very much, Tabea.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. All right, so we're moving on to our next lightning talk. This is like an accidental Swiss game developer block, because next we have Philomena Schwab, also from Switzerland, a game designer, game marketing expert, and community manager, who wrote her master's thesis about community building for indie developers and went on to co-found the indie game studio Stray Fawn in 2016. I would recommend checking them out. They put out quite a few really cool games. Was a 30 under 30 from Forbes, and serves in the selection committee of the Wings Game Fund, and is a co-founder of the Swiss Game Hub to help the local Swiss game industry. And here to talk about dungeon crawler and weird roguelikes, which is very exciting. So welcome, Philomena.
Hi, everybody. You see my slides? You hear me good?
Yes, though if you can
Perfect.
click on the bottom, there's a like StreamYard sharing your screen. If you click
Ooh.
hide.
Oh.
There you go.
Did it.
Now you're all good.
Nice.
Excellent.
Sorry. Perfect. Thought that was just a me thing. Welcome, everybody. So my talk is called 100,000 Wishlists in 3 Months. Weird Roguelikes Are Taking Over the World. My name is Filomena. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm the co-founder of Strayfon Studio, which is a 13-people indie team based in Zurich, same as the Stardust team, which we just heard from Tabea. We're actually in the same office, so it's indeed accidental Swiss game dev meeting. And we've made quite a few games in the last few years. So we founded the studio back in 2016, and then the first game we released is Niche Genetic Survival Game, which is a turn-based strategy tactics game with roguelike elements. And then we have Nimbatus the Space Constructor, an action simulation game with roguelike mechanics. And our latest game, The Wandering Village, which is a city builder simulation game, again with roguelike mechanics. I just think I really like, or my whole team really likes, roguelike mechanics. I gave a talk about this one last year. And we've been working on this game, again, same as Stardust, since 2020. So it's been quite a while. And with such a big team and in Switzerland, I can tell you, it has been quite the financial burden to make this game. So really all of our studio's money that we made with our previous game went into this one. It's coming out into 1.0 soon, probably like beginning of next year. And yeah, we're at this point a little bit relieved that after 4 years of development, we can soon move on to something else. And even though it has been a lot of fun making the game. And our whole team is every year like voting on what they want to do in the next 2 years as a studio. And we've been, during the whole development of this game, been eyeing the whole roguelike deck builder genre. And we think it's like, it would be so fun. Also, we could probably like make it in a smaller group, just maybe like 2 or 3 of us making a game like this in a year, like if it's a smaller scale game. So we really wanted to do that, but we also felt that, there's a lot, at this point, there's a lot of roguelike deck builders, especially if you do the card-based thing. And so we looked around a bit if there's any exceptions in the genre, and when we saw Peglin, we were like, okay, so this is really it. Peglin, I think, was one of the first roguelike deck builders that took the whole physical spin and brought it on a, like, for me, Peglin is almost like a different subgenre of roguelike, where we're really starting also with Tabea's game to diversify within the genre and are opening up little subgenres. So we were like, okay, so physics-based roguelike deck builders, what other like arcadey game mechanics that people already know and are easy to understand could we use in a deck builder? And then we brainstormed in the team just one evening, sitting down, having dinner, and we came up with, why not a claw machine? And then somebody of us said, and then we could call it Dungeon Clawler. And then we all were like, that's pretty funny. And then we decided, yeah, we're actually going to make this game and we're going to call it that. So like my co-founder, just he by himself went ahead and made this little prototype. We have these do what you want afternoons every Monday and Friday afternoons where people are just prototyping. And he went ahead and made this little prototype and we were like, yeah, it's pretty fun. But as you know, it's always fun to start new things. So he also quickly moved on, explored some other projects, and this was like in the freezer for a while. And then we took a team vacation to Japan last year. So we went, all of us together, for 2 weeks, and we had the grandest time. And then we spent way, way, way too much time in the arcades. So here on the right side, this is actually my co-founder who had been making this little prototype. And then one of our artists also got super addicted and we all took home like bags and bags of prizes. And we said it's research, so we did it on company. The company had to pay for our research in the arcades, right? So we had a grand old time. And we found that, okay, actually, these kinds of claw machines are super popular in Japan and apparently also in China, because I don't know exactly how it is in America, but in Europe, you only see them maybe like at a local festival. There's sometimes a claw machine, or sometimes in a restaurant, and then you can play and they're super rigged and not fun to play at all. And the ones in Japan were quite different, and the arcade was like full of them. There was like 5 floors full of claw machines. And we were like, okay, so the idea of the genre that is pretty popular and also the emergent Asian markets on Steam. China is now the country with the most users on Steam, right? We thought that, okay, maybe there's actually something there and we should get this game out of the freezer and keep working on it. So the two of them who were super addicted to claw machines teamed up, and within 3 months took our little prototype that we had previously made and turned it into this current state. So from the beginning, it was very clear that we wanted the art to be pretty basic, so we could very quickly and easily iterate and add new content to the game. Also because while Micha was working on it full time, Larissa, the artist, is only there 1 day a week. So she kind of has to be able to produce the missing artwork fairly quickly. And that was the whole idea. We then decided we would launch the demo at the Steam Deck Builders Fest, which was this March. So the 3-4 months work that went into the demo, we got it all ready, set up the Steam page, and did a little outreach to YouTubers and Twitch streamers that we had, mostly people that played our previous games and then some selected ones that we thought would be a really good fit. And since then, the game has really just been snowballing. For us, it's really crazy because it's such a small team and such a small size compared to the 13 people team for 4 years that we were used to, right? We really didn't think we could pull something like this off with such a small team. I wanted to share some data with you because I thought it might be interesting. And I've really seen that this is our 4th game now, and all of them have been so different in terms of how they appeal to players, how the wish lists are coming in. So I wanted to share some. So at the top, quickly, is actually the player numbers, the demo player numbers. So we set the demo live at the very same time that we launched the Steam page. Back then, you didn't have to think about triggering your wish lists for your demo release, right? But this has changed now, so maybe this would not have happened like this if we were to launch it now. But back then, we just put the demo live, and then you can see here how the players evolved. You can see that the wish list is corresponding quite well to the demo players, and these were essentially the beats we had with the game. So when we revealed it, it was in the Deck Builder Fest, and we did some PR, international PR, but especially also in Japan. And it was picked up quite a bit by Japanese press because I think they really liked the story of a bunch of Western devs coming to Japan, really liking their arcades, and then taking home their ideas and turning them into a game. So that's why I think we had like 10 times more PR coverage from Japan than from global in total. Also, this kind of game is kind of hard to sell to press, right? Before it isn't. If it's a super huge success, then of course, but before, not really, because there's so many of these small games, right? And what has been keeping the ball rolling for this game has really just been influencers. Influencers. There's a very dedicated influencer base, like YouTubers, streamers, especially for roguelikes, that are really like on the lookout for new and weird things, which here again is why I think weird roguelikes are here to take over the world, because there's people really looking out for these types of games and picking them up, even though we didn't put a lot of effort into and also we did no like paid influencer campaign or anything. And they have really just been keeping the game alive. And then Steam Next Fest came around and we did a very big influencer push this time, where we contacted quite a few thousand people to check out the game. And thanks to that, the game ended up being the 11th most played game in the Summer Next Fest, which is insane to me. We also were in a few showcases before the Next Fest, which helped as well. On social media, the game hasn't really had any success. We tried out all kinds of different channels. We had one Reddit post which went quite well, but other than that, on socials, it doesn't really work. For this game, it really has been all influencers. And then we're also trying to participate in Steam events as much as we can. The game has now reached 175,000 wishlists on Steam, which is really beyond me. In the original press release, we had said that if we can reach 10,000, we would go ahead and buy a claw machine for the office. So I guess now we have to buy a really nice, cool, big claw machine where all the people can put their merch in. And it's now the 165th most wishlisted game on Steam. Game is hopefully, looks like it, coming out next month. And we also decided, because we had a lot of feedback that people want to play it on mobile, to port it to mobile right away. So this is the first time ever we have a mobile and PC sim ship. PC will be early access. So I'm really curious to see how it will hold up on mobile. I did quite a few calls with the devs of Peglin and Luck Be a Landlord and some other roguelikes on how they're doing their monetization. And most of them recommended us we should just go premium to start out with. So I'm really curious to see if it will live up to the sales on Steam in any way, or if it will be just a tiny percentage. But yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to the launch. And I think we have quite a bit of time for questions if you have them.
Oh, sorry. That's Kawa and I both clicking the button at the same time,
Oh,
put me
good.
on the stage. Yeah, we have a bit of time for questions if
Nice.
people have some, which would be great. But yeah, it's very exciting. I guess one thing I'm interested in is that I feel like there's a pattern of you find a niche, you get that niche, and then people see it and start expanding it in the way of like, you know, card games. Obviously, card games are one that existed heavily before then, but I think that like Slay the Spire coming out pushes even more. And, you know, I think that, yeah, I have even seen that like there's another claw machine inspired game. And I think
Yes.
that like with Balatro, we're seeing people playing with like playing deck of card inspired roguelike. So how do you handle that, especially from like a marketing and press perspective of as soon as you put that idea out there, it feels like it's a matter of time of now people are going to take that idea and, you know, obviously there's the like clones problem, which is a different thing, but there's also just like the legit inspiration of when it's a good idea, people riffing on it.
Yeah, I have to say with this one, so usually I'm all for just tell everybody all your ideas, and you know, with this one I feel like I've been stabbed in the back a bit. So ever since the Summer Next Fest, there's already 3 mobile clones out, which is for me like a new level of crazy. I guess I'm used to making more complex games. So we did have the problem of people, for example, with the Wandering Village, stealing our footage and our screenshots, or just downright stealing our model and putting their own game on top of our model. But here they really just took our whole itemization, all of our character designs, and like all of the balancing. And that feels, and the games are free to play, and that feels not so good when you're about to release your premium game, right?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of when somebody takes inspiration and makes a similar game, also for example when the other Claw Machine roguelike was announced, I looked at it and was like, okay, it's completely different. It's just also a Claw Machine, and I'm really fine with that. Maybe we could even bundle with them or something down the road. I'm completely fine with that. Just please don't steal people's actual game content.
Yeah. I think bundling is a nice suggestion of if you have that positive relationship, then you can kind of bring people in and share it. Because I think as a fan, at least, often if you hit on a funky genre like that and you enjoy it, you often want to play other games riffing on the same idea.
Totally.
Yeah, we do have some questions. One quick one is just, so does your studio do all your own PR, or did you do any hiring to talk to press?
So we actually became, aside from being an indie studio, also a publisher last year, because we self-published all of our own games. And then thanks to the Wandering Village, which went quite well, we decided we would take the leap and try our hand at publishing. So we have 5 games signed with the publisher, so we have some experience. For China and Japan, we always work with external companies. For the Japanese PR push with Dungeon Crawler that went so great, it was Neo Noroshi, if you know them. So I can really recommend for Japan to work with them. And for China, we work for this game with Game Dash, which is a pretty new Chinese publisher by a friend of mine who's been doing a great job too. Other than that, we're usually doing everything ourselves. Sometimes for Dungeon Crawler, for international press, we worked with Future Friends too. But usually we do it ourselves.
Right. Excellent. There's a couple other good questions, but unfortunately, you're going to have to move on to the next speaker. So hopefully people might be able to reach out to you or talk to you in the breakout room after. But Yeah,
Yes.
fantastic. Which I haven't been mentioning breakout rooms. I'll mention them all at the end, but yours will be a whip show, so people can hopefully
Got
ask
it.
more questions later. But thank you, Philomena.
Sure. Thank you. See you.
All right. Excellent. Packed talk. All right, now we're leaving. No, wait. Are we staying in Switzerland? We might be. I don't know where we're going. This is the European. We got more international speakers than ever. So the morning is like all mostly, well, non-North American speakers, which is great. But anyway, next up, we have Kesa Konoplak, who is a contemporary artist based out of Copenhagen, who works with fanfiction, collective authorship, and against the monopolization of the internet, which is something we're all a fan of here, and does this with performances, lectures, workshop, and writing. She's the proud owner of a Wikipedia scarf, a poorly sat up Raspberry Pi, and 400 hours in Caves of Cut, which is very exciting. So, welcome, Kesa.
Thank you. Hi.
Cool.
Okay, hello, my name is Kajsa Konoplak. I'm very excited to be here at Roguelike Celebration. I've been an avid follower for a bunch of years, and it's very exciting to be here in a speaking capacity and in such good company as well. It's been really great so far. But we have a lot to cover, so I'll dive right into it, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I'll start with telling you a story, and I'll tell you that story twice in what I hope will suffice for now as a sign of good faith, a declaration where I meet these dynamics I will be talking from, and for a small sense of added drama as well. So we're in 1981, and we're going to meet Doug McRae and Kevin Curran. They are two self-proclaimed hardware geek fans that use their free time on making enhancement kits, which with a more modern vocabulary could be called expansion packs for video games. And they made an enhancement kit for Atari's popular video game Missile Attack, and they called it Super Missile Attack, and that earned them the attention of Atari. But that attention essentially amounted to Atari sending them a cease and desist letter for copyright infringement, which is stressful. They said, stop producing this game. We don't want you producing this. And then they made the counterposition saying, what about you hire us instead? And then that worked somehow. And 2 contracts later, Doug and Kevin were on the legit side of the video game industry. And their first foray into producing legit video games was to improve upon Pac-Man. And they most definitely did improve upon Pac-Man because they made Mrs. Pac-Man, you perhaps know, which now rests comfortably in the hallowed halls of the golden age of video games. So this is a version of the story I'm going to tell I dislike with a passion. I feel it feels a bit dishonest perhaps, and therefore I like viewing Doug and Kevin more as a liberal business entity. And the second iteration of the story I'm going to be telling will be about the ins and outs of the free market and the judicial playing field that comes with it. So, Doug and Kevin had a small business called General Computing Corporation, and they received a routinely cease and desist letter employed by Atari. It's a nice control measure. People stop producing stuff that you don't want them to produce because they get scared. But when faced with this, Doug and Kevin employed the smart counterposition to say, okay, we won't let this go to court if you just hire us. And that's smart because Atari doesn't want this cease and desist letter to go to court because God forbid that they won inside of court. And the reason that would be bad is because if Doug and Kevin won in court, they would not only win for themselves, they would set a precedent. So not only would Doug and Kevin win the right to produce enhancement kits, they would win the right to produce enhancement kits for a lot of other people. So a smart counterposition employed by the smaller company when faced with bankruptcy, a safe bet from Atari, and I dislike this version of the story less. Companies can be cruel, especially when engaging with their copyright, and why not take the money and take the employment? And especially if you don't have the energy or the means to pick the fight in court, and especially the means. But the most important part of the story gets excluded from both of these versions of the story. Because with Mrs. Pac-Man, their first foray into legit game deving, came an anti-code copying encryption device to keep pirates and, yes, modders like Doug and Kevin's former position at bay. So they pulled up the ladder behind them instantly as soon as they got on the legit side of the gaming business. And they not only did this once, because they also patented the anti-code encryption device, anti-code copying encryption device. So they pulled this stunt twice. They doubly pulled up the ladder. Okay, so to get into the meat of what we are going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about a lawsuit primarily, and we're going to be talking about collective authorship and author erasure in that capacity in and out of court. And to that end, I'm going to be talking primarily about a lawsuit conducted by Dota, Blizzard and Valve about a Dota copy, an alleged Dota copy that Lilith Games and Ucool made. So Dota flows. Dota, if you don't know, is the original MOBA genre of video games, which was a mod for Warcraft 3 that turned into $1 billion business. And Dota flows in a very similar kind of narrative to Doug and Kevin, but one even more so tainted by sly agreements, corporate bullshit, and legal settlements. So the ins and outs of Dota's development and eventual hyper success has been told time and time again by very talented writers with great articles, but articles that, once again, in my opinion, focuses on the delicious story that this is, and maybe in some ways overlook some of what happens in the wake of a success story like Dota. So I would like to try and dive into the fallout of going legit and forgoing your collectively authored model for one that can make you and your company bank, and how this game, Dota, has been forcibly twisted out of its narrative as a community project. So let's get started. In 2015, Blizzard and Valve sues Lilith Games and Ucool for their alleged Dota copy mobile games. But before we dive into that lawsuit, we need to understand who the main actors of this lawsuit are, how these mega companies, Blizzard and Valve, that are supposed to be competitors, joined forces against Lilith, and what a mastermind is. So we have 4 very important people inside of this lawsuit, our so-called masterminds. And masterminding is a very prominent argument inside of author ownership, legal jargon, in copyright cases in general, and legal language in general. So a mastermind, in the court's definition, is the person to whom the work owes its origin and who superintended the whole work, the mastermind, so to speak. And the 4 masterminds, as declared by Valve and Blizzard, are EOL, Guinsoo, Pendragon, and Icefrog. So let's go through a timeline of these 4 masterminds and Dota. So here we go. In 2002, EOL, also known as Kyle Sommer, starts working on a mod for Warcraft 3 called Defense of the Ancients. In 2003, a version of Dota called Dota All-Stars starts up as a sort of collection of the prominent and popular Dota versions, or branches, and later Guinsoo, aka Stephen Feig, takes over on that project. In 2004, EOL makes Dota open source with a forum declaration and forgoes the project. Also in 2004, Pendragon, also known as Steve Mescon, creates a forum called DotaAllStars.com, where a huge community of players and developers of the game exchange ideas, discuss the game, and engage with each other. In 2005, then somebody named Icefrog takes over from Guinsoo on Dota All-Stars. In 2006, Riot Games is founded, and they hire Guinsoo to work on League of Legends. In 2008, Riot hires Pendragon as well as a community manager. In 2009, League of Legends is released. Also in 2009, Valve starts development on Dota 2 and hires Icefrog after his work on Heroes of Newerth. In 2010, Valve hires EOL as well to work on Dota 2, and Pendragon forgoes DotaAllStars.com. And in 2013, Dota 2 is finally released. Okay, that's a lot of information. I'm going to be referring back to the important parts. I know it's a bunch of characters and individuals and names I'm mentioning, but once again, stick with me. I'm going to be mentioning the 4 masterminds a lot throughout. So after this timeline, we have our 4 masterminds, and they've done their job, and Valve has hired IceFrog and EOL, and Riot Games has hired Pendragon and Guinsoo. League of Legends and Dota 2 has been released, and the path from mod to billion-dollar business has most definitely begun. But how did Valve and Blizzard exactly end up together and stop being adversaries for this? So, in 2010, Valve attempted in a common move for them to make a move and acquire Dota as a trademark. It's a common move for them because they did it with Counter-Strike and Team Fortress 2 as well, and then they legitimized those mods, and they brought EOL and IceFrog's rights with them. Later in 2010 then, Guinsoo and Pendragon, the other 2 masterminds, get very mad at this decision. They think it should belong to the community, and they file a counter trademark. They also try to apply for the Dota trademark. This doesn't stop Valve, so Riot purchases Guinsoo and Pendragon's rights later in 2010. This also doesn't seem to work because Valve doesn't protect their position, and in 2011, Riot then transfers Guinsoo's and Pendragon's rights to Blizzard. And Blizzard finally opposes Valve's application with a formal complaint against their trademark application. Then we don't know what happens. Something goes on behind closed doors. We can only guesstimate so as to what this is, but we know that Blizzard and Valve figured it out, because in 2012, Rob Pardo and Gabe Newell, the former and current CEO of Blizzard and Valve, says, we figured it out. You don't need to worry about it anymore. We're content with how stuff is. Don't ask us anymore. So all is well that ends well, except all is not well that ends well. We're now back in 2015. I've contextualized the timeline a bit for you, and we're back into the lawsuit. Blizzard and Valve are suing for copyright infringement against Lilith Games and Ucool. And Lilith Games and Ucool are contesting this copyright infringement complaint by saying that Dota cannot be owned by Blizzard and Valve. It's a collective work, you shouldn't be able to own it. And now Valve and Blizzard needs to prove them wrong, and in response, Valve assembles the copyright Power Rangers, the 4 masterminds they now have between them, and asks them the very apropos question, did you make Dota? To which the masterminds reply, yeah, we made Dota. And then Valve and Blizzard more or less throw their hands up in the air, so as to say, like, did you hire anybody that sold their rights to you who worked on the game? I don't think so, Lilith Games and Ucool. So the next poignant question for us, and the next important part, is what rights and on what terms are they judged as valid do these 4 masterminds have between them? And I'll try and dive into how Valve and Blizzard construct their claim to ownership when under duress throughout this trial. So throughout the trial, they have a sort of 3-pronged attack or defense, depending on how you look at it, to counter Ucool and Lilith's position of claiming that it's a collective work. And the first is declaring masterminddom. A lot of the work that goes into this lawsuit is done through these masterminds. There's Valve and Blizzard are saying our developers are special. The game couldn't exist without these 4 masterminds. They made it from start to finish, and we could prove a chronological, unbroken line of authorship for these 4 people. The second prong is the discrediting of the community that Ucool and Lilith are saying made the game. Valve and Blizzard are saying, your alleged community doesn't even exist. The community is full of unserious internet people in contrast to our very serious masterminds. And then the third prong is the proof of claim. And that is Ucool saying, Ucool is once again saying it was a collective work, and Valve is answering by saying, who specifically said that they made Dota? Because we can't find anybody, and we have 4 people here that says they have made it, and what do you even have in this here situation? So let's dive into how Valve and Blizzard constructs this 3-pronged attack within the lawsuit, and let's start with a quote by Valve's lawyers responding to Ucool calling Dota a collective work that encompasses the entirety of the 3-pronged attack. So, quote from Valve's lawyers. the facts and the law of copyright authorship, arguing that anonymous Dota players and testers who go by internet names such as TerraBlaze, Cottontop, Shadow Penguin, Afro Thunder, and others, while admittedly not authors of the Dota game, may nevertheless be the authors or owners of particular discrete pieces of Dota into which they had input. Specifically, Yukul claims that because these people may have proposed hero concepts or suggestions via instant messages or chat rooms, they own the Dota heroes they suggested or proposed, even though there is no tangible evidence of what their input actually was, and they have never claimed to be owners either of Dota or of the characters they helped ideate. Yukul's claim is unsupported by the law and facts. So we start out with literal name calling. In the same breath as upholding UL, Pendragon, and Icerock, they delegitimize the community in a move to attempt to appeal to the legal system's preference towards easy to understand authorship, which is something we will return to in a bit. Simultaneously, they construct an argument around these internet people being ridiculous and unserious with their usernames in opposition to their very serious masterminds. And after delegitimizing their opposers, they drop an important sentence, namely that these unserious internet people didn't claim ownership, in contrast to these two companies' employees, as well as invoking the lack of evidence of these unserious internet people's input, which also will be important later. So, there we go, prong 1, 2, and 3, done and done. So let's go back to this preference towards easy to understand authorship that the legal system has. And easy to understand authorship is singular authorship, to be exact. And this preference is littered throughout the thousands of trial papers. And the last argument I just read from you in the quote perhaps reads like some college bro saying, it's just facts and logic, bro. And that is because they're trying to appeal to a system of facts and logic, bro. The legal system simply can't contain any kind of authorship than singular authorship. Quote, taken to its logical end, Yukul's argument would confer tiny pieces of copyright ownership on every person who gave input into content for a novel, motion picture, video game, or other audiovisual work, thereby giving each such person the ability to prevent the true legal author of a work from exploiting or enforcing the copyright in that work. This would include, for example, the Star Wars fan who posts ideas for new alien races on a fan website, the film critic who makes helpful comments to a director about story changes, etc., etc., etc. Meaning, it looks like all they have to do is construct a sound alternative to Yukul's claim that it's a collective work, and then they're set, because it seems like to the court, communal or collective authorship or collective works in general is too much judiciary work. It's too messy to figure out, and they don't want to do it. So they need to lend some credit for their authorship claiming, and who better than your very own employee to lend you his authorship? So now it's onwards for Valve and Blizzard to make the mastermind's claim to Dota watertight, because it isn't right now. Yukul has made some counter-arguments so as to why they shouldn't be able to own Dota through these masterminds. So let's go through them, or go through some of them. So let's start out with EUL. So EUL made Dota originally. So in a sense, he allowed for this whole shebang, both the mod and the billion-dollar industry. But then Yukul's lawyers ask him a question, which is, EUL, didn't you make Dota open source at one point when you stopped developing on the project? To which he answers, yeah, I totally did, but I didn't mean it anyway, so don't you worry. A thing we need to understand here is, how should this man mean it anyway? He's under an enormous amount of pressure to rebuke his statement. In fact, let's go through some of the pressures he's under. Like, he's in a room with Valve, which has been his employer for 7 years, and it's an intimidating room full of lawyers who wants him to say one specific thing. He will make his sale of his rights and the money he earned from it, and his very reason for employment and Valve probably illegitimate in the process. He would bring his own job in jeopardy, and because he would cost Valve tons and tons and tons of money, and they really don't like that. So once again, not to his own fault, he echoes Doug and Kevin. He pulls up the ladder behind him when having the opportunity to stand fast on his claim of open sourcedom. So once again, Valve and Blizzard's lawyers ask their mastermind, did you make the game? The mastermind respond, yes. check out from EUL. So let's move on to the next one, which is Guangzhou. And Guangzhou made Dota All-Stars approximately at the same time as EUL's open source declaration. And Guangzhou made Dota All-Stars, which is a collection of all of the best parts of the Dota offshoots and the original EUL mod, of course, into a sort of single super strain of Dota, collecting the best ideas of the community in what could be called a sort of collection of Dota hits of the early 2000s. Oh, wait, I think I've heard that phrase before somewhere. Quote, Yukul counters that Dota All-Stars is a collective work because Guangzhou and Icebrock and Mayan and Madcow before them took the most popular Dota heroes and arranged them into a new game. But by that logic, Star Wars The Force Awakens would be a collective work because it arranged the most popular Star Wars heroes, settings and one-liners into a new movie. The same might be said of Love Actually, given its all-star cast and web of different storylines, but cast away with its solitary protagonist and even more solitary plot, would presumably be a unitary work. None of this can be right, and the Copyright Act does not suggest otherwise. The statute gives a, quote, periodical issue, anthology, or encyclopedia, unquote, as examples of collective works. So someone who, say, downloaded the most popular versions of Dota onto CDs and packaged them as Dota hits of the early 2000s would have created a collective work, provided that the endeavor entailed a minimal degree of creativity. But Dota All-Stars is nothing like that, nor is it anything like the New Yorker, the Beatles Anthology, or Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay, Valve, we get it. You're coding a system that can't hold or can't contain communal authorship, but I'll summon my sense of fairness instead of my very limited understanding of the US legal system for a second and ask, isn't it kind of crazy so few out of literally thousands of people who worked on Star Wars The Force Awakens can be called authors of that movie? But before that, who are Mayan and Madcow exactly that just got mentioned in the previous quote? So, quote, at some point in 2003, two still unidentified players who called themselves Mayan and Madcow took what they thought were the best, most enjoyable characters from all the other versions of Dota and put them into one mod. They called it Dota All-Stars, and Mayan and Madcow's mod was not locked like EUL's, so anyone could build off their code. That feature allowed Stephen Feek, also known as Guangzhou, to transform Dota All-Stars into a Dota super strain. So Mayan and Madcow, these two people that are mentioned in passing, seemingly made the entire groundwork for Dota All-Stars to be possible. So, but the reason these authors are only mentioned in passing is because they didn't claim the video game. So, if ownership is ownership only fencing off your work so you can defend it in court, or should we maybe stop and look for alternatives? If this is the case, the one difference between Mayan and Madcow and Guangzhou, other than that they made the game first, which is something the court holds in high regard and not me necessarily, is that they didn't encrypt it. If your system can only hold copyright for the few and influential, and more importantly for those who have the means to enact that ownership and police it, then the tried and true argument for copyright law protecting artists' work doesn't really hold up, does it? And by enact and police, I mean this claiming. This claiming is not free because the other difference between Mayan, Madcow, and Guangzhou is that Guangzhou is in that room, and by enact and police, I mean this claiming. This claiming is not free because the other difference between Mayan, Madcow, and Guangzhou is that Guangzhou is in that room full of lawyers, making the expensive groundwork to prove his ownership of the game and counter any arguments made against its legitimacy. The act of claiming is a laborious and extensive and expensive one. Anyway, they've established that Mayan and Madcow does not matter and are unserious internet people, and that Guangzhou isn't. Let's move on to the next mastermind. The next mastermind is Pendragon. So Yukul is asking, how can you disregard this massive community? And I don't want to add fuel to an already existing fire that for the best has burned out a long time ago, but I can't ignore that considering the chain of events up till now, Pendragon's deletion of the Dota All-Stars forum seems off. In 2010, the Dota forum got closed for maintenance and replaced with an ad. But it didn't get closed for maintenance. It was down for a full 3 years. effectively deleting the forum, while meanwhile in 2016 Valve and Blizzard keep saying Yukul cannot even produce a single message board or chat log reflecting any of the purported hero concepts on which its argument rests, far less some working version of a hero that existed anywhere other than within the Dota game as an integrated unit. Okay, granted, you could download the forum as an archive throughout the trial, but the community members say Riot deleted hero ideas before re-uploading the community as an archive, and never mind the amount of truth in that statement, because that these questions can even exist is scandalous enough even in and of itself. And never mind this, because there was an alternative made, which is an alternative forum called playdota.com, but you know how it feels to move. It's a hassle and a half, stuff breaks, stuff gets lost, and this is a move where there is no stuff to get lost. There is no stuff to break, because effectively the forum and its contents were deleted. And never mind the allegory of moving, because this is moving thousands of people at once. And they're not moving, they're getting evicted. There are alternatives to these decisions. There always is. You don't need to, and it's also a labor-intensive alternatives you can do, but they're there. And if nothing else, this talks into how once again to go legit had an inherently destructive effect on the community that made going legit possible in the first place. Shedding oneself of one's history so as to be able to stand solely on one's claim to ownership. So, onwards to the conclusion. I've always, in a second-hand kind of way, and perhaps somewhat naively, understood copyright law as a system that enacts protection of ideas if you executed them first. Credit where credit is due, and that sort of thing. But this trial talks into a reality wherein the perhaps most common argument for copyright's existence, namely allowing you to make money off of your hard work, is disingenuous. Throughout this text, I've been torn between two positions to argue from. One position is the wish for a better world wherein authoring functions differently, where inspirations and help is something to be proud of, lifting workloads together and acknowledging collective effort as something special that allows for accumulation of skills and shared expertise, hopefully resulting in culture production becoming more accessible as a whole. And on the other hand, I've been trying to argue against the court's but especially Valve and Blizzard's decisions from a position informed by the former one, sure, but there is and was an inherent pleasure in going through a bunch of legal jargon and realizing that the arguments by which they lift their claim to ownership is faulty. But when you read enough of this stuff, you start to think like them. And when you start to think like them, you start to act like them. And I catch myself trying to discredit them as they have discredited the community. And this is a microcosm of what keeps happening and what the structure around copyright ownership and intellectual property keeps doing to people's work. Articles I read about this trial keeps talking about the importance of receipts and proof of work in a timeline, lest you can end up almost losing your copyright if someone like Yukul and Lilith takes up a fight again. If you need to hold your trade ideas secret and keep detailed filing on who made what when, until one day you can buy a lawyer off in court to demand that you made it because you can prove it, you can end up spending all of your energy engaging in antisocial, anti-collegial, and competitive behavior. But this is not on you. Just as it is not on me for starting to think competitively and argumentatively, or on Doug or Kevin for pulling up the ladder, or EUL for rebuking his statements, or any of the other figures in this trial we have been talking about. Because this behavior is heavily incentivized. These legal structures shapes the kind of arguments for authorship we can make, and this keeping tabs on the approach of what is mine and mine alone works actively against the authorship structures such as the one that allowed for Dota's very existence. The very thing they keep underlining as provable authorship, that is the chronological receipt keeping, can only exist within the authorship structure they prefer to grant. Seemingly as a band-aid for this, the court writes, Yukul asks why Valve should get to capitalize on others' free work. The answer is because Valve, if it prevails, will have proved that it acquired copyrights from people who spent years creating, growing, and yes, masterminding much of the Dota universe. Help along the way does not drain those efforts of their considerable value, and if helpers feel cheated, they may come to court. As if an invitation to come to court if you are one of those alleged community members Valve and Blizzard has worked so hard to dismiss should help, but they may come to court is an invitation underlining this exact systemic bias, because who exactly can come to court? Well, initially it was thought that this trial would go to court, and that a jury would have the final say in if EUL's open source declaration was valid or not. And I realize I'm just about to hit my time. I will be done in a second. If EUL's open source declaration was valid or not, and a bunch of other stuff. But of course, it didn't end like that. It ended in a settlement between the four, because after successfully changing the narrative to be about these four masterminds instead of the community, they couldn't be 100% sure that a jury would believe them. So they shook hands behind closed doors once again out of fear of a precedent-setting lawsuit. The moral being, once again, it ends on a handshake after expensive lawyers did their job. Copyright is not for us. It's for those with means to police it. And that's a lot of means you need, after yelling mine first. And I cannot find a way out of this trial without the only thing I'm being left with is that this is a game of means, a battle of policing. But I digress. This is a talk about the fallout of going legit and cold-hearted legal systems that throws entire communities under the bus for a ton of money. It's a talk about what you can do in the face of this. And in that capacity, I would like to address you, dear roguelike developers. Allowing ourselves to ask questions about the procedure in which ownership is made and allowing ourselves to imagine a better structure for how to protect our art while simultaneously allowing for experimental, involved and communal structures of authorship is adamant. And your work is often slow and caring. Just see the development times for some of your genre's most beloved titles. It's often for free or donation based. You're transparent and generous. You're transparent and generous with your open development, with thorough patch notes and open source code, and with a practice of proudly declaring your inspirations, sometimes even in the name of your game. Look at all the dungeon crawls, as well as generally supporting each other as a community. And exactly this transparency and pride in standing shoulder to shoulder and lending muscles, brains, and labor to each other's as peers and colleagues is one of the best defenses against authorship heists like the one we've gone through today. And the structures that incentivize and instruct it. Especially in procedurally generated media, the circumstances of ownership and authoring when you try to facilitate emergent gameplay and player-driven stories are, well, weird at best. How much do you own a narrative somebody else has pieced together from an experience you facilitated but didn't conduct? Due to this weirdness, I think you've cultivated a unique sensibility on the subject, an awareness and a courtesy I see few places else. And you're doing a very good job of practicing these things. If we hold each other accountable, it will be much more difficult to narrow a narrative in the capacity it was done to this community, because hopefully somebody will speak up and they won't be alone when they do. Today, a lot of the Dota community still remembers EUL, Quinsu, Pendragon, and Ice Rock. And that is a statement you can make about fewer and fewer people as the years go on. But their narrative as main developers and important figures was paid and fought for. I'm trying my best not to diminish what must have been a great big effort on their part, as I'm sure they must have put tons of hours and love and sweat and tears into the game. But I do not think they were the only people who did. It's very nice that we remember these four masterminds for their efforts on Dota, but just try to imagine if we could remember everybody else as well that worked on it. Yeah. That's it. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I was very excited for this talk because I think it is such a celebration of the way that roguelikes have tended to be open and have developed in this way because we've been able to build on each other's work, which is rare in the industry. And I mean, just yesterday we had a talk about the whole lineage of chase-inspired games and how many people have learned to make games and been inspired and by being able to directly access each other's work. So thank you so much. Don't have time for questions.
Thank you.
But hopefully we'll have follow-up in the breakout. Wonderful. Okay. And for our final talk of this chunk, and after this we'll do breakout discussions, welcome, Alex. Hello. Yes, Alex Berg, programmer and designer, been in the industry for 14 years and worked in Denmark and the UK. Work at the intersection of procedural generation, graphics programming, and how to create fun and expressive workflows for devs and players alike. You've worked on things like 1111, Memories Retold, Power Wash Simulator, and lead level creator on What the Car, which I think is great. And yeah, here to talk about Sea of Rifts.
Yes, that's what I'm about to talk about. And I did have a slide presenting all of that stuff, but since we are a bit short on time, I'm just going to skip that and go straight to the game. So I'm going to talk about Sea of Rifts, which is a roguelike combining with the mechanics of a story generator. in the game, you take on the role of a captain, heading out into this hostile world that is slowly being torn apart by these rifts into other dimensions. On your journey, you take a crew of procedurally generated characters, and horrible things and interesting stuff happens along the way to both you and your crew. When you are not out exploring this hostile world, you return back to port, and in port you can repair your ship and upgrade it. And this is also where you hire on crew members. Crew members are also generated from a bunch of character traits we pick at random. They both define like how the character's personality is, but also what their capabilities are. What is not generated is my own crew. We are a quite small group of people making this game, and I'm also the main programmer on the game as well as being like the creative director on the project. So it's like I have to be quite like efficient and practical in how I make the game, and also trying to get like as much of the team to like contribute into it directly. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. So the agenda is going to be best practices for using procedural generation in a commercial game. It's how we generate the world and level in the game. And then I'm also going to talk about story and character generation and a little bit more pipeline and editor specific stuff. All right, so first I'm going to talk about random number generators, or rather that we don't actually use them. I found that hash and noise methods are way better than traditional RNGs. They produce a higher quality of output than, like, for example, the random number generator you can find in Unity. It has no state, which is super beneficial because it means that you can always get the same number out if you just have the same like position into your noise method. That means that they're thread safe, and that means that you can also like put them over on the GPU really easily if you need to at some point like port some of your code over to run there. And it's also easy to extend into multiple dimensions. And I don't really see a use case for why you would use traditional RNGs. Maybe there is one, but I don't know. So yeah, noise is noise. Another thing that's also super important is that you need to make sure that your generation is deterministic. You might have a player that will encounter a bug when we are generating a whole world and like narrative and characters. It's bound to happen. And if you can't recreate the same state of the game that your player is in, then it's impossible to track down what actually happened. And that is also tied into this concept I call layer caking. It's similar to like composition in like object-oriented programming patterns. It's basically that you have a generator for each aspect of the game. This means that you can take out a generator and you can like tweak it. It also makes it easier to read because like the responsibility of what the generator does is much more like well defined than if it was just like one big smudge of spaghetti code that did all the generation. In our game, it looks like this. We have the world generator that has like the master seed of the whole world, and that in turn then seeds each sub generator. And we have two types of generators. We have those that generate like cells in the world, and we also just have like the concept of a generator in a more abstract sense that's used for stuff, for example, like names in the game. And this means that it's actually quite easy for us to like add more generators into the game without changing the output of what was done before. I also want to touch a bit on state. So I would say like the hottest thing in procedural generation right now seems to be wave function collapse, where it's basically like a constraint solver. And I think it has its problems, like making games this way. Like in our case, we can't really use it because we want to always be able to like teleport to an arbitrary point in the world. That's both for like debugging purposes. It's really nice to just be able to say, I'm gonna spawn in here. But we also have gameplay that takes like where the player can teleport around. And the problem with something like wave function collapse is that you need to like start from an initial state, and then like your generation basically like grows outwards from that point. That's not something that really fits our use case. I've also seen like procedural games in the past, like take a long time to basically generate the world before you can start playing in it. We do have like a world generation state when you start up an instance of the game, but it's super short because it doesn't generate that much data, and then most of the data is actually generated each time you enter a cell, and that just makes it much easier for us to iterate on the game. So as I was being introduced, I really like graphics programming. I think it's super fun, and that's also something we're using a lot in like how we make the game. So, for example, for like stuff that is static in the environment, we have this shader that allows us to easily do some color randomization on them. Because we have a streaming world setup, the X and Z coordinates of everything can like shift around. So the only two constants we have is the rotation of the object and the height. So we take those and basically generate like a randomized value, like a static randomized value of each object, and we then use that to like add some like color variation. This is a little bit fake, like real pine trees, for example. Like they actually have the same color, but it helps like giving that perceptual difference to them that we didn't otherwise have. For more like human-made objects, we have this HSV system where we can take an asset that wasn't initially like created for procedural generation, so that includes stuff from the asset store, and then we can define this texture map where like a given area of the model, for example, like the hull on this ship, will get one specific HSV offset. So we basically convert from RGB over to HSV, apply the offset, and then convert back to RGB again. And this allows us to, again, like get a lot more visual variation out of a few amount of assets. I would also say like one of the first things you should do if you're doing any kind of game, but especially something that's like systemic, you need like a debug menu where you can easily add in commands that like benefits the team. So we have this where we can basically put in a path, and then like all of the commands is like structured into this like tree structure, or like all the debug options are like basically put inside like these buttons with folders, and you can like we can very easily add more commands that way into the game. Because it's a procedural game, we don't actually have a scene to really inspect. So if something goes wrong, it's quite handy to be able to visualize it, like what the generation is actually doing. And I like needed a place to like basically like show this to us as we were developing. We have a map in the game, might as well use that. So that's what you see here. Sometimes it corresponds to the player's position, and sometimes it's just completely arbitrary what is being shown. A recent addition I'm really excited about is we have a debug console in the game now, so we can take text input, and that also talks together to this console input component that we can add onto game objects inside our Unity scene. When that component gets enabled, it just injects all of that text into the debug console. And that allows us to basically rerun the same conditions again and again if we are like fixing a bug or iterating on a system. What I think is even more exciting is because we can take text input now, we can actually use the Elgato Stream Deck. That has the ability to send in text as like a macro command when you click a button. And this has allowed like individual team members to basically make their own debug menu outside of the game. And I find that it's like on a given task, I will actually like create a little like customized workflow depending on what I'm doing right now. And yeah, it's super handy. All right. Then we have world and land generation. So to start with, we did a very standard thing of like having layers of Perlin noise that created a height map, and we did this in two like magnitudes. We had world cells, and we also had like the land's contour when you are inside like a cell of the generation. This worked okay. Like we got some like islands and like continents that looked fairly realistic. But I think like if you know what you're looking at, like you'll always be like, yeah, I can definitely see like 2 layers of pearly noise on top of each other here. And it also had some other not so good effects. We had lakes, and sometimes you would get stuck in a lake, which was like a very sad way of both starting and then very quickly ending your run. Also, you couldn't really balance the generation very well because it was just based on like layers of noise. There wasn't any concept of what actually makes the level good to play. So here, for example, like the player stuck in the middle of nowhere and can't really easily progress in the game. And that's kind of like a takeaway I want you to have from this talk, is that like you need to understand the pattern of what you're generating, like how should it play, what should it look like, and just as important, where can you cheat? Like you don't need to like generate the like a real world in order to make your game work or like your visuals work. You just have to like figure out what is actually like the key part of the experience or the key part of the visuals that we need. And I have an example of that later. And if it's something that you think is interesting, then the timeless way of building, if you have read Jesse Schell's game design book on like lenses and also like software patterns, all of that is actually based on this book. Super interesting read. Okay, so what did we replace the pearly noise with? The first thing is that we needed a better like player goal. So it ended up being that you have to get to the center of the world. That's where it fell apart. And that also lent itself well to having this like basically organizing the whole world as a big circle. And we then generate these like zones. Green zones can contain islands with harbors. Blues can contain these rifts into other dimensions. And the red circles, they will always contain a rift. And this structure means that every time the player wants to progress further to their like main objective of getting to the center, they will have to at some point sail through a rift in order to succeed in that. And that allows us to also control the like the difficulty. It's basically just a question of like how close to the center of the world is the player. Oops. As you can see, it's also easier for like a lot easier to actually adjust the like how the map looks like, and all the parameters for how the map is generated is tied into gameplay. Like what is the distance between the harbors, like how big are like these island zones, how big are the rift zones, and like what is the progression in like length of getting through those rift zones as you get closer to the center. Instead of just being like layers of pearly noise, this actually has something to do with the game. Okay, so that takes care of the like the worlds. Now let's talk about islands. So my main goal was that we needed to have a clear boundary between land and sea. Like sea is where the player can move. Land is basically like blocking areas. We don't want any sea pockets inside of like land. And we also wanted to be so harbors are actually the data that determines where there is land, because we like harbors are key gameplay objects. Land is like just for the most part just there to sell the fiction. And we also want to harbor cells are always connected with at least one edge to a water cell, so they are traversable for the player. And what we do is that we basically take a random direction from the harbor cell, and we denote that as the like entrance corridor, so no land can be placed there. Then, based on the size of the harbor, we say a certain amount of cells surrounding it should be land, and then we basically grow out from the harbor cell like land cells, and then at the very end, we then take cells that are at a certain distance away from those land or harbor cell and turn that into coastal waters, which is like the biome that are like close to land. And yeah, that kind of like leads us to the last part, and that is how do we then like create an interesting like contour for the islands. And I came up with this idea of using signed distance fields based on splines. So basically we take the the world seed and the coordinates of each cell, and we look at how it's connected to its neighbors, and based on that we then generate these Bezier splines that connect up. So we also make sure that there is continuity between the splines that goes from one cell and into the next. And this was by far like the trickiest part to actually figure out. I'll see if I have some more time to go into it afterwards, but it ended up working in the end. Something that's way simpler is how we spawn scenery in the game. So we basically just use as like standard blue noise distribution. We generate a grid, and inside each grid cell we have like a randomized offset. What makes it look good is that we have like a layered approach. So again, like here we have like this layer caking. Inside each of our biome setting files, we have a list of scenery rules that are applied in sequence, and then each sequence rules have like a specific algorithm that it uses to spawn, and then like a specific set of data for how the algorithm should be used. The most interesting like scenery rule we have is definitely like for cities and like harbors. What I do there, and this is like where it comes down to like actually understanding the pattern and where you can cheat. I just generate a grid, and then I offset each grid point by a random amount, and it's inspired a little bit by like how like real cities look like. I don't have that like fractalism that you see in a real city where like smaller like bigger streets lead into smaller streets that leads to even like smaller streets. But the thing is, because of the camera we have in the game, we don't really need that level of detail in the generation. It's good enough. Like if the player can read it as a city, and also if they can start to see that each harbor city is different, then that's good enough for what we need. Okay, then we come to how we generate narrative. This is like the area where we are trying to be very efficient and also reusing a lot of existing solutions out there. So for example, for conversation topics that can happen between the crew as you're sailing around, we are just picking from like long lists of topics. You can probably guess that it's all the insults on the right. And this is good enough because they don't happen like that often to create that sense of like the crew is actually like engaging with each other. For ship names, we combine an adjective with one of these names we found in on Wikipedia from the Royal British Navy. Especially a thing I love is like it took them a while to apparently get the HMS Impregnable to live up to its name, so they had to like do a couple of tries, but I guess they got there in the end. We also use Tracery, which I'm sure many of you know. We do use some custom macros that allows us to inject more of the game state into the generated text. And we also use phoneme generators, where we have basically taken a bunch of Danish city names, chop them up, and then we concatenate them, and that creates that works surprisingly well for generating names that feels Scandinavian in nature. For choice-based like narrative, we use Ink, open source, great tool. What we've then added on top is this in-house data structure and an editor inside Unity that basically layers or like exists next to the Ink file, and that allows us to affect the game state based on the choices the player make. But it also allows us to turn choices off if, for example, the player doesn't have the right crew on board, and it also allows us to pick like a random choice or a choice based on a skill check. In general, I really like using custom editors in Unity. It's super easy to write them, and they have the benefit that like the tool itself like shows more of like the structure of how you should actually do it. Like if we had it so our narrative designer and I had to put in the data in XML, it would be much more error prone because any data kind of like goes into text. But if it's a GUI, like there is a structure to it, and you can like enforce what kind of like input a given field takes. So yeah, it's something I really enjoy doing. So this is also where we have a like a quite simple workflow. but like quite effective, and that is in order to make sure that we don't have any merge conflicts, we have the problem that the whole game takes place in one scene in Unity. And the way we get around that is that we all work in separate branches. I work in the main branch, and I have the game scene to myself. And then everyone else in the project takes a copy of the game scene like at regular intervals and like name it after themselves. And then if the game scene is out of sync, like it's too old, they will get a warning in the console, and it may or may not be a problem, but if they are encountering problems, then they know that they need to overwrite their scene with the canonical version of the game scene. We're also making sure to split our assets up as much as possible inside Unity. That also reduces merge conflicts and means that team members from different disciplines are less likely to touch the same assets. So for characters, we also have this kind of like paper doll system where we have like a set of like color gradients we can pick colors from, and we have a set of sprites for ears, noses, and so on that are added on top of it. And even though we don't have a huge amount of sprites, because of the color variation, we are surprised ourselves like how much variation we actually get in our crew portraits. And the reason why we also have this like a more data-driven approach to how the portraits look is that as you are progressing in the game, your crew can be affected by all the strange energies that are in the world, and slowly like change and become more and more shaped by the weird energies of traversing the Sea of Rifts. Okay, so to summarize, noise methods are super nice. I encourage you to use them. If you're using ProcGen in a production, make sure that it's deterministic, make sure that it's layered, and make sure that it's flexible so you can easily change stuff based on player feedback. Write your generators with a focus on the player experience. And also a simple solution with good design and good content is always better than having like some kind of like clever algorithm, but like not actually having thought of like what goes into it. Use existing tools where you can, like if you're making a commercial game, like you need to think about actually like shipping at some point, and you need good workflow and development tools for yourself, but also to enable your whole team to contribute to the game. I have a bunch of resources that you can also check out that inspired this talk. I posted on the obelisk, so you can check it out there. And yeah, thanks for listening, and thanks for Roguelike Celebration for letting me speak and including us in the Steam sale. We have a playable demo up on Steam right now, so if you're interested in trying out the game, please yeah, follow the links. Oh,
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, fantastic. I think it was kind of like an all-star, like so many of the topics and algorithms and techniques we have had at some point a Roguelike Celebration talk just on that. But it's so cool to see all of them come into context of how all of this information can be brought together to make a cohesive, interesting game.
Thanks.
So, yeah, we have time probably for a question or two if anyone wants to get one up. One was just clarifying in the GitHub example. So, is it you're able to avoid merge conflicts because everything has to kind of be handled in separate copies?
Most of the time, yeah. So basically, if you take the case that your whole game was like one big file, like you would have merge conflicts all the time when you tried to push to the repo. The more you split it up into separate files, the less likely you are to have like collisions on having worked on the same file. And especially if that file structure is based on the role of each team member. Like, so most of the narrative content is like in separate scriptable object asset files. So that means that our narrative designer doesn't have to touch our prefabs, unit terminology. And that means that like in terms of like doing the gameplay and the generation, we don't step on each other's toes.
Right. No, that makes total sense. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I guess I am curious. So, you mentioned some issues with WFC, or actually, you know what? You're a pretty small team, so I'm curious. You use all these different techniques. How how do you have people who know all these techniques well enough to apply them? Is it because since you're not having to go to like expert, is it just because you personally love them all so much?
It's
Is that
just me. It's just me. Yeah, we are starting to have like more programmers like on and off, but then they focus on like parts of the game that hasn't to do with the generation. So the generation is just me. It does also help that Fergus Doyle, my narrative designer, is also quite good on the technical side. So like he had already done some tracery and he'd done some ink. So like all of that stuff, like it was basic. That's also like the benefit of using something that's already existing, right? Like there's a good chance that the rest of the team can already know about it.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's something I run into a lot of. If you write a custom solution, you can't hire anyone who knows how to use your custom solution. So, excellent. Well, thank you so much, Alex. And yeah, I'm looking forward to checking out Sea of Riffs. I saw you also have procedurally generated sea shanties, which I don't think came up, but was enough to sell me on the game personally.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. Now, that was a big block of talks, tons of great information, and I am going to run through all the different breakout rooms where you can go and have these conversations, which will be a lot of fun. We're going to have a 30-minute break here. Oh, I'm going to have to explain a couple things, because we're going to have a 30-minute break where you can just talk with the speakers, and then we're going to have unconferencing, which I'm going to explain what that is. And then there's another just like break. This is our big middle of the day break. Good time to get lunch, good time to get things like that. Thank you, chat. So as a reminder / first time I've said some of these, if you want to talk about who controls the controller, physical games, all control GGC type stuff, I would think that Zenzo is probably asleep because it's like way late. But you can talk about the topic in Goblin Singers. If you want to talk about Animal Crossing meets roguelikes in Grimoire Groves with Tibia, that is in the Joust Arena. If you want to talk about claw machine roguelikes and just generally weird roguelikes and marketing and how to get all of those juicy wish lists, you can do that with Philomena in Whip Show. If you want to talk about legitimacy and the legal system and the complicated history of Dota, I know that Kesa right now is trying to solve some technical issues, but hopefully that'll get sorted out, and that will be in the Fountain. And then we run out of breakout rooms, so if you want to talk about Sea of Rifts and all those great practical proc-gen techniques that Alex just went over, I'm going to direct you to the courtyard, which is also connected to the theater. So those are all the rooms, and I believe if you click the happening now, or you can just talk about Alexander's stuff here in the theater. That also is fine. If you click the happening now button, it will give you a reminder of where all of those are. So unconferencing, if you haven't encountered that before, we did it last night. We doing this one earlier in the day for different time zones, but it is a chance to have some Zoom calls if you'd like to. You can have face-to-face or audio conversations with other attendees if you don't want to just be doing text chat the whole time. And to give it a little bit of extra structure, there is a place called the unconferencing room. And if you go there, you can submit topics in the same way that you can ask questions. There's a button there to add topics to the board. What we'll do is that at 11:45 Pacific, after this break, we will look at the top 4 upvoted topics. We will assign them to the 4 rooms that are connected off the unconferencing area. And that will be a starting point for conversation. It's not like it's a rule. You could end up talking about it for a little bit and then drifting, whatever. But it gives a little bit more structure other than just like join a random Zoom call and have nothing else going on. So consider if there's something you'd like to chat about. You know, if you're like, I just want to get into wave function collapse with some other people, suggest that as a topic, upvote topics that you'd like to see. And then we will have an hour, I believe, where you're free to hang out in those Zoom rooms if you'd like and chat with people. So, and of course, make sure you can always explore the space. You can just have fun having different conversations with people. And we will be back with more talks at 1:30 Pacific, which will be very exciting. We're going to have like generator visualization. We're going to have permacomputing, something called UXN that's very cool. And even we're going to have Brian Cronin back to talk about techniques for roguelikes based on some of his work since his talk in 2021 about Monster Train. Lots of great stuff, so be sure to come back and have a good time. So again, those breakout rooms are for the physical controllers, that's Goblin Singers. For Animal Crossing Meets Roguelike Dungeon Crawler, that's Joust Arena. For 100,000 wish lists in 3 months, Weird Roguelikes, that's Whip Show. For Going Legit with Dota, that's Fountain. And for practical proc gen in Sea of Rifts, probably best if you just hang out here in the theater and chat about it. So I hope you have a good time. I'll probably see some of you in unconferencing, and then we will be back in a while, rested and excited for the next set of talks. See you then. Oh, hey. Welcome back to Roguelike Celebration. That was me trying to remember what year it was and being unable to remember what year it was. So that means it's a great roguelike celebration. It's unmoored in time, haunted by past roguelike celebrations, but in a good way. We're going to have another great set of talks here. I'm very excited. We're going to have 4 talks, 3 lightning talks, and then a full talk. So prepare yourself to be blasted with a bunch of exciting topics. And as always, if the theater seems abnormally quiet, try leaving it and coming back. I saw in the break we had some trouble with the space. Hopefully we've gotten through that. Thank you again for your patience. If you run into problems, you can use /mod to report it to us. We appreciate that. And if you can help us work on the mud next year, we'd appreciate that even more. We'll talk about that at the end of the day. But I'm excited to get into these next talks. I'm sure you're excited to get into these next talks. I hope unconferencing was fun for those who checked that out. But first up, I'm going to welcome to the stage Robin Mendoza, a game designer and writer living in New York. He's written on narrative design, lo-fi culture, and experimental multiplayer games, co-hosted the 7-day Roguelike Game Jam in tribute to previous Roguelike Celebration speaker Michael Brogue, and is currently writing an interactive fiction about postural hypotension. Very interesting. His favorite genres are coffee break, roguelikes, and manic shooters, and topics of special interest for him are logistics, compression, irreversibility, anisotropy, and symmetry breaking. Did I say all those words correctly? Hopefully, I did.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool. All right. Take it away, Robin, talking about price mechanics as storytelling.
Okay.
Oh, I see you're getting your slides up.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting a pop-up for sharing my screen.
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. So
There we go.
you see? All right. So this is the use of knowledge in the labyrinth, the price mechanism as a storytelling device. So imagine a dungeon. You go up to the merchant, park just outside, see on their signboard, Tarsieri amulets are now fetching double the usual asking price. So what could this mean? Does it mean that there's growing superstition among the locals? The princess was spotted wearing one. Now everyone wants one. There's a tarsier infestation somewhere, and the government is subsidizing hunting them and collecting their eyeballs. Or maybe you, when you were lost in the jungle, hacking your way through, deforested it, put them on the endangered species list. So a bunch of possible options you could infer from that. So I'm going to talk about the idea of price signaling. So there's this famous economics paper, which the title of this talk is a play on, called The Use of Knowledge in Society, written by F.A. Hayek. Hayek was from the Austrian School of Economics. He was opposed to central planning. He thought that no centralized authority could have and make use of all the available knowledge. And so he thought of prices as complex information across large networks. So this functions in a kind of way where local, low context adjustments can evolve equilibrium. Yeah, he thought it was incentivized individuals to use their specific knowledge. So there's a lot of inferences that can be drawn from price motions. Where any change in the underlying conditions, the data, the facts of the world results in a change in sort of a cipher, which you could think of as the prices. So they kind of spare the details. You don't know whether a change in a price was due to a change in supply, change in demand, but there's a lot of information they can encode. And playing a roguelike and the world is randomized each time, might be a different distribution of resources, and you can infer something about that. Price.
Hello. On stage. It seems like Robin's internet is struggling. We have attempted to... and lost connection. We have... Hopefully Robin is trying something. It's tough in a lightning talk slot. We'll do our best here. if nothing else, we will make sure to get a recording. Unfortunately, we don't have a backup for Robin. The one time we don't have a backup recording. But if we aren't able to get this fixed within the time, then we'll at least make sure that we get a recording from Robin after, and that goes up on YouTube with all the other talks, because I was already sold on this topic from the first few slides and would love to see where Robin was going with it. So that is the worst case, is that we'll at least get a version of it up after the fact. But yes, unfortunately, we do not have any info on what's going on with Robin's internet connection. So I'm gonna hang out here in front of you all while we see if Robin shows back up or if we hear anything about it. And in terms of timeline for talks uploaded, yeah, usually a few weeks. We just need time to split them up ourselves. And yes, it is possible that we could try and kind of move the schedule for other talks up so that we give some more time. I guess maybe Kawa, if you can talk in the chat with our next speaker to figure out if that would work well, then we could start early. I just want to make sure that Ollie is good with that. Which context, if Ollie just joined, you're seeing the behind the scenes. This is how a conference runs. People can hear me. I'm just on stage, but yes, it seems like Robin has lost internet. And so, okay. All right. We're going to move forward to the next talk. And again, really too bad about Robin. If we manage with extra time at the end of this slot or Robin comes back, we'll see what we can do. But if nothing else, we'll get a recording on after the fact. But unfortunately, for now, we're going to move on, which is also kind of like, listen, I'm really excited for the next talk also. So coming up earlier than expected, thank you for being flexible. We have Ollie, who is a games and AI researcher living in London, in hopefully his last year of a PhD focused on the development of techniques for assessing the diversity present in procedurally generated output. In his spare time, he's a keen game developer and 3D artist, and getting to turn his love for games and proc-gen into new research has been a great experience. And luckily, is coming here to share his insights and techniques on visualizing generators with us today. Hello, Ollie.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me on. And yeah, thank you for that lovely intro. I hope you can all hear me clearly. I'm not going to look at the chat just in case. Advice not to get phone off. So yes, I'm here with a lightning talk looking at techniques that we can use for understanding and visualizing the output diversity of generative systems that you might be using when making your games. So I can probably skip over lots of this after that lovely info. But yeah, my name is Ollie, based here in London, which is why it's quite dark in my background. And this is going to be quite a whippy lightning talk, especially because I keep on overrunning in my practice runs of this talk. So please feel free to reach out to me afterwards if you have any questions or any thoughts. I bet I would love to hear from you. So evaluating generative systems, evaluating the performance of systems that make stuff for games. Broadly speaking, there are kind of two angles you can take. You can look at the kind of input side, at the resources required in terms of human labor, pre-made assets, and so on. Or you can look at the qualities of the output. You can look at the qualities of individual artifacts or the overall diversity. And it's in this kind of messier latter camp that I am more interested and where we'll be focusing today. So the two, none of my animations are going to show up. That's fine. The two sort of terms I will be throwing around quite a lot in this presentation are generative space and possibility space, which I believe are not widely used outside of game AI research. So I thought I'd start with a quick primer on those two. So possibility space refers to the kind of abstract conceptual volume that contains all of the content that is possible within a given encoding system that you've decided upon, whether that be a grammar or some kind of tile map based system, anything that you can represent with that is within the possibility space. Whereas the generative space refers to the volume of stuff that you're actually going to produce from your generator, where you're the kind of like space within the possibility space that your generator is occupying. So to illustrate this with an example of a game that we're all likely familiar with, Minecraft, the generative space for Minecraft encompasses anything that you could see when you first generate a new world in Minecraft, anything that can be spat out by Minecraft's lovely terrain generator in the form of its lovely QB voxels. That is the generative space for Minecraft. Whereas anything outside the possibility space could be something as closely related as something that requires a block type that doesn't exist in the base game, but it also exists, the entire rest of creation is outside the possibility space of Minecraft. Anything that cannot be represented with voxels is outside the possibility space. But there is this kind of interesting hinterland in between the two, stuff that you can technically produce in Minecraft, but is never going to be produced by its terrain generator, or at least we assume it's not going to be possible. Now, these two terms are quite useful for me when thinking about tuning and evaluating a generative system, because we can think of tuning a generator to produce the best possible content as trying to localize a generative space optimally within the possibility space, trying to get it to overlap as much as possible with the volume of content that we want, all of the good prog-gen narratives, the good levels, the interesting weapons, whatever it is we're generating. We're trying to move our generative space so that it occupies as much of that desirable space as possible. Now, in this slightly naff visualization, you think like, oh, well, that's super easy then. We just get the green blob to overlap with the blue blob, and we've got the perfect infinite content machine. Well, I probably don't have to tell this audience that it's nowhere near as simple as that for a bunch of reasons, but some of the big ones being the sheer number of artifacts it's possible to produce. It's quite trivial to make a generator that has quintillions of unique artifacts within its generative space, and we do not have time to look at them all. And even if we did, even individual artifacts within that space can take a huge amount of time to evaluate due to their size or the number of goals we have for them, and so on. And the quality of them can be hugely subjective. Even within I've experienced this myself. Even in a 2-person dev team, you can get a huge amount of disagreement on whether or not a level is good. So the idea there's going to be any sort of universality to working out where your sort of generative space is in relation to the desirable space of content is it's just not going to happen. But that doesn't mean we cannot try, and does not mean there's not necessarily value in trying to understand where our generative space is. So getting into some of the sort of techniques we might want to look at, and I've focused more on game levels in my research, but in theory these techniques should be usable for any kind of game content, and indeed all of these have been used for things as diverse as poetry generation to narrative generation. So even though my examples will be quite sort of game environment based, just bear in mind that no matter what you're generating, these techniques might be useful for you. So starting here with the technique that we'll all have used anytime we've made a generator for bug fixing and final testing, what I call content sampling, but it's simply the process of generating some things and looking at them, seeing what we think. Now, obviously, this will be done numerous times when making any kind of generator, but it is a valuable technique for trying to understand our generative space. Even looking at a small set of artifacts can tell you if you find a good artifact, that tells you there's good stuff in there. If you find something broken, that tells you there's broken stuff in there. But it obviously can be quite misleading, because if your generative space is extremely large, you can sample a large amount of content from it, and you might still be getting a quite sort of myopic view of the underlying generative space. So this is going to be most useful when, especially if your time for doing anything more complicated isn't there. But if your generative space is quite tightly defined, you're using a very constrained grammar, say, or you're using something like cellular automata, which tend to produce fairly kind of like homogeneous looking output, even if it's, there might technically be trillions of maps that can be produced by a cellular automata based generator, but they have like an oatmeal-y effect of looking quite perceptually similar, then content sampling might be all you need. But there are options if you'd like to get a higher level view. And I do apologize there. All of this stuff should be animating in nicely, so it's not such an immediate information overload for the slides. So apologies for that. But option 2 I'd like to talk about is expressive range analysis, or ERA for short. It's very common in my field of game AI research. And by my understanding, it is also quite widely used in industry, just not necessarily by this name. I think this term is quite clunky. It makes it sound like you're doing something a lot fancier than you are doing. Because to apply ERA, all we need to do is generate a large amount of content from our generator, like as much as we have the compute available to do. And then we need to decide on some features or metrics to calculate for each piece of content. Now, these are intended to be sort of like, descriptive features that we think are interesting about whatever we're making, and especially things we want to find diversity in. So in the sort of Minecraft example, maybe we'd be interested in the amount of tree coverage or the average height of the mountains. And then once you've calculated these features for all of your content, you can then plot them. Often in a 2D plot, but you could theoretically do it in 1D or 3D. But what we effectively get then is a kind of visualization of our generative space in terms of these features. Based on if each point in this chart is a map, you're kind of getting an idea of what the overall shape of your generative space is in terms of these features. Now, this is naturally most useful if you know exactly what kind of diversity you want to produce. If you've got like an idea for what, say, upper and lower bounds of tree coverage you want, then this can tell you that immediately at a glance. But even if you don't know what kind of diversity you want, this can still be quite informative. It tells you what kind of content your system can't produce, what it can produce. And it can be used as a form of pseudo bug fixing even. You might be quite surprised to see, in this toy example, 100% water coverage and a large number of tree cover. That might indicate these maps are actually broken, something that would not, a weakness of your generator that wouldn't have been exposed if you'd even sampled a large number of maps. Also, this is kind of where lots of my research is focused. So if you'd be interested in learning about how we can, in a more informed way, select pairings of metrics to visualize, or use neural networks to start predicting these metrics and what that can do, feel free to check out my work and then ask me about it whenever you like. Just to highlight, Abdul Rahman gave a really lovely talk a couple of years ago at Roguecell where he used ERA in the more specific context of his game scenario. But he had time to go into much more depth than I do today, so I'd really recommend his talk if you'd like to know more about ERA. But what if we aren't sure what kind of diversity we're interested in, or the kind of diversity we're interested in can't really be calculated trivially? There are still options we have available to us. Specifically, I'm talking about dimensionality reduction algorithms, or DR algorithms for short. Now, these algorithms are quite widely used as like a pre-processing step when using machine learning or in sort of data predictive analysis. And what they effectively let you do, and we don't have time to go into any depth on how they work, what they do is they let you, for like a high-dimensional data set with hundreds or thousands of variables, you can often compress these data sets down by producing new variables out of combinations of the original ones that still account for like a large amount of variance in the underlying data set. So say in it's quite common in healthcare data sets where you might have like hundreds of variables for each patient, but maybe you find in your analysis that loads of those variables are strongly correlated with each other. Say height and weight are strongly correlated enough that you don't need to store both. You can create a new variable that combines the two and therefore reduce the dimensionality of your data set down to as few as a handful of variables. And it turns out that you can do this to encoded game data. Often when we're generating stuff for games, we're generating them. What we're effectively generating is a list of values, a list of variables, and you can compress these like any other. So just like in ERA, we can generate a large amount of content, represent it in some kind of linear set of variable form, push it through a dimensionality reduction algorithm, and get as few as two variables that hopefully still explain an amount of variance in the data we've created. And then you can plot those just like in ERA. Now, this doesn't have the advantage that ERA does, where this is not producing diversity that we can understand. We do not know what variability in these features means because they're kind of very abstracted new variables. But this can still be very useful, especially if you're comparing two different generators or two different tunings of the same underlying generator. It can at a glance tell you whether or not a different tuning of a generator is producing more diverse content, or if it's producing content that another generator would really struggle to produce. In this toy example, we can see the purple generator is producing stuff that the green generator never will. So this can be quite a useful family of techniques to use when you aren't sure what kind of diversity you want, or what you do want, can't be trivially calculated. I would also say it's pretty likely to be most useful if you're working with quite small content representations. Like DR algorithms that don't scale super well if you're dealing with thousands upon thousands of variables. But if your content can be represented in hundreds rather than thousands of variables, this might be a technique that is quite useful for you. But finally, I just want to talk about an option for combining the benefits of these previous techniques. So it's often the case that you want as a designer to have a kind of on-the-ground look at your data. There's no kind of metrics or heuristics that will tell you whether or not the stuff you're making is good, but you'd still like to get an idea of what the overall shape of your generative space looks like. Well, you can do this by kind of combining the approaches. So first, we can make a visualization of our generator space using one of the techniques we've looked at already. But then rather than sampling randomly from it, we can use this graph to inform what content we look at, especially we tend to be interested in the extreme outliers in this space or in representatives of certain clusters. So then we can look at quite a small amount of artifacts in our at a time, but still get an idea of what the overall shape is of our generator space by looking at the extreme boundaries. What is the most extreme case from our generator? What does our generator produce when it does the equivalent of rolling 26s in a row? And that content can be sort of very informative. Is it broken, or is it interesting in a way that we'd like to push the generator more towards? So yeah, if your needs are very sort of very specific and can only be judged by a human, this potentially can be a technique that is useful for you. So with an eye on the time, this is going to be that's the end of the technique section. But just to kind of wrap up, I just wanted to highlight that only you know what your generator needs. There is no kind of like one size fits all technique. You need to bring your own wants and needs for your generator to these techniques. And just to illustrate this with two nice examples, Tom Francis gave a lovely talk last year at Roguelike Celebration on how the process he went through to end up making very simple, boring levels for his roguelike heat signature. And it turned out to be exactly the right decision for his game because there was enough diversity basically present in the other systems he was implementing. So even though he ended up targeting a tiny portion of the possibility space of levels, that was the right decision for this game. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have games like Dwarf Fortress. I love this Reddit thread from a year ago where someone found a map that immediately detonates as soon as you load up the game. Something strange is happening geologically, so as soon as you press play, the map just implodes in on itself and all of your dwarfs immediately die. Now, in any other game, a map that immediately kills the player would never be something you wanted to find in your generative space. But because of the kind of losing is fun ethos of Dwarf Fortress, this is delightful. It delights players, and I suspect Zach and Tarn Adams would be very happy that their game can produce this kind of experience. So yeah, working out where you are on the kind of heat signature to Dwarf Fortress scale is a decision you have to make, and one that these techniques can't make for you. So with an eye on the time, I think I'm overrunning. Apologies, but just some quick takeaways. Again, content sampling is fine, but you can probably do more with less work than you might think. Make your generator easier to test. Future, you'll be very happy if you make things modular, make it possible to generate encoded content without all of this dressing up. Basically generating in the minimum form you need to evaluate it. ERA for when you know what diversity you want. DR for when you don't necessarily. And just the personal note, consider reaching out to game AI researchers. I know Roguecell is great at bringing the two communities together, but it would still be great if there was more collaboration between the two. Because there's lots of very smart folks, smarter than me, in my field who would love to test their ideas in a more commercial context. So consider reaching out to some of the folks in the recommended reading here on this last slide or beyond if you're interested in doing some more in-depth evaluation of your systems. So that is it for me. Thank you so much for you in the audience. Thank you so much to the organizers. It's been a real privilege to be here, and I will finish it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate. I think it's always hard to condense big field into a short talk, but it's a useful overview. I know, we sometimes have, and I think even later today, we'll have a deeper technical dive into very specific algorithms, but it's nice to get that big picture for if you're starting out. I know for me, working on generators in AAA contexts, it's like most stuff stops at the point of you hit generate a bunch of times and you look at what you get. So figuring out what are the options to step a little closer to something more directly is great.
Oh, I'm glad.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you very much. And people will be able to hopefully follow up later on in the Joust arena or reach out. And we will, of course, be sharing the videos and the slides so that you can follow up. I know I want to go and grab basically all the URLs on that last slide and follow up on them. So just as a heads up, we are going to be continuing on from here, running just at this point, I think we're 6 minutes ahead of the normal schedule. Wouldn't be surprised if we kind of eat that up. And then we're going to try after Brian's talk. So we're going to go next up to Akir and then Brian. And then Robin has been able to come back. We're hoping that this internet holds out. And if it does, then after Brian's talk, we'll take attempt number 2 at Robin's talk. And hopefully it'll go better this time. Thanks everyone for being flexible, especially the speakers right now. They're all in the, the StreamYard room queued up. So it is excellent. Everyone's being very flexible. But next up is Eric here, who is a programmer, musician, and artist, and years ago was one of the maintainers of Angband, and also I believe was at Roguelike 2016. That's correct. You came to my talk, even though the developers of Rogue were speaking in the other room. So I've had fond memories ever since. So it's great to have you back.
Thank you.
Talking this time about UXN and permacomputing, which is very exciting.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah. So welcome to my lightning talk, UXN, permacomputing, and roguelikes. During this talk, I'll explain what UXN is, why I find it interesting as a platform for roguelikes, and how I think its lessons can help roguelike developers. First, just a bit about myself. I've been programming for a little over 20 years, both as a hobby and professionally. I help maintain Angband, as Alexei said, but at this point, I'm more of an emeritus Angband developer. I've worked on games using a variety of languages such as C, Lua, Python, JavaScript, Twine, Inform, and UXNTAL. However, I've never worked in the games industry or sold games professionally to make a living, so caveat emptor. About 3 years ago, I discovered the UXN ecosystem. Pretty quickly, I started targeting almost all my hobby programming, including my game development energy, toward UXN. I've implemented a regular expression engine, fixed point arithmetic, and many other programs and libraries. Basically, it captured my imagination. UXN was created by Devin Lulin Vega and the 100 Rabbits Collective. Their decision to become full-time nomads living aboard a sailboat introduced the constraints that motivated the design of UXN. As intriguing as that sounds, I'm going to avoid talking about them too much more in this talk because I only have 10 minutes. I could easily spend all of that time summarizing their projects and adventures. I definitely encourage you to look them up after this talk. UXN describes a small, mostly self-contained computing ecosystem consisting of UXNTAL assembly language, Varvara virtual machine specification, emulators for various platforms, and then ROMs implementing programs, games, etc. Sort of like a NES ROMs. To dig in slightly, the UXNTAL assembly language is an 8-bit stack-based instruction set with 64 kilobytes of addressable memory. The Varvara virtual machine specification documents how to do I/O, draw to the screen, play sounds, etc. There are UXN emulators for many platforms, such as SDL X11, the web, Linux Frame Buffer, x86 BIOS, Nintendo handhelds, and a whole bunch more. Really exciting. And just to give you a sense, so ROMs implementing programs and games are pretty small usually. Here are some example file sizes. So as you can see, 450 bytes for a Mandelbrot visualization, 517 for an animated Julia set visualization, 11K for a terminal emulator, 19K for a Klondike solitaire game, and so on. As I said above, the language and virtual machine are intentionally very limited. Here are some additional limitations I haven't mentioned yet. Built-in data types are just 8 and 16-bit integers. The VM is mostly single-threaded. File system access is sandboxed to the working directory only. No built-in networking support, and a 4-color display, but with configurable colors. These limitations do constrain the types of programs which are a good fit for UXN, but they can also be freeing. The original Rogue was limited to monochrome ASCII characters on an 80 by 24 character display, so UXN represents a significant upgrade over the original Roguelike. Here are some examples of what UXN programs can look like. So really quickly, here's that Mandelbrot set program I showed you. So this is 4 colors, but as you can see, they're kind of dithered here to create the illusion of more rainbow colors. Similarly, with the Julia set, we can sort of see it animating. I've got it running at a particular speed, sort of moving the control point around. Here's the terminal emulator. This is running locally on my machine, so you can kind of get a sense of it. Just to kind of prove that it's really handling all the ANSI control characters correctly, we can have it kind of update 10 times a second here to sort of jump around a little bit. And finally, here's the solitaire game. I'm not going to make you watch me play solitaire or anything, but I just wanted to kind of show you that it really exists. You can really move the cards around, and so on. Back to the talk. Okay. So now you hopefully have at least a vague sense of what UXN is. I use the term permacomputing in the talk title. Some of you may be wondering what that is or what it has to do with UXN or roguelikes. The name permacomputing comes from permaculture, a term coined in 1978 to describe sustainable alternatives to industrial agriculture. Like permaculture, there is not a simple definition of permacomputing. Despite this, I will give some directives that I think will give you all a sense of what permacomputing is. So first of all, let's design for older devices and keep older devices useful as long as possible. Let's build for cultural and ecological permanence, not have stuff that's kind of throwaway. Do more with less, and even better, do less with less. Conserve energy and materials when deploying new systems, and sort of minimize complexity. Hopefully, these will give a broad sense of permacomputing, focus on reducing the ecological footprint of software and hardware while kind of maximizing the relative usefulness to us. So let's just consider these in the context of what I've said about UXN. As I said, UXN runs on 20-year-old handheld devices and 30-year-old computers, so as well as modern devices, web browsers, etc. So it should be possible to use UXN on almost any system in use today. And as far as permanence, ROM should continue to work on any future platform as long as emulators can be written. The spec is simple enough. We've already seen dozens of implementations, so nothing is certain, but if people want to run UXN ROMs in the future and they have the spec, they probably can. Doing less. So as I mentioned, there's fewer colors, not very much memory, etc. So this kind of encourages us to consider whether we can achieve our goals or maybe a subset of our goals just using that. Conserving energy materials hopefully is pretty self-explanatory as far as making use of old computers. And finally, minimizing complexity. A simpler VM is easy to distribute, test, re-implement, etc. So hopefully you can see the influence of permacomputing on the design of UXN. But what about roguelikes? What do they have to do with permacomputing? Dennis Ritchie once said that Rogue was the biggest waste of CPU cycles in history. My sense is that Ritchie would probably have considered any video game a waste of CPU cycles, but it's still worth interrogating this. Was Rogue wasteful? I'd argue the Rogue fit our permacomputing directives fairly well. It targeted systems that already existed. New gaming hardware did not need to be created to play Rogue. Permanence, 40 years later, we're still playing and talking about Rogue and its descendants. Do less. Rogue may do without graphics, sound, or any kind of animation. It used procedural generation to minimize assets and increase replayability. It could be played over a phone line in the early 80s. Conserve energy materials as above. It was just one or a handful of people working on it to do all this. It really didn't take a lot of work. And minimizing complexity. Rogue was simple enough that it was updated, ported, copied, and remixed into an entire genre. Rogue has been so influential precisely because of its simplicity. I'm not claiming this is the only way to look at video games from a permacomputing angle, just that I think it's an interesting one for us to consider at Roguelike Celebration. So if you don't violently disagree with me about UXN permacomputing or roguelikes, I guess my first thesis would be UXN is a good fit for roguelikes because it's aligned with many of the things that made Rogue and roguelikes interesting and successful. It also happens to be a good fit for the state of software development and the world in 2024. At this point in the talk, I've been hoping to show off my own roguelike demo and walk you through how it worked. Unfortunately, life got in the way and I don't have much to show yet. Instead, I'll just take a minute to walk through how Varvara works. If you're old enough to have programmed for the Apple II, Commodore 64, or similar 8-bit systems, some of this might be familiar. So the virtual machine consists of a program counter, just a 16-bit value. It's the address of the next instruction to decode and run. Two stacks for passing and working with values. 64 kilobytes of main memory. That's pretty much where you put everything, your program and all your data. And then device ports for reading and writing, interacting with the actual emulator, like drawing, playing sounds. And that's really it. That's all you have to care about. There's nothing else. So if you want to know what a UXN program does, just focus on these things. When Varvara starts up, it reads the ROM into main memory, starting at address 256. It sets the program counter to that address and runs until it receives a break instruction. This phase is often called reset, since it will happen every time the VM starts up or resets. Once the reset vector finishes, the VM will run other code in response to other events. So for example, the console vector runs when text is on standard input, screen vector runs up to 60 times a second, audio runs when a sound finishes playing, and the mouse and controller run on their respective inputs as well. So that's it. Again, each vector is just a sequence of assembly instructions that eventually ends in a break. So you might wonder why I became so invested in UXN when there are other interesting fantasy consoles out there, such as Pico 8, TIC-80, Pixel, and many, many more. In fact, some of these are even more constrained than Varvara is in certain ways. So Pico 8's 128 by 128 pixel display is smaller than Varvara often uses. I don't want to criticize other fantasy consoles. In fact, I think they're all pretty interesting. Which fantasy console you might use comes down to the constraints you find interesting or valuable and what other goals you have. In my case, I value UXN's radical simplicity. So UXNTAL, the language you tend to work with, is much simpler than Lua, JavaScript, or Python. So I'm not only confident that I know how to use the language, but also how to implement it myself. I can't really say the same thing about JavaScript or Python without a lot of work. Similarly, while there are independent implementations of many popular fantasy console emulators, the effort there seems much larger than Varvara and sometimes involves reverse engineering. I love creating games that people can play in a web browser, on computers, or on handheld devices they've already got. So for example, here's my talk running on my 3DS. So you can see going through the slides here. Maybe if I had more courage, I would have actually done the talk this way, but I'm not quite that courageous. But it's possible that I'll eventually find some of our virus constraints limiting. In that case, I'm confident I'll be able to create a new VM, port my ROMs over, and continue. In fact, Devin has explicitly said they hope that UXN inspires more people to create their own convivial computing systems. Regardless, the goal of my talk isn't to convince you, the Roguelike Celebration attendee, to drop everything and start using UXN only. Instead, my goal is to help encourage you, or help you consider whether a smaller, simpler, and cozier computing environment would be adequate or even beneficial for your game development practice and for the world. Thank you. So here's some more information and links. I don't think I'll have time for questions, but I'm happy to talk with you afterwards.
Excellent. Thank you. I think that's a great call to action, especially for a roguelike crowd that is already, pretty excited and comfortable working these kind of constraints. It was making me think, I recently bought a bunch of Zachtronics games, and partly because some of them were like, hey, it's like you're programming assembly. And I'm
Totally.
like, yeah, I miss programming in assembly. When there were like 10 things that I could do, and that was the entire space of things I could do. And it's like, there is a longing for the simplicity of that type of puzzling. And it's interesting to me that like, that's compelling enough to be a game that people want to have artificial constraints that make them program things in a very limited feature set. And, you could be doing it.
Yeah, I love those, and I love those games. Maybe I'm just drawn to this stuff,
Yeah. Well, and I think, enough people are that is a beloved little niche of games. So, I think that's great, and I love that you have it running on a 3DS. That's beautiful. Maybe we should get someone to help us run the mud so that we can you could join Roguelike Celebration.
I would love to help you do that. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, fantastic. Yes, hopefully people will be able to follow up with you afterwards in Whip Show. So thank you very much. Great to have you back. All right. Exciting. Okay, next up, we have another returning Roguelike Celebration speaker from more recently than 2016, but we have Brian Cronin, an engineer and designer who just can't stop making roguelikes. He spoke at Roguelike Celebration 2021 about Monster Train, a deck building roguelike, which I'm quite fond of, and has been, after starting on pre-smartphone game development, has been working in games professionally for 20 years, works full-time in the educational game space, and works in roguelikes in his free time. He's passionate about gameplay architecture, game design, board games, comedy, and Twin Peaks. And you're here to talk about architecture, one of my favorite topics.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that intro. I wish I could talk for half an hour just about Twin Peaks, but maybe not the right conference. I'm here to talk about gameplay architecture, and specifically I'm going to talk about a technique called black box sim. I'll get into it, but this is my beautiful artwork of what the black box sim is. Let's dive in. I'm getting over sick, getting over being sick, so I might cough a little bit. I apologize. Hello, my name is Brian Cronin. I'm a game engineer. I've been working for about 20 years in the game industry. These are some of the games I've worked on. Roguelike wise, I did Monster Train in 2020. Inkbound I contributed to for about the first year or so. It's kind of a multiplayer cooperative roguelike, pretty interesting. And that one came out in April this year. And then I'm also working on, in full time, I work on this game called Dojo Islands, kind of in the educational space. And I'm working on my own roguelike game called Slumber Realm right now, which you won't find much of on the internet yet because I'm not good at marketing. First, I just want to talk about what is gameplay architecture, just to explain what I'm talking about specifically. So it's a series of patterns we use to construct gameplay. It's kind of vague, but it's not game engine architecture. So I'm not talking about how we organize vertices to render them or collision detection. Those are all useful primitives that you need in order to construct gameplay, but I'm talking about gameplay itself. But the constraints of a game engine can definitely influence gameplay architecture. So all of these games here follow different types of architecture to support the wide array of gameplay that is available. How you structure a first-person shooter like Doom is very different from a real-time strategy game or a turn-based roguelike. But before digging into the theoretical architecture talk, it's always important to remember what's most important, and that's, of course, delivering value to stockholders. maybe not the right sentiment for this group. So let's say making a fun game for players. And building your game on solid architecture will massively help you achieve that goal. So if we build our game with great architecture, what does that get us? What's the benefit? Determinism. This a whole host of things can depend on your game being deterministic. That just means the same inputs will result in the same outputs. So if you have really great solid architecture, you can achieve determinism, which is really great. Save load and networking. I'll go into these. I don't have a half an hour, so I can't go super in depth on these topics, but I'll explain how what I'm proposing here benefits you and makes it much easier to implement save load and networking. I would never say that it's easy to implement these, but much easier. Backwards, okay. Replays. So whether you were talking about player-facing replays where a player can rewatch what they did, or even developer-facing replays. We did this on Inkbound, where we had a system that a player could send us a replay file. It was even automatically sent to us in many cases. And we could replay their gameplay and reproduce bugs. An undo-redo system and a preview system, kind of related. You might have a game where a roguelike where the player can undo their entire turn, or maybe they have an ability to undo a certain action. Or a preview system. A lot of roguelikes are doing this now, where you're going to play a card in a deck-building roguelike, and the player wants to know what is going to be the outcome of playing this card. We did this in Monster Train. And it was very difficult to implement because we didn't have really solid architecture for that game, which I spoke about previously in 2021. So much easier to implement these types of gameplay systems on top of solid architecture. Much easier to test your game if you have great architecture at the foundation. So whether that's through automated testing or even enhancing manual testing, there's a lot of things you could take advantage of. And all of this leads to fewer bugs and easier reproduction of bugs. I could speak about this subjectively with my own experience of working on this style of architecture that I'm proposing, and before and after, much easier to reproduce bugs and much easier to fix them. But it's worth pointing out that there are times when you don't need to go nuts with gameplay architecture. If you're doing throwaway prototypes, game jams, if you're doing some learning project, you're just trying to learn some new programming technique or game genre or whatever. But all of these have something in common. Oh, by the way, shout out Pig Squad here. This is a picture of the Pig Squad in Portland. Great group. These all have something in common. These are all a small amount of time. You're talking about a few days that you're working on a project. Then I don't think it's super important to spend a lot of time thinking about architecture. But if this is more the schedule you're looking at, which even for some smallish roguelike games, you might be looking at a schedule like this. I could speak about this, personally. It really benefits you to consider your gameplay architecture. So in 2021, I spoke about Monster Train, currently wearing the shirt that Marlo designed for that one. And in that talk, I presented this very vague concept of a model view controller that might mean something to some people here, but just his proposal of how we can separate our game logic from presentation, UI, etc. Let me do a cough. Okay. So I wanted to go more in depth on this with this talk, with more specific implementation details. And since then, this technique has been used several times pretty successfully. So Inkbound was built with this architecture. As I said earlier, it's kind of like a multiplayer cooperative roguelike, tactical. I worked on this game called Everseed, which is a tower defense game that used this technique. And my new project Slumber Realm uses this technique. I've also spoke to a few other developers who are implementing, I wouldn't say the exact architecture I present here, but pretty similar. Wonderbelly, who previously did Round Guard, their new game is using this kind of architecture, and a couple of other developers are also using it. So let's talk about the principles. There's 4 principles kind of guide this architecture. The first is to avoid re-entrant code in most cases. Now I'll describe what that means. So let's imagine we have a card game. Slay Aspire, Monster Train style game. Now, at the bottom here, you see there's an upgrade that says, when taking damage, discard the top card of the deck and apply 10 damage if it costs 0. This is just the type of effect you'd imagine seeing in a card game like this. So let's say I play a card. So this card manager plays a card. It tells the damage manager to do, damage, whatever. The player takes damage. That tells the upgrade manager that damage was applied, and this upgrade manager applies this effect. So we discard the top card, and then we conditionally apply the damage. What you'll notice about this, if you just focus on the arrows, they're kind of just calling all over the place. It's very like spaghetti-like in nature, just to use a random metaphor. So there's no concept of ownership. Everything like that, we started here at the card manager playing the card, and the upgrade manager is eventually calling back into the card manager to discard that card. So these arrows kind of go everywhere. The code is able to re-enter, so there's no concept of ownership. Avoid global state and singletons almost always. I'm very strict about this in my own code. A lot of other developers I work with aren't. But I found that this also leads to architecture that's very hard to maintain, and it's hard to take advantage or to get some of those benefits I said at the start. So just to make it more concrete, here we have a real-time strategy game. We have a barracks class here, and in this update function, after a certain amount of time of training, we tell the unit manager to add a new unit. And we don't really know what's happened here. That could call back into the barracks. It could call anywhere else. We have no control or knowledge of what's happening after that point. And I have noticed in practice this leads to code that is very difficult to maintain, and it becomes hard to get some of those benefits like replays, networking, etc. And this is probably the most important principle: strict separation of data from state, from logic, and from presentation. So let's go to this kind of diagram. So data, pretty obvious. It doesn't change. It's usually loaded from a hard drive, could come from the network, piece of data. State, so it changes often. It's stored in RAM. Let's go back to the real-time strategy example. We have a tank that's defined in data. We have our light tank, whatever. It has 10 hit points. When we load that in state, now we might have 10 instances of that tank moving around the map, and they might have different HP values. One might have 7 or 4 or whatever. Logic operates on the state. So this is player and system driven. That means the player might press a button. The system might decide that every 10 seconds, all tanks take 10 damage, whatever. And then presentation. So that is driven by, in some cases, the state or logic directly. And it's a UI that shows the player what's happening. So it's animation, 3D, 2D, whatever, VFX, sound. All of that is just informing the player, telling the player what happened. So we want to keep each of these boxes as separate as we can, and the interfaces between them very strict and clear. Finally, top-down control. It's kind of related to the re-entrant code. So in this example, we have a button on the screen to damage a unit. So you might have an input system that detects when the player clicks the mouse in a region, and the UI system determines that a button was pressed, and that informs our black box sim that the player wants to apply damage to a unit. You'll notice that this all kind of flows top down, and there's never a case where we're going to call back up. So the black box sim will never need to communicate with the UI system or the input system. It all flows in one direction. So the source of these principles is just 16 years of putting together kind of shoddy gameplay architecture and learning from that. And these are the principles I focus on. So a couple implementation notes. I'm using C# and Unity. That's what I do my own game development in. But this is more of a concept that you could apply to any language or engine, so don't get too hung up on that. And the examples here are for a turn-based game, but it works similarly if you have a frame-based game. I mean, like a game where you have an update loop. You could adapt these techniques for that style of game as well. I've done that in the past. So, okay, so here we have our black box sim. Let's get into it. When I talk about the black box sim, I'm talking about this region of our chart. So I'm talking about the state and the logic. You can think of the black box sim as an API. So we give the black box sim our inputs that are generated from the player. We don't know what happens inside of that black box, and we don't really care. And it gives us outputs that then we drive our presentation with. So that's kind of the mental model to think of. And there's very strict inputs and outputs to our black box sim. So it expects a very specific kind of format to give our inputs, like a well-structured API might. And it gives us outputs in a very predefined, structured way. So we're not poking at it from every which way. Oh, I should mention at this point, Inkbound was developed in this way. And one of the cool things we were able to do with it is the game server ran that black box sim without Unity at all. So the game was written in Unity, but we were able to isolate our black box sim to be just a pure C# executable. So we were able to run that black box sim within the Unity runtime, or just in a, think of like a terminal window, a C# program. And as a result, it was able to run really efficiently on Amazon EC2 instances. Another just, curious thing you could do with your black box sim, you could write in any language you want. You might be working on a Unity game or Godot game or whatever, but you could write your black box sim in C++, Ruby. If you want to go nuts and create a Visual Basic black box sim, you could do that. And you could, because it's its isolated own thing. In most cases, you'd probably want to do it in the same language, but just pointing out you can't. All right, so this is the overview of what I'm going to talk about in terms of the implementation. Unfortunately, I did have to scope the talk down for budgetary and time reasons. I didn't have time to talk in depth on replays and previews, but I will hint and give you an idea of how you might implement these features. Okay, so let's talk about world state. So I'm using my own terminology with this idea of the world, but world state, I'm talking about this orange box here. So it's a single structure containing all state or variables for your entire game simulation. So let's look at an example. This is the simplest example I could think of. So here we have the player HP and the enemy HP. That is your world state. Anything that is a part of your world state, like your literal game simulation, would go into this single structure. Now, there's all sorts of ways you could organize this. But okay, I'll get into that. But first, I want to just point out this is a demonstration of Principle 3. So we have our state is completely separate of the operations that you use to modify it. And data and presentation. And this is also highly serializable. That's a very important point that leads to a lot of other benefits. Let's just keep that in mind. Here is an example of what my world state looks like in my current game. Let's not go, don't focus on this too much. I just want to give a demonstration of how I choose to organize it. I choose to organize it on like just different game features. So I have, you'll notice I have RNG is stored in the world state. So that helps with determinism. I have all my units and their stats and equipment that those units have. So I kind of have an ECS-like approach to storing my game state. You could do it however you want. I'll just give a little more example here. So here, this is my state, my stats. So HP, defense, etc. These are, it's stored on a per unit basis. I have some code in this world state DB that handles that. But just to give you an idea, it ultimately, I'm storing a bunch of integers for the most part. I don't do floating point myself, but you can. I'm storing just a bunch of integers kind of keyed by an entity. That's what my world state is. It's all very simple, and I have very simple accessors and setters. I also have this like read-only interface that I do. But anyway, that's all kind of optional stuff you can layer on top. Okay, the second bit of this is the logic center here, what I call world command. So this is your operations on the state. So it's a self-contained bit of behavior with optional parameters, and they're initiated from player actions like clicking a button, moving a joystick, etc. Here's an example where we have a button on the screen that lets the player heal one of their units maybe once per turn. So we have world command heal. You could target a team. Maybe you can target 2 different teams, whatever, and an amount to heal by. And we have this resolve function. So it's passed in the world state. So it's showing that we're not using global state. So you could pass in any world state here. This command doesn't care what world state it's operating on. It just needs world state. Here's the target team, and we increase the HP. So this is showing principle 1, avoiding re-entrant code. So we never call, like if we have 2 world commands that heal, we would create a third kind of shared static utility function to do the healing. And both those world commands would call that shared utility. The world commands never call into each other. You're never going to create a world command inside of another world command. So it all flows from world command sort of down, top-down control. And it's also worth pointing out, we can pass in parts of the world state to a static helper function. So if we go back to this, it could be we have a static helper function that just needs to know about equipment. So we could pass in just this equipment DB instead of this whole world state. I use the term DB. It helps. It's just my concept of, these aren't like MySQL databases. They're just, classes. But anyway. Yep. And yeah, I kind of mentioned this, but we are avoiding global state and singletons. So we pass the entire world state into resolve, and that resolve function can modify any part of that it wants. And we can also serialize this. So the world command itself can be serialized. We took advantage of this for Inkbound to be able, that's how our networking worked in that game. We would serialize these world commands over the network, and we'd reconstruct the world state on the server and all the other clients based off these world commands. And for a preview system, you could imagine copying the entire world state and then applying a command on that copied version. So you wouldn't be modifying the true kind of canonical world state, you'd be modifying a copy to do some kind of preview for the player. Okay, let's talk about the presentation side. So here we have the concept of a world state change. So this is our output from that black box kind of diagram. So a world state change is a notification from a world command that state has changed. And it's used for UI purposes, VFX, animation, sound effects, whatever else. It drives all of that output of your game. And it's also worth pointing out that I only use this to emit information from the black box. So I don't use them internally. I kind of accumulate them in a list, and they kind of go out of the black box sim. I never read from them inside the black box sim. I mean, that's not against the law. You could do that, but it's just, I like to keep things very simple and separate. Okay, so here's a very simple example of a world state change. Here we are saying a unit was healed. It could have come from our world command heal. It could have come from something else in the game. Could have effect. You could have an effect that like whenever the player takes damage, they heal 1. You know, it could come from something like that. So we have all the information that we need to know about as a response to that healing. There's one important thing I want to point out here. It's kind of hard and nuanced to explain, but any change in the world state you want to be fully encapsulated in these world state changes. Later on, I'll show how we're going to sequence these in animation. And because your world commands operate instantly, any change that occurs that you might need to know about in animation later on needs to be encapsulated in this world state change. I'll try and explain that better in a bit. But, so let's integrate this into our code. So we have our world command heal, we have our resolve function, and we've added in this list of world state changes. This is kind of our output from our black box sim. So after doing our work, we've captured some more values here. We have our new HP value, for example, previous HP. We're capturing all these values as we go. And we're putting these into the world state change, and we're adding them to the list. And that's all we're doing. So again, this goes back to principle 3, strict separation. Here we have our presentation is separate from our logic and our state. And also it's worth pointing out the presentation can only know about the world from these world state changes. I have a little asterisk because I have read from the world state directly. In some cases I do that. In my current game I don't, but it can be done. So demo time. Let's see if the YouTube video works. So here I'm going to run my simulation. Okay, so I think we forgot something. What happened? Well, we had our inputs, we gave them to Blackbox Sim, we generated our outputs, but then we didn't do anything with the outputs. So let's talk about how we're going to actually use our outputs. So we're going to iterate over those world state changes, and we're going to display the results to the player somehow. That wasn't really a good demo, but you know, it was sort of a joke, but also segue into this next part. So here's how we might display the world state changes. I'm kind of weird. I'm a fan of just sort of big, dumb switch case statements. So microcode has like a huge list of these cases, but you could organize this in different ways. But anyway, here we see we have our world state change unit healed. We have a couple of UI elements here. We have a health bar for the player and the enemy, and we have this concept of combat numbers. A lot of games, you know, if a unit takes damage, we show maybe a red number pop up above their head, or if they heal, it's a green number. So imagine this is like a UI element. So as we're parsing these world state changes, we just iterate over them in order. And here, if it's the player, we set the player health bar, we update that, and in the combat numbers, we show a healing number at that health bar position with the amount healed. So they see that they gained 3 hit points. That is the core concept of how you then use these world state changes to update the UI. But there's a detail that's actually pretty important, and that's animation. So all of this stuff right here happens immediately. When you call that world command play card and the world state changes that are generated, that all happens, you could think of that instantly. It's as fast as a computer can process. There's no concept of time or animation in the black box. It is just a computing machine. But this stuff down here, we need to make it animate over time. The player needs to be able to comprehend what's happening in the game, and animation, it turns out, is pretty important for that. So the way we could look at this is world command play card has generated, in this example, 3 world state changes. It told us that a card was played, a unit was moved, and a unit was attacked. So maybe this is a tactical card game. I always kind of go back to card games. I don't know. So that's the outcome of playing this card. And depending what card you play in the state of the world, you will get a whole different set of world state changes. So it's sort of unpredictable what's going to happen. And down here, we're going to sequence these. So card played, we're going to sequence an animation, which is, that card kind of going to the center of the screen and fizzling away. The unit moved, the character's going to move across the screen. Then we have this unit attack. So we're going to show the attacker swinging a sword, and we're going to show the attacked unit taking damage and reacting to the hit. These are kind of sequenced one after another. In practice, you'd maybe you allow the unit move animation to start while the card played animation is ending. You could sequence these in different ways. So this is kind of the way I've implemented it. My implementation on the animation side, I don't feel 100% great about. I feel like it can be improved. So I think there's work to be done there on the animation side. But that's the concept. So this is showing top-down control. You can see how it literally moves top-down. At least the way I've visualized it here. But yeah, world commands generate these world state changes, which sequence the animation. And it's all unidirectional. By the time the animations are playing, the world command and the world state changes, they're long gone. They don't exist anymore. So these animations are self-sufficient. So let's return to, if we have really great gameplay architecture, what does it get us? Determinism. So the gameplay logic is much more predictable. We've encapsulated things like RNG into that kind of world state. And so it's much easier. Things like animation and player input are often the types of things that can break determinism in your game. So we've completely separated these things. We don't care about what the player's doing with the mouse or how long exactly an animation takes. That's all output of our black box sim. Save load. So world state is centralized and highly serializable. So if you want to implement save, you can serialize that entire world state structure to JSON file, binary, whatever you want to do, and you can load it back up in a similar way. There's still a lot of details with save and load, but it is much easier when all your game state is centralized rather than being split up between all these different UI-related classes, presentation classes, and gameplay classes. Networking. So the world state and world commands are highly serializable. So I talked about with Inkbound how we would serialize both when you first connect, we'd send the whole world state. It's kind of support late join. And then we would just synchronize world commands back and forth. It was super low bandwidth and efficient. And you could also do it the other way. You could reconstruct. Oh no, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. Yeah, here's something. So with replays, it comes back to serializing again. You can serialize the world commands and the initial world state to regenerate the replay, or you could do it the opposite way. You could just store the world state changes and serialize those and drive your visuals with that. So you don't even have a real backing black box sim. You just have the outputs of the black box sim driving. I don't know if there's a reason to do it one way or the other. I've done it the way where you save the world commands that then generate the world, but you could do it either way. And an undo redo system. I've implemented this type of thing before where at the start of the turn, you save off the world state, like start a turn world state. And then if they press the undo button, you can copy over your canonical world state with that original version. There is some effort here to synchronize the game UI to that world state. So it's not free, but much easier. And a preview system, similar. Let's say I'm dragging a card to go play it. I copy the world state. I run the play card world command, and I read the world state changes. And instead of applying them like I do normally, I parse out the ones I care about. So a unit took damage. I could accumulate how much damage that unit took, reading through all those world state changes. And I could use that. I have a special UI layer that shows damage previews, and I could use that number to show those previews. And it will be entirely accurate considering all game effects. You might have some passive relic style effects or whatever. it'll take all that into account because it's just running your normal game code. And testability, if you want to do some automated testing, you can create custom world states for tests and run world commands, verify world state changes are emitted in the way you expect. There's all sorts of stuff you could do on the testability side. And you get fewer bugs because the gameplay logic is much more predictable, and the separation helps a lot too. You know, the bug I have here is a game logic related bug. It's in my black box sim. I could fix that without having to worry about an animation as a separate bug to the one on. So that separation helps a lot. And then it's much easier to reproduce bugs if you implement a replay system. You can have players send you replays. You could automate it even, so you get the replays. It could tell you exactly which git commit to go to generate, and then it's just a matter of running the black box sim until you generate the same error. You could much easier to reproduce bugs. So that's it. That's the concept of what planning out, having really well planned out gameplay architecture, and I wasn't able to go into depth on all these things, but I think you could understand how you would benefit from this architecture for all these reasons. So that's my talk. This is my email address, and I'm on social media. I don't check as much, but I love to talk about gameplay architecture. I kind of nerd out about this stuff. So if you have any questions or comments of any kind, please feel free to reach out. I've chatted to a few people over the years from my original Roguelike talk on Monster Train, and so I'm happy to talk to people. That's all I have. I don't know if there's time for questions. I kind of took all the time.
Excellent. It's fantastic. No, thank you. And I mean, certainly personally, I love the coming back of hey, I talked about something a few years ago. It's now been referenced in a bunch of projects, and I know how it went for them. Let me talk about what I learned as I continue to apply that in the real world. I always think that that's great. It's like you've got that extra tested in real world circumstances seal of approval.
Yeah, and with a few years now behind us, so.
Yeah. No, I think it's fantastic, and such a big part of games. It's one of these things I wish people had told me, because my title has ended up becoming technical systems designer, which is a lot of just doing this.
I see.
When you work on big enough teams, I gotta have a name for it. So we might have time for one quick question if anyone has one to throw out. But if not, then we're gonna give Robin another chance. But
yeah, I'm not looking at the questions right now, so I trust you.
Yeah, I've got it open. If anyone wants to throw one out there, but yeah, I know serialization was coming up a lot in terms of lightweight ways to serialize and use information, which was favorite topic, but probably it would be best if we do follow up in the breakout rooms so that we can try and give Robin another chance at the internet. But thank you very much, Brian, for coming back and sharing with us. And if people are able to follow up with you, that will be in the Fountain breakout room, or you kindly provided your email. So
great.
Excellent.
Well, thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I'm not going to redo the introduction. As a reminder, so we're going to... Hey, Robin. All right. Fingers crossed that this time your internet works better. I think probably you could just start from the beginning, and I think that we lost you after the first few slides. But yeah, go for it, and here's hoping your internet behaves.
All right, yeah. Yeah, so this is the use of knowledge in the labyrinth, the price mechanism as a storytelling device. So, imagine you come out of the dungeon. There's the merchant parked just outside. You see on their signboard that Tarsieri amulets are now fetching double the usual asking price. So what could this mean? Is it growing superstition among the locals? Was the princess spotted wearing one? Is the government subsidizing, hunting tarsiers? There's an infestation, and they're, subsidizing collecting their eyeballs. Or maybe when you were lost in the jungle, hacking your way through, you deforested it, put them on the endangered species list. Or maybe there actually is some evil, nasty thing out there, and it's not just superstition. Maybe you should get some insurance. So I'm going to talk about price signaling. So the name of this talk is a play on a famous economics paper published in 1945 called The Use of Knowledge in Society. So it's sort of talking about the function of prices and how prices, Hayek calls these quantitative indices that are able to compress and transmit complex information and have it move across large networks efficiently. So the way that this functions, you could almost think of as cybernetic in that local, low context adjustments evolve equilibria. And Hayek liked it. He was an Austrian school economist, kind of libertarian. He thought that individuals would be incentivized to leverage their specific knowledges. So there's a lot of inferences you can draw from motions of prices in a market. You could think of prices as a kind of Ansible or faster than light telecommunications device. And you could also think of them maybe as a kind of cryptographic hash where any change in the underlying data, the conditions and facts of the world results in a significant change in kind of the cipher, which would be the numbers that are the prices. And prices kind of spare the details. You're not sure if a change in a price was due to a change in supply, a change in demand, but it still gives you enough information to maybe act on. So some of the information that prices can encode, which is a lot, it's like resource distribution. In a roguelike, maybe the scarcity of different resources, changes from game to game. So you could infer something about that. The beliefs of different communities. Maybe somebody marking up or discounting a price for you based on your class or race. The political situation, which industries are subsidized. Maybe collusion. People who have cornered a market on a commodity or an industry. And of course, the repercussions of the player's own actions. So you could also use prices as a kind of quest hook, a sort of tacit quest hook, where instead of somebody coming up to you at the tavern and telling you about something they want you to take care of, some trolls, holed up in a cave or whatever, you can make inferences from price motions to try and see what's going on in the world and intercede. So you could think of the adventurer in this more kind of old-fashioned way as like an amoral opportunist, who travels around and gets involved in affairs they maybe shouldn't. It gives the player a kind of window to act before all the facts are established. So there's this kind of natural risk reward if their hunches, prove fruitful or not. Player could buy or sell tips. Prices could indicate secrets or the activities of different NPCs or factions. And it can also feed into the traditional roguelike item identification minigame, where you could maybe verify the provenance of an item, so-and-so's, legendary scabbard, whatever, or maybe an item is cursed, somebody's trying to get rid of it for cheap. So I want to talk about Pathologic. Pathologic is an RPG that takes place in one town, and the player is a healer who comes to the town right before a plague breaks out. And after the first day, news of the plague has spread, prices skyrocket, people are panicking and scalping things, and you might actually tell that the news of the plague has spread around just because of these now ridiculously high prices without anybody actually saying so directly to you. And so these now really almost unaffordable items kind of funnel the player into Pathologic's bartering minigame, where they have to make trades with these different sectors of society, women, men, children, who all have and want different things. And it kind of works in this almost intransitive loop. The player has a reputation per district that can vary, and having a higher reputation in a district can lead to discounts. So this all kind of affects how the player plans their route through the town on a given day, their itinerary, when they have these other errands to run, people to meet, might want to, stop off at the playground to trade a sewing needle to a kid for some medicine. So there are multiplayer games that, some of which are these kind of free market simulators like Off-World Trading Company and Mule, that kind of tell their stories through the movements and prices in a free market where these commodities are being traded. And there's the 18XX series of train games and their descendants, like the PAX series and Splatters games like Indonesia or Food Chain Magnate. So these games have stock markets. They have all these financial options, ways to screw over other players. And since whoever has the most money at the end wins, there's the question of, do you reinvest or pocket your profits? There's also some kind of single-player, multiplayer games that have come out more recently, like the so-called looter shooters or extraction games. Cruel World, you could think of like these terminals that allow you to do things like save your game, and they get harder to use as more players play. So it's this kind of congestion, almost like an anti-infrastructure or inflation. At Root, there's the Vagabond, who's kind of profiting from these other warring factions doing this kind of item trading game. So 868 Hack, Michael Bros Roguelike 868 Hack has two currencies, credits and energy. And so when you use a program, like a spell in the game, you're spending credits and or energy. And so that makes the costs complex, just a lot fuzzier, a lot harder to kind of min-max and optimize. It becomes a sort of multi-objective optimization problem. Going for a high score like you do in that game, just a note about, thinking about score as maybe, the points as representing the intrinsic value as opposed to instrumental value. Another hacking themed game, Netrunner, has this card Magnum Opus, where it says essentially that you can spend one click or one action resource for a credit. So that kind of establishes this fact that one click is worth, on average, about 2 credits. I don't know if I said that right before. 1 click, 2 credits. So that kind of acts as this valuation heuristic that you can use for the rest of the game, like the relative value of chess pieces. So it might be good to think about having these kinds of things that sort of establish these frames of reference for cost-benefit analysis. So some caveats. Prices can be very volatile. They can be chaotic. They can definitely disturb game balance. You might want to just set prices for items by fiat, as the designer, not have them be too organically, variable, especially if the player can find exploits. The player, might be hard to get them to think in terms of quotients and rates, when looking at these like absolute numbers that are the prices. So you might need some other tools or aids to help them think like that. There are, some counterexamples of games like Go, where, it's just this sort of primordial territorial auction where players are competing over space, and it's just about positioning and shape, and there's no money to help do things more efficiently. So it might be more intuitive sometimes to think, kind of spatially and in terms of situations and puzzles than in terms of these sort of fluctuating parameters. So you might not want the player to get out the abacus and do this kind of objective function calculus. You might want to focus on this more kind of concrete combinatorial situations. So games are able to communicate really interesting things through dynamical systems, but they have the benefit of kind of wrapping these economic concepts and discussions in these kind of like puzzle situations, these sort of first-person stories that the player can insert themselves into, and introducing things like fluctuating prices in a market could possibly lead away from that kind of presence, in a situation. Prices can be very powerful tools for tacitly doing storytelling, communicating things about the goings-on in the world, but their kind of algebraic abstraction can actually make it kind of problematic to compare apples to oranges. You can also think of prices as a kind of shortcut that collapses space-time, and there are other things that can function like that. It could be markets, but it could be cyberspace, like in Netrunner, sort of what lets a lone individual hacker interact with a giant mega corporation, or it could be magic, which a lot of the times it is, that kind of does that collapsing of space-time. And so you might want to think about whether it would be redundant to have prices in a market on top of a magic system, or what maybe there's other things too that could function in this way. So worth thinking about. Here's some other just kind of miscellaneous notions if you're thinking about markets, prices, economics, some different kind of shops you could have, and some other games to look at, digital and tabletop. Definitely recommend checking out a lot of tabletop games out there. They are, really good resource for exploring economic ideas in game form. And that's my talk. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm so glad we did it. You were perfect that time. No hitches. I'm super glad that we made that work because that was really interesting and really cool because like people were talking about, price as a hint is part of old roguelikes because of the identification of like this is 30 gold, therefore it's potentially a scroll of identify, but that is not telling you about the world as much as it's an extra little puzzle solving technique. So I think taking that a step further is interesting. It reminds me of something that came up in the preview talk and yesterday as well about how some games have started to narrativize elements of the mechanics that have been around for purely mechanical reasons but not commented on so much, like the repetitive death. And so interesting to be able to comment on basically like balancing issues or like balancing techniques potentially within the narrative of your game.
Yeah. I do think it could be interesting to look at, what if you just had prices to communicate some of these things? Don't have to like maybe put on top all these other kinds of systems that aren't as natural to like how normal like roguelikes are normally, kind of programmed or architected. But yeah, and I think it also maybe sort of indicates a more kind of social like world, more agents who are interacting and kind of having inputs into a like a shared kind of infrastructural thing.
Right. Step one of thinking about the pricing of a dungeon would be thinking about why there is a shopkeeper on level 6 of the death dungeon, which is a string that if you start to unravel it, like you better commit to a bunch of world building.
Yeah, it could definitely get like, where does it stop? Like, maybe could make the players a little more paranoid than.
Yeah, which someone mentioned Delicious in Dungeon, which I think is playing with some of these ideas of thinking about what that means and like the supply chain problems. Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you so much, Robin. I'm so glad. Thanks for being very patient, waiting through all the other talks to be able to give this a second try. But yeah, really glad that we got that talk, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for letting me go again. Glad it worked out.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, we're going to go into the break. We're going to do breakout. We're actually, I think, 6 minutes over schedule, which is not too bad at all, considering the kinds of things that we had to adjust to. So we will still come back at 3:15 Pacific, if I am doing math stuff correctly. I think that's right. Check the schedule to confirm. But in this break, if you want to talk about price mechanisms of storytelling, that will be the Goblin Singers room for Robin. If you want to talk about visualizing the output diversity of your generators, Oliver's talk, that is in the Joust Arena. For UXN, permacomputing, and roguelikes, that is Whip Show. And for Brian Cronin's talk on architecture and black box sims, that will be in the Fountain. And so I'm going to let people get to that. We'll be back in a bit, and Rourke, one of our other volunteers, will be taking over to give me an MCing break. And so that'll be exciting. And we're going to come back with Orb Simulator, which, if you didn't know we were doing live Orb Simulator, good news. You can take part in live pondering of an orb. It's going to be very exciting. I haven't actually seen it yet, but I'm enthusiastic about it. So I will join you all in chat for that. Have a good break, and we will be back in an amount of time, slightly less than 30 minutes, 15 plus 7, whatever that is. See you then.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rourke, and I am your MC for this block to give Alexi a much-needed break. I hope you're all having a wonderful roguelike celebration so far. I know I enjoyed the Dungeon Meshi talk, last talk. I've got a tapestry on my wall behind me there, so that was a lot of fun. This talk is going to be a real treat, but before that, we have some just quick announcements and reminders. Please feel free to explore the space. This is toward the end of our second day of talk, so make sure you don't miss anything and try to find the fun secrets. Swag is on sale. Check out the night market to access the swag table and the Steam sale. And we will be sending out a feedback survey after the con. So please remember to fill that out. That's super helpful to us. Now, without further ado, let me introduce Isaac Io Shankler. Isaac is a composer and audio designer whose work bridges the worlds of concert music and interactive media. They have written music for several acclaimed independent video games, including Lady Killer in a Bind, Analog, A Hate Story, Red Shirt, Depression Quest, and the upcoming polyrhythm game, The One Body Problem. Shankler's recent album, Because Patterns, released on Aerocade Music, has been lauded as beautiful, algorithmic, organic, dystopian. Those are some of my favorite adjectives. I don't know about you. And Shankler is also an artistic director of concert series People Inside Electronics and an associate professor of music at Cal Poly Pomona. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for that great introduction. I just want to ask everyone if they can see and hear me and also see and hear the orb in front of them. Okay, wonderful. So welcome everyone. I'm really glad you're here. My name is Isaac Io, and I will be your guide through the world of Orb Pondering Simulator. Orb Pondering Simulator is based on scientifically proven breathing exercises that help calm and focus your mind. So you'll notice there is an orb in front of you. You can see that the orb is growing and shrinking gradually, and you'll notice there's a sound that gets louder as the orb grows and quieter as the orb shrinks. And there's also a period where the orb doesn't do anything, where it holds its shape and the sound is steady. So what I want us to do together is to breathe with the orb. We'll breathe in as the orb grows. We'll hold our breath while the orb holds its shape, and then we'll breathe out as the orb shrinks. So we're going to try that a couple times. And we're just going to wait for the orb to get back to the beginning. Here we go. So let's breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Good. Are we not hearing the orb? It's a little quiet. Yeah, this is related to box breathing. So one more time. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Okay. Great. Just do that a few more times. Breathe in. Okay. Hold on. Sorry about that. 1 second. Okay. That's weird. That hasn't happened before. Okay. Okay, I have an idea. So it appears I'm locked out for some reason, but we have a backup plan. So if you were in the chat right now, in the theater, I could use some help. There's some debug commands that we can access. So if one of you could type into chat, !, then spawn, then orb. ! No space, SPAWN. Oh, there we, okay. Okay, now we have a few orbs. That's okay. But really it's orb pondering simulator, not orbs pondering simulator, right? So, okay. So I'm going to teach you another command, which is kill. Okay, interesting. Not even an orb. Okay, so yeah, ! kill space orb. Don't worry. It's just a figure of speech. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, maybe just focus on one orb and breathe. Okay, yeah, we're getting closer. Just make sure you don't kill anything that doesn't exist. I haven't tested that, so I don't know what will happen. Okay, let's see if we can get rid of all the things that aren't orbs. Getting there. Just don't kill something when there's like 0 orbs or 0. Oh. Okay. I guess that's what happens when you try and kill something with this. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. I think we can get rid of those if you do !kill. Okay, just ignore that. If you type !kill, don't pay any attention to that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so !kill error, and error is in all caps. Okay, I'll see. Okay, yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're killing the errors. Most of them. Much better. But come on. Okay. Seriously. Very funny. Very funny. Okay. You know what? Fine. I wasn't gonna tell you about this, but there's one more keyword that will get rid of everything all at once. This is kind of like a last resort nuclear option, just to speak, so to speak. And that's the word everybody. So if you type !kill every, not everything. Oh no. Oh no! What did you do? That's it. I'm shutting this down. I'm shutting this down. How do I shut it down? Okay. Well, thanks, I guess. That didn't go exactly as planned, but I hope you got something out of it. That's Orb Pondering Simulator. I don't know if it will ever exist again, but I'm glad you were here for possibly the only iteration of Orb Pondering Simulator. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isaac. That was really, really wonderful. It seems like we've got plenty of time for questions if anyone wants to type those in chat. I found that very relaxing. So thank you for that. While we're waiting for questions to come in, I do have one. Was there any particular inspiration you had for that experience? It seems rather unique.
Many different things. One is doing concerts with electronic music. Everything is bound to go wrong in a way that it never has before. So it's partly inspired by that. Are there any adverse effects from pondering orbs? That's a good question.
Yes.
No comment. No comment on that one.
Okay. None we found yet, perhaps. Is there any way that people can like play this on their own, or is this truly the unique, one of a kind orb partnering experience?
It won't be exactly like this, but there will be a version of, for obvious reasons, it won't be exactly like this, but there will be a version that you can kind of play around with that I will probably release on itch soon. I'm not sure exactly when, but yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Everyone remember, you can put questions on the question board if you want me to read them. Yeah, that was really wonderful. So the errors, what is it that originally spawned the errors? Killing something that wasn't there?
Yeah, so if there are no orbs and you try and spawn an orb, that's what creates an error.
Gotcha. One thing that really impressed me about this was how you were able to use a limited like supply of keywords to do very interesting things like that. Like having not being able to do something be a separate input. I think that's really cool and reminds me a lot of like creative inputs in text games. I saw a couple spawn ye flask, etc.
Yeah, I got to look through there's some really great command attempts that I need to go back and look at just to see what people tried to do. I would say one other, in answering your question before, one other inspiration for this was a few years ago. I think it was in 2020 or 2021. When I was trying to do lots of like trying to reimagine, how can we possibly do a musical performance, and feeling ambivalent about streaming, and so I did a project called the Public Modular that was basically you could play a modular synth remotely through Twitch chat commands. So that was kind of an initial inspiration for this, but that had like very intricate, kind of complicated commands, and it ended up being fun, but it ended up just being that kind of like only a handful of people were like able to like get a handle on it and actually participate in it. So for this I tried to like really strip down the commands to like a really simple set.
Awesome. Kind of along those lines, Travis asks, were there any commands that were not typed that people missed?
Oh, well, there are, as you may have guessed, two kind of alternate endings. Spawn everybody and kill everybody, and it's just kind of a matter of what people get to first. And so I was curious what people would do first, and I was kind of happy that people figured out the spawn everybody command and went with that first.
Yes, that was my first thought on as soon as you give us new keyword. I was very excited to use other verbs. Alexi asks, if I want to start exploring more electronic experiences like Orb Simulator, where should I start to look for those?
Ooh. Well, there's another experience created in Unreal Engine recently that I'm trying to remember the name of. I will look it up. But then also, there are visual programming languages for audio, like one called MaxMSP, one called Pure Data. And if you look up stuff about the communities for those kinds of software, there's a lot of patches that people share and stuff like that. So that might be a good window into that. And let me just find the name of the Cycles is the name of the other one I was thinking of. So it's on Steam. If you look up Cycles, someone else did a generative music project or a procedural music project. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome. We've got some related questions in chat about what do you think the implications are of errors also being in harmony with breathing, and did error gain sentience?
That's a good question. So so I don't know how apparent it was, but the errors have a different, or at least some of them have a different breathing rate than most of the other objects. So if you were trying to breathe along with something, with some of those, you might end up like hyperventilating. Might not be recommended. I'll say this: in terms of what's going on, in terms of the narrative of the game, the orbs didn't become sentient; they were already sentient, and there's a reason for that.
Interesting. Well, could we maybe fire it back up and see if we can see the other ending as well? So we've got time.
Sure. It's much less exciting, but yeah, alternate ending. Here we go. Whoops, did I not? Oh no, it's there. So I think you might have to. Whoops. So I don't know if it's appearing. It's backstage, but I don't know if the people in the theater can see it.
I think we'll probably need to
go.
Add it to the screen there.
Okay. So if we make a whole bunch of objects. So
I love the textures on these.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, now it should work if someone types kill everything.
Looks like we did get a kill everything in chat.
Oh, sorry, everybody.
Kill everybody, right?
Yeah. So that's probably what you would think of as the bad ending.
Awesome. Well, let me check the question board. Yeah, it would be very ominous if the commands worked after closing or palm during simulator. I would say that is a true horror. Awesome. So we do have some extra time in the middle here. We had a talk we had to cancel. That's why we've got like a 15-minute gap here. If anyone does have any more questions, that's great. Otherwise, we'll probably take a brief break to spend some time exploring the space and then come back maybe a little bit early for Emily's talk. Thank you so much, Isaac. That was a really awesome experience.
Thank you. And thanks, everybody. This was really fun. Thanks for being the guinea pigs.
Yeah, I think this is one that will be remembered for sure. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. So now we will just, spend some time exploring the space. I know there's some secrets that I haven't seen yet, so enjoy, and we will be back probably around 6:50 or around then to start Emily's talk a little bit early. Then we'll get some quick Q&A time with her. So thank you all so much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience. I did forget to say, but Goblin Slingers will be the breakout room for Orb Pondering Simulator. Awesome. Now, for this next talks, we will have a little bit of extra time, so please be sure to use the question board to write up any questions that you think of. I'm sure you can all think of great ones. And without further ado, let me introduce Emily Helena. Emily is a PhD student of the University of Alberta researching human-centered artificial intelligence. She's interested in procedural content generation, helping designers make games, and her cat, Ruka. She's published work featuring almost all of these interests in multiple top AI and games venues like IJC AI and AID. Before academia, Emily worked as an indie game developer, and as a result, she is particularly interested in helping indie devs make weird, cool games with her research. I think those are interests that a lot of us here share, Emily.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Hello, everybody. My name, as Rourke said, is Emily Helena, and I'm here to talk to you today about tree-based reconstructed partitioning, or TRP for short. And this is a really exciting new level generation approach where you can generate new levels from a single example. So a little bit already covered in the intro. My name is Emily. I am a PhD student at the University of Alberta, working with Matthew Gusdile in the Grail Lab. If you see Matthew in the chat, please say hi to him. My main research interest is to help people make games. And the way that I want to help people make games is through procedural content generation. And the way that I want to do that procedural content generation is with machine learning. More on that on the next slide. Now, previously, I was an independent game developer, and this sort of informs my position as a researcher as well. I want people to make cool and weird things with my research, and I want to make my research accessible to people who are making games, especially indie devs. Now, all of us have heard of procedural content generation, seeing as we are at Roguelike Celebration, which is a celebration of a genre which is entrenched in PCG stuff. However, I'm going to talk about a couple of different families of PCG today. The first family of PCG that I want to introduce is constructive PCG. And this is the PCG that we're all very, very familiar with and is featured in a lot of games. Essentially, what this looks like is a human designer is going to make a whole bunch of Lego pieces that a generator, which is also authored by a human designer, is going to stick together in various ways in order to build a level or a creature or an art asset or anything else. Today, we're going to be talking about level generation, since TRP is a level generation approach. Now, we've seen constructive PCG in games like Enter the Gungeon, Hades, Binding of Isaac, Slay the Spire, Boyfriend Dungeon, and I could list on and on and on. I could list 20 or 30 games that use constructive PCG. However, there are a couple of issues with constructive PCG. It's not exactly the best system for everything. While it can be super expressive and it can be super lovely and make really beautiful content, somebody has to go and author all of these different Lego pieces, and that can be really intensive. Furthermore, somebody has to author the generator that sticks them together, and maybe you have to add additional information, such as constraint information on these different pieces. Maybe one room can only go in the corner of a dungeon, or one room has to be accompanied by another room. And this can get really complicated really fast. Wouldn't it be great if instead of authoring these pieces, we'd be able to somehow learn from previous levels that a human has made and use that information in order to make new levels? And this is the high-level idea behind PCG via machine learning. Here by machine learning, what I mean is that we're just going to learn patterns from data in order to learn some sort of function. On screen is Townscaper, which uses wave function collapse, which is a PCGML algorithm, in order to generate its townscapes. Another example of a game that uses PCGML is Keizo Cud. So I'm sure that many of you are familiar with. But I want to go into a brief aside here, because many of you might have heard machine learning and said, wait a minute, isn't machine learning bad? Well, today we're talking about small models which just learn patterns from data. They don't require any more power than developing a game normally, and there's full consensual use of data here. Maybe one or two levels that we're taking from a human designer who's given us explicit permission to do so. There's no web scraping going on. There's no evil stuff like that, as you can see by this evil neural network on the side here. So if machine learning isn't evil and it's so good, we can learn things, that sounds pretty good. How come on this slide, I didn't have a lot of examples of games that use PCGML? Or in other words, why is PCG via machine learning, why isn't it more popular? Well, a major problem that we've run into is a lack of data within the domain of games. Most machine learning approaches require a ton of training data in order to work. On the left here, we see a neural network-based approach called an autoencoder. When given only 2 Mario levels, it ends up spitting out content that looks like this, which isn't going to be too helpful for either a designer or a player who wants to play an exciting new level. Now, there are other machine learning approaches that require only a single example, like wave function collapse, but these can have pretty major drawbacks. In this example, we see a dungeon-like game where there are keys and doors that you have to reach. So you've got to get the key and then get to the door. Well, there's no door in this image. And also these spiders are kind of off in their own chambers, sectioned off. No matter where we put Link or another protagonist in this space, it doesn't really make any sense to navigate. There's no respect for the global constraint of needing to get to a key and then get to a door. Well, wouldn't it be nice if there was an approach that was able to get around these drawbacks and could work with a single example? Well, luckily for us, we have tree-based reconstructed partitioning, or TRP. I'm going to be calling it TRP for the rest of this presentation because tree-based reconstructed partitioning is a bit of a mouthful. The high-level idea behind this approach is that we're going to use playthrough data of an AI agent that's going to play through a level that's been authored by a human, and we're going to use that data that playthrough generates in order to generate new levels. The results here are that we get better coherency of the output levels without strenuous input from the designers. So we aren't asking the designers to author a whole bunch of constraints or specific examples that require you to know how the algorithm works in order to make the most of. We're just asking them to tweak a couple of parameters, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So that's what today's talk is all about. It's all about tree-based reconstructed partitioning and you. We're going to talk about how the algorithm works. We're going to do some comparisons against other methods. And most importantly, we're going to talk about how you can use TRP in your projects and what the future of the algorithm looks like. So let's go ahead and start by talking about how the algorithm works. But first, we need a little aside. The aside is about the domains that we're talking about today. So the 2 games that we're going to be showing examples from today are Super Mario Bros. For the NES and GVG AI Zelda, which I know are equally popular games. Both are gargantuan in the gaming world. GVG AI Zelda, for context, obviously is not the most popular game in the world, but is a research testbed game. So it's a game that was invented in order to do research with. And in the game, as I gestured at earlier, you control this player character. You're trying to reach a key and then reach a door. And you have a little attack that you could do to kill this lobster guy or this spider guy. Now, some notes about the domains. The domains need to be navigational, meaning that there's a 2D space that we are walking through. More about 3D towards the end of the presentation. And there has to be a specified goal. So this might look like Mario reaching the flagpole in Super Mario Bros. Or reaching the door with the key in GVG AI Zelda. Now, with that out of the way, let's talk about how TRP works. I'm going to go through each of the steps of how TRP is implemented on a high level, and then we'll go into more detail on later slides. The first step of TRP is we're going to play through a source level. This is a level that's made by a human. And we're going to play through it with an algorithm called Monte Carlo tree search. Another brief aside about how Monte Carlo tree search works. I'm not going to get into the weeds about how this algorithm works, but the important thing to understand is that it generates a search tree as it plays through the level of a whole bunch of possibilities, so a whole bunch of possible futures that MCTS looks at. And it uses this information to decide what best to do. And we could use this search tree information in order to generate a new level. And that's sort of the high-level idea behind TRP. So once we play through the source level using MCTS, the next step is we're going to do a binary reconstruction of the original source level using the MCTS search tree data. So what this looks like is everywhere where Mario has been is going to be empty, and everywhere where Mario hasn't been is going to be block, in the case of Mario. The next thing that we do is we fill in the details of this binary reconstruction. I'm going to hand wave a little bit here because there's an explanation of how this detail filling in works on a later slide. But essentially, the idea is we're going to copy and paste segments of the original level into the binary reconstruction based on some matching. And the last thing that we do is a probabilistic threat placement. Normally it says enemy on the slide, but it doesn't have to be enemies. It could be anything that threatens to end a playthrough of a game. So in Sokoban, a threat might be having the boxes all in the wrong position. Like one's pushed up against the wall and you can't access it anymore. So with these 4 steps in mind, let's go ahead and look at a visualized example of how TRP can generate a level. So here's our original level. This is the second half of 1-1. I'm showing you the second half instead of the first half, just because it generates a more interesting level. The first thing that we do is we play through that level with MCTS, and we're going to get a cavernous representation of the level. So if I flick back and forth between these two, you can kind of see that it's the path through the level, right? So Mario is jumping over these stairs here, and then over these stairs here, and etc. And you can see that there's even a pitch there. Now, after we've gotten this cavernous representation, we're going to split that into different segments. This is split into different size segments at random. So here, they all happen to be column big. They don't have to be a column tall. They could be, there could be a line here, for example, but this is just a simple example. Then we're going to use binary space partitioning in order to fill in the details of the level. So these are segments that were taken from the original level that we're going to copy and paste into the new level using a specific matching algorithm. The last thing we do is a bit of probabilistic enemy placement based on that MCTS data, and also a bit of cleanup. So we're going to place down the flagpole in the right place, make sure that Mario's at the start of the level, etc. Make sure that the level is coherent. So to go through these steps in a bit of additional detail, the first step is that we use MCTS to play through the level. And when we do this, we collect data from the MCTS search tree. The two things that we care about here are what path the player took through the level. This is marked in purple. And where the player died, or wherever the game is no longer completable. So that might mean falling in a pit or running into a Goomba. So we're tracking all this information as MCTS plays through the level. The next step is that we reconstruct the original level using this path information. So where the player has been is going to be empty, and where the player hasn't been is going to be full. It's called a binary representation because there's two options here, either 0 or 1. Now, notably, the designer has to say what empty and full are. So they have to say, all right, this tile of like empty space or no tile at all is empty, and this tile is full. Doing this creates a cavernous outline of the level to come. So it's sketching out a path for the binary space partition to use in filling in the details. Speaking of which, the next step is to fill in the details. We fill in the details of our new level using binary space partitioning. Here is a worked example here. We have the original level right up top here and a work in progress level that is at the bottom. And this is a segment that hasn't been filled in yet. All these other segments have been filled in. We just have this one cavernous section remaining. How it works is we're going to take the size of the section that's remaining after dividing up the level into a bunch of small little boxes, and we're going to do a scan of the original level like this until we find the most appropriate thing to match this with. This is based on edit distance, based on what tiles are considered solid and which ones are considered empty. So here we see that we're matching with this like structure with two pipes. And you can see this sort of structure mirrored in the cavernous representation. So you can imagine that maybe the path that we've taken to get here is Mario has jumped off of a pipe here and then jumped onto a new pipe. And that's sort of the matching that's going on here via edit distance. Once we have the closest match, or if there's a bunch of different matches, we just pick one at random. We're just going to copy and paste this information onto the new into the new level. The last step, and probably the most unnecessary step of TRP, so you don't necessarily need to do this for it to be TRP, is to populate the level with threats. And the idea behind this is we're going to use the threat information from MCTS in order to populate the level. So since we have all that depth information, we might as well use it for something, right? So how it works is until a threshold is reached, this threshold is set by the designer, we add the most impactful threat. And here what I mean by impact is the amount of deaths that a threat has caused. Deaths, again, in air quotes here. Now, an example of this might be if there's two Goombas in a Mario level, maybe one of them is responsible for 75% of the deaths, and the other one is responsible for 25% of the deaths, total across all the deaths that happened during the simulation. So if this is the case, then we're more likely to place this one that has 75% of the deaths than this one, which is only responsible for 25%. So we'll place this one first. And this sort of comes from the notion from game design of placing the most impactful threats in the level while having as little threats as possible. So those are the 4 steps of TRP, but there are also a couple of parameters that we can change with TRP in order to affect the generated levels. The first of these parameters is how many MCTS playthroughs worth of data that we use. So we don't have to just play through the level once. We could play through the level multiple times using MCTS. Generally, if we have more playthroughs, it's going to lead to a less restricted level. And the easiest way to see this is in the binary representation. With 1 playthrough, it looks like this, and with 5 playthroughs, it looks like this. Notably, MCTS is a stochastic algorithm, meaning that it's random, so it'll do something different every time. So that's why we end up taking different paths over different playthroughs. And this might work well if your game has multiple branching paths or things like that you want to account for. The next parameter is what the minimum size of the segments that we take from the original level are. So here we see that if we're taking bigger segments, it's going to result in more plagiarism. Now, plagiarism is a bad thing in academia, but it might not be the worst thing when it comes to level design. For example, if we look at this staircase here, most Mario levels end with a giant staircase. And it might be weird if our generated level didn't end with one. So in this case, taking a large amount of structure might be a good thing. However, if we go the opposite side of the coin and we take smaller segments from the original level, this is going to result in more chaos. Now, the image on screen might not be the most useful Mario level you've ever seen, but it's still kind of interesting, and it might be useful for a designer, especially if your game, for example, might have more vertical movement. So here we can see that we've taken sections that are not just a column tall, and we've placed some sort of floating air in the sky here. So kind of interesting output that we can get. As well, the last parameter is what percentage of threats that we place in the original level. This could be none at all, or it could be all of the threats that we encountered at all the points. And this, of course, is a spectrum. So we could do it, 25% of the threats or 85, whatever is suitable. And all these parameters, it's really easy to just guess and check and mess around with TRP because the generation process is instant. It is so fast. So you can generate hundreds and hundreds of levels with different parameters and see which ones are best for you. Now that we've gotten the algorithm working section out of the way, let's talk about some comparisons with other methods. Now, in order to do comparisons with other methods, we're going to have to talk about other methods. And you'll notice that I'm going to kind of blitz through this part. But if you're interested in learning more about hearing more about these other methods or hearing more about some comparisons with them, we have a paper about TRP that I've got a QR code linking to later in the presentation. So let's talk about some other methods. The first one I mentioned in the introduction is wave function collapse. Notice that I also have sturgeon mentioned here. Wave function collapse is a constraint-based solver that takes in an example image and uses it to make bigger examples. So this small plant has become big plant by following the same rules that are present in this image. And this is used in multiple indie games like Bad North here. It uses wave function collapse. Notably, in the domain of Mario, we compare against sturgeon, which is a level generation approach out of Professor Seth Cooper from Northeastern's lab. We compare against that for Mario because it generated levels faster, and it ended up having a higher quality product to compare against. But it is also a constraint-based solver. So the important thing here is that it's constraint-based. The next approach is Markov chains. And this is a probabilistic approach. I thought this figure looked kind of scary, so I put chains and flames on the slide to make it a little bit worse. Essentially, how this approach works is we have a filter that we're going to look over the level with. In this case, it's an L-shaped filter. And we're going to see if these 3 blocks are in these positions, what is the likelihood of a block being in the top right position here, or a coin being in that position, or a Goomba being there. And we add up all those probabilities after sweeping the entire level, and we use that, we sample that probability distribution in order to generate new levels. The next 2 approaches are neural network approaches. And I want to stress that it's not important to understand how the neural network approaches work here. So the first is an autoencoder. Essentially, how this works is we have an encoder and a decoder that are trained to reconstruct input, and we can feed in either noise or the original level into the decoder, and that will hopefully spit out some new levels. The last approach we're going to talk about in today's presentation is called ToadGAN. I don't have a great image of ToadGAN, so we've got a toad plus a GAN, which is a type of neural network. And again, not important, the specifics about how GANs work, but I'm happy to answer questions about it, obviously, if it comes up during that. So in terms of comparison, let's do a comparison of some generated levels for both Mario and GVGAI Zelda. Now, these levels were chosen randomly from a population of 100 generated levels of all the approaches. So we aren't just cherry picking examples here to say, all right, TRP looks better because we picked the best TRP level and the worst sturgeon level, for example. So up top here, we have the original 1-1 for reference. we've got a TRP level generated level for comparison. And these two are going to stay the same between the next couple slides, and the baseline at the bottom is going to change. So we'll talk about each of the possible issues with the baselines. So the first baseline here is Sturgeon. We see that there are these giant gaps in the level, which end up making it unplayable. Sturgeon does have a playability constraint built into it, but we ended up turning that off for our generations because TRP does not have a playability guarantee. So we figured it would be an unfair comparison to compare Sturgeon with the playability constraint on. However, even if we did turn that playability constraint on, we notice that there's a bunch of sort of noisy blocks that are placed all around here. And it looks a little bit un-Mario-like. It's very sort of scattered. And we don't see the same kind of structures in TRP. We see much more definite structures like the staircases or the complete pipes or this like sequence of blocks. The next approach is Markov chains. So we'll see that there's some weird stuff going on here. So there's like a half-formed pipe all over the place. There's this weird stair thing going on. The ground is doing weird things, which we don't really see in Mario. And overall, things are just a bit noisier compared to the TRP level. For the autoencoder, I sort of spoiled this one in the introduction, but what the autoencoder tries to do is it's trying to optimize towards the best possible fitting output. And what it ends up optimizing towards is sky on the top and ground on the bottom for Mario, because that's the most common thing that it's seen. You know, this is the most common like chunk of Mario level is sky on top, ground on bottom. So we essentially see that, but with a little bit of noise. Now, lastly, we have ToadGAN. And we see that ToadGAN does do a bit of a better job than the other approaches, but there still is some weirdness going on here. Like we have this weird half-formed staircase. We've got a pipe in the sky and half a pipe here. And we just aren't seeing those artifacts in the TRP levels. And you'll have to take my word for it or go look on the GitHub or at the paper yourself. But most of the TRP levels don't have weird artifacts like this. So with the binary space partitioning, we're able to take the correct amount of size chunks from the level in order to make sure that things are coherent. So that's really cool. So next, let's look at a trickier domain, which is GVG AI Zelda. So here we have the original level on the left, and we have the TRP level, which looks pretty similar to the original level. It's a little bit different, like this wall has moved and is now sort of the entrance is here, and the enemies are in different places. However, the wave function collapse level is kind of incoherent. It's the same one that we saw in the introduction. So there's no door to go along with these keys. No matter where you flood filled from with these keys, there would be no way to reach the goal. And that's because wave function collapse has no respect for global constraints. So what that means is since it only cares about local constraints in the example image, it doesn't care that like, oh, there should be a key and a door in this level, for example. Whereas TRP sort of encodes this necessity through its design. Similarly, Markov chains are probabilistic, so they also don't care about global constraints, and they also generated mostly unplayable levels. Lastly, we have the autoencoder, and with the autoencoder, it's very, very similar to the autoencoder example from Super Mario Bros., where we have sort of walls on the sides and empty space in the middle. This is the most common thing that it sees when it's trying to generate a level. So some takeaways from this comparison is that TRP balances playability and allows for differences from the original level, while still allowing for the level to actually be playable. TRP generates levels with more logical consistency, especially when it's required for there to be logical consistency in the level, like with the GVG AI Zelda domain. And if you want to see a more empirical analysis where we compare the playability, amount of plagiarism, self-similarity, analyzing how the generated population is shaping up. Shout outs to Ollie's talk earlier. Then please do check out the paper. And there'll be a URL for this at the end too, so don't worry about scrambling to scan this. So the last part, and the most important part in my opinion, is how can you use TRP in your projects? And what is the future of the algorithm? Well, in terms of next steps for TRP, more domains is an immediate first option. A great question is, could TRP work for a more abstract navigational game, like Sokoban, where the goal is to push the boxes onto the goals? My answer to this is maybe. MCTS certainly works for Sokoban, but I think that we'd run into issues with the binary space partition in a domain like this, where there has to be some sort of logic, because binary space partition in the end, only cares about those local sections of level. So it doesn't care about the global solvability constraint. So we might find that levels generated with TRP for a domain like this would not be playable. Or worse, they wouldn't be interesting. What about in 3D? Now, there was somebody working on a 3D implementation of TRP. Shoutouts to Adam Riddle. Lots of shoutouts in this presentation. So it definitely is possible that it could work in TRP, or that it could work in 3D rather. There's lots of different algorithms for dividing up 3D space that we could use in place of binary space partition, or we could just tokenize the 3D level into a discrete space and then apply BSP in 3D to that. So it's definitely possible. However, in order to get more domains for TRP, it would be great if we had better ease of use for this algorithm, because then people could actually use it and they could actually implement it themselves. Now, if you're interested, there's a GitHub that has all of my code for the Mario example, as well as the GPG-AI Zelda example. But if you want to implement TRP for your own game, let's take a look at what that development process might look like. So here's how you get TRP working by yourself. It's as simple as 4 steps. The first is to implement MCTS for your game. The second is to implement the TRP generation process. The third is to collect some MCTS data by allowing MCTS to play through an example level. And then you can just generate as many levels as you like. It's really as simple as that, right? Well, unfortunately, because of all these asterisks, I have to say that TRP has a lot of problems making it inaccessible. Implementing MCTS for a new game is very difficult. You have to define a reward function to guide the tree search. So saying which states are good and which ones are bad. And that can take expert knowledge in order to design properly and a lot of trial and error. We have to create a forward model for your game, or just in simple words, a simulator for your game, because Monte Carlo tree search requires looking into the future to see what's going to happen and simulating out possible things. This is possible to make for an arbitrary game, but it can be very difficult if your game is not designed for a simulator. As well, running MCTS can take a considerable amount of time, and optimizing MCTS is quite a challenge. As well, the generation process itself is complicated. It's not a walk in the park to implement binary space partition, even if it is a somewhat simple algorithm when you write it out. And there's designer information that you have to encode into the algorithm. Things like what's an enemy, what the goal state is, etc. So wouldn't it be nice if there was a tool that made TRP more accessible? Well, luckily for us, there's a work in progress tool called the TRP tool for Godot, which is a work in progress title. The TRP tool for Godot is a tool for Godot, no way, that implements MCTS to play any game, given the list of inputs, as well as a reward function. And we're going to provide a reward function so that will hopefully work for most games. It implements the TRP generation process and allows users to generate levels as they develop their games, which is my goal here, if we remember at the start of the presentation. I want to help people make games with procedural content generation. And I want PCG to help people expand new horizons when it comes to game development. Now, this work was done in collaboration with Fayaz. Fayaz is a student working with both me and Matthew on this project, and his help has been invaluable in putting this together. So let's go ahead and showcase what the TRP tool looks like right now. And bear in mind that it is, in fact, a work in progress, and especially the UI is a work in progress. So as an example, we built this little platformer in Godot. You can see the character down here is the Godot logo, and it's going to move and jump through this scene. Now we see that there are pits in the scene, and there are these weird staircase structures. So we'd expect that generated levels using this example should have some pits, should have some stretches of flat ground like this, and should have some weird staircase structures. So if we take a look at the generated levels here with the original level in the top right corner, we'll see that after we hit this perform TRP button, we see that here's a level. Here's another level. Whoa. I'll just let it play. Here's another level. And all these kind of different levels that we can get using TRP. Now, especially because this example is small, the levels are going to look very similar to one another, but it's still enough for ideation, hopefully, is what we're hoping. And we want to see what cool and weird ways people use this tool. So if you would like to be informed when we are running a human subject study using this tool, please scan this QR code. And I will linger here for a moment to say, please, please, please. It is a really small Google form. It is one question, and the question is optional. Literally just We will email you when we're running a human subject study. So if you'd like to see where this goes, it'd be super, super helpful to explore the future of this algorithm. So in summary, TRP is a cool approach for generating levels using a single example. It generates more coherent levels without sacrificing playability. And if you're interested in the approach, you can check out our paper where we compare against even more approaches than I talked about in this presentation, along with an empirical analysis, or you can check out the GitHub to dive into the code of how this actually works. Thank you so much. I have been Emily Helena, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emily. That was fascinating. I loved all the shout outs, especially Seth Cooper. Some of my friends are in Seth's lab, so that was a lovely surprise.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, we definitely have questions. I have some questions to start with. Do you have to use MCTS, or can you use a different type of virtual player or even human playthroughs for the play path?
Fantastic question. No, you don't have to use MCTS. You do not need to. You could use human playthroughs. You just have to make sure that you were recording the playthroughs in the same way and you're getting the same amount of data from those playthroughs. It might be a little bit more limiting because MCTS does a whole tree of possibilities, right? So the different paths that we've taken might not be as well expressed. So like if there's a level that has 2 possible paths, maybe those wouldn't be shown as well with just one human playthrough if the human just took one path. But you could definitely use like A-star for this. You could use other tree search algorithms. We just chose to use MCTS because we thought it was a good fit.
Awesome. Thank you. Cool. We have some chat questions from Ghost Pepper T. What sort of hardware does this work on?
What sort of hardware does this work on? It is really light computationally. So the most computationally intensive part here is running MCTS. And that can be about as computationally expensive as you want it to be. But the actual generation process happens in an instant, and you can generate 100 levels in like a second on like an average PC. I had this working on a very old, outdated MacBook that was falling apart, and it never had any issues with running the algorithm.
Awesome.
So most modern systems, I would say. More constrained systems, like the ones that were talked about earlier, might be more of a challenge for this because implementing MCTS in those systems might be a challenge, but I would imagine the generation process shouldn't be that bad.
Gotcha. And going kind of back to the MCTS, does this generalize to using multiple source examples?
Yes, it does, and it's really cool. So
awesome.
You could use multiple source examples for the binary space partition. So we could have a population of levels that we are taking segments from in order to make a new level. Or you could use playthroughs from multiple different levels for the same game. So if you want to blend 1-1 and 1-2, we can see what happens. And when I've tried it, it's been really, really cool.
That sounds really cool. That question was from Ubuntu and from Mark Gritter. How much tuning is needed to get the segment size to a range that gives a good result? Is it like very sensitive to different size ranges?
I would say that it depends on the game domain. So for the GVG AI Zelda domain, a smaller section size worked a lot better. And for Mario, the column length size worked a lot better because then you wouldn't see the weirdness with the like stacked chaotic level where there's almost 2 levels on top of each other. So I would say it is a little bit sensitive, but it is really, really quick to tune. So you can generate a couple of levels in like a second with one section size. And if it doesn't work, you go bigger. And then you can just do like a binary search to like find which one is best.
I love hearing that a technique is quick to tune. And that kind of leads into one of my other personal questions. How did you choose the specific domains to use this on? I know like Mario's a classic example. It was really cool to see more than just Mario.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we started off with Mario because it's sort of like the classic testbed for game AI research. So that was like sort of a good starting point. And because a lot of the approaches that we were comparing against were implemented in Mario. So it was like, yes, we will do Mario too. However, Mario isn't a perfect domain. Like, so for example, in GVG AI Zelda, one of the reasons we picked it is because it has that weird constraint of like, there's a sub goal of getting to the key and then getting to the door. And that could have been a challenge for MCTS. Turns out it wasn't a challenge at all because you could just implement sub goals for MCTS. But we wanted to see in more of like a puzzling domain like this, where there's multiple goals, and also where you retread your steps. Because if we look at that level again, if we recall it, it kind of looks like the background of the Roguelike Celebration thing that we're talking on. But you've got to walk to the key and then walk back over that same space. So we wanted to see if the binary space partition would break in any way if this happened.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know I personally would love to see more generation techniques tested in less linear and blocky things like Sonic. I wonder how the binary space partition would do with more like flowy environments like that.
For sure, yeah. It might need changing, but also there is work. Oh, their name is escaping me right now, but there was work out of aid last year of somebody who had like an arbitrary way to make a discrete representation of a 2D level. So we could just use that and then do BSP on that.
Awesome. That was so cool, Emily. I really appreciate it. Do you want to put that human subject study, what's the word for it? The QR code on the screen one more time?
Absolutely, yeah. I will go ahead and share that really quick so that everyone can use it. I should have lingered there for even longer, but here we go. Bam.
Awesome.
And I'll post this in the obelisk as well. I'll probably post my entire slides.
Well, thank you so much, Emily. That was very, very cool. I appreciate your time. I'll definitely be taking a look at using this. It sounds fun to play with.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And this has been an awesome event.
Awesome. Thank you. Cool. Our next talk should also be awesome. It is by Courtney, Cheating the System by Design for Epic Combos. Courtney has been in the game industry for over 20 years professionally, working in key programming and design roles on games such as Halo Wars, Age of Mythology and Age of Empires, Orcs Must Die, Stranger Things 3 the game, and a lead designer for the AIAS 2013 Mobile Game of the Year Hero Academy. Since starting as a solo developer in 2014, Courtney has published the VR tower defense hit Evil Robot Traffic Jam, as well as the Rampart homage Sky Cannoneer. Courtney is currently working on a dream project with her roguelike space ARPG Reality Break, where she continues to emphasize visceral movement-to-movement fun, polished aesthetics, and long-term depth and replayability. That is quite the CV, Courtney. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Sorry, yes, you are good to go. I'm excited to hear about
this. Awesome. Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Courtney, she, her, and yeah, I've been a game dev for kind of forever. And today I'm excited to talk about one of my favorite topics. It's the feeling while you're playing a game that you found a way to break its gameplay systems in a way that feels like cheating. Some of my favorite types of entertainment, including shows and movies, present experiences that surprise me by breaking their own implicit and explicit rules to ascend to heights I never expected. These aren't just things I didn't predict. These are things I didn't think possible. And I think that if developed well and executed well, this instills in me and others a sense of like delight and curiosity about how much farther it could go. So what do I mean by that in the context of games? It's about giving players the ability to circumvent apparent rules in such a way that it feels like they're breaking out of the game's design. It's not literal cheating, where I edit a data file or save file or use an exploit that breaks the game. It's not about getting so powerful that you just overwhelm a difficult enemy. It's not about cheesing a system to make it irrelevant, like finding a spot on the battlefield where an enemy can't get to you, and that which collapses one of the system's pathfinding out of existence. No, what I mean is something that feels more or less like you're using some combination of the game's systems as intended to obtain what you perceive to be unintended benefits, as in unintended by the game's developer. This is a little thrilling, you know, almost like something you want to keep a secret and get away with. It can make you feel very smart and can make you feel a sense of mastery over the game, which holds powerful appeal. Let's get into some practical examples, starting with the well-known trope of a stat called strength that affects your character's damage. Your damage scales predictably. Getting +1 to strength gives you +1 to damage. A simple on-ramp to making players feel like they're cheating the system is to allow them to change the equation, the conversion equation, via an upgrade that grants a 2x multiplier to stat conversions. +1 strength now converts into 2 damage. That's a fun, if straightforward, damage boost. But now imagine another upgrade that increases multiplier upgrades by +1. So even if you have 10 strength, if you get +1 to strength, you just get +1 damage. You went from 10 to 11, you have one more damage. But a +1 upgrade to the multiplier that controls the damage conversion will give +10 damage, skyrocketing the equation. This sort of indirection allows for a subtle but powerful combination of two independent concepts into something that feels a little unfair. Something like this has the potential to energize a player with the knowledge that when they see an item with stats on it, it could count for so much more. And they might even wonder, is there a way to change all multipliers to ×5, ×10? So this example illustrates the core idea of subverting player expectations in ways that surprise them with a game's hidden potential as it unfolds. Because games come with sets of rules, many defined by genre tropes, franchise tropes, that create assumptions and expectations in a player's mind. Being able to change the equation that controls the damage conversion in an action RPG is not something players will generally assume to be possible, and the realization that it is might very well delight them. It will also instill in players a sense of wonder about other ways they might be able to make the game more their own. But even that is just the starting point, kind of a baseline. Let's step out of stat systems for a moment. Even though I could talk about stat systems for hours, and talk about other player expectations. Various games have special abilities with defined attributes, such as the damage radius for a whirlwind attack or an explosive fireball. Those abilities often have upgrades, including a larger range for that whirlwind or the blast radius of that fireball. Typically, these upgrades are quantized. A single upgrade that increases the radius by 20% or 50%, and then that's it. And the game will often have a custom piece of FX art, maybe a custom sound for the upgraded forms of these abilities. A larger spin slash, larger explosion. Our expectations are that this blast radius isn't something you can affect in too many other ways, if any. Art content is expensive, sounds are expensive after all. But what if you get an upgrade that says abilities gain a 2x multiplier to radius? Wait, does that mean the +1 multipliers upgrade we talked about before would apply here too? If we buff our multipliers enough, can one of these abilities grow big enough to blanket the entire screen? This possibility violates the expectation that art content variety is constrained in specific ways. Great examples of this include Hades and Vampire Survivors, which have multitudes of upgrades that scale their visual effects substantially. And by the way, yes, I did all this programmer art by myself, and yes, I am taking commissions for your own projects. So one of the most striking examples of subverting our assumptions comes from another fantastic roguelike, Monster Train. I remember a run where I gained some upgrades to increase the size of one of my minions by something like 3x. It gave that minion a massive stat boost and increased its visual scale to match. It was a fun moment, but it strained my minion budget. There's a floor budget, and you can only have so many minion points. So I couldn't place as many other minions if I deployed this one. This felt like an interesting, but really kind of a typical balancing trade-off. More power for more cost. However, I happened to luck into another upgrade, one that could shrink one of my minions to the smallest that the game supports, without affecting its stats. This violated another core assumption, that my minion budget's interaction with the floor budget was fixed, that I would forever have to make a trade-off between minion quantity and having this bruiser on my team, giving players a way to ignore what appear to be important balancing points in a game is a fantastic way to make them feel they are cheating the designer's intent. There was a cherry on this cake too. As I progressed, I found multiple upgrades that allowed me to duplicate any minion of my choice. Without a second thought, I cloned this little guy again and again and again. You might note that this is a hidden multiplier upgrade within that game's design. I had already been breezing through most fights, so needless to say, I created easy mode and won that run. Not only that, but this run was many years ago, yet I remember it to this day. That, I feel, illustrates the power of letting players feel like they are somehow cheating. Of note, this type of experience has been so foundational for me that I made it the core hook of my upcoming game Reality Break, its rewrite mechanic. In the game, anytime you see a special lightning bolt next to a game element, it indicates that you can rewrite it, change it somehow, edit it somehow. This can happen to item stats in the beginning, such as power, that you can modify, but it expands dramatically. One early example comes up when you defeat larger ships in the game. These warships drop larger items that don't fit on your starfighter because they require a warship-sized equipment slot. Just total tropes all the way. However, when you inspect these items, there's a lightning bolt next to unequipable warship class. You can rewrite that requirement, changing it to the fighter ship class. The item visibly shrinks in your inventory to indicate that it has been miniaturized, its reality has been changed, and that you can now equip it. This goes against player expectation that equipping a large item first requires you to obtain a larger ship. And in fact, it has been an interesting issue with teaching players because even people who have played the game for a long time, they see the lightning bolt next to it and still don't realize that instead of getting a bigger ship to equip this item, they can just shrink it. That's how baked in that assumption is, and some work has to be done on communicating it even more clearly. At this point in the game, a player forms an expectation that item stats and item size are rewritable, and might wonder what other item properties can be edited. However, as you progress further, that lightning bolt begins appearing in brand new places, on mission time limits and region hazards, on pilot skill cooldowns and level caps, and even on treasure crates in space itself. Now, these ways of subverting player expectations would be intriguing to play with in almost any genre, I think. But roguelikes are particularly well suited to designs that enable and encourage cheating and breaking their systems. For one, if you create a combo that breaks the game's design intent, you only have until the end of that run to benefit from it. It won't trivialize the game forever. In addition, roguelikes mitigate one of the main risks of this concept, which is the risk to the flow state that we want players to experience. If allowed to persist for too long, breaking out of a game's design guardrails can lead to trivializing the game and to eventual boredom. But roguelikes encourage players to see their runs as transient, where it feels natural and often desirable to end a run and start over, something that an OP combo can speed up dramatically. This has an additional implication for the meta progression found in roguelites. The metagame unlocks should be doled out more judiciously and carefully, so that a permanently broken state doesn't get locked in. Or this power escalation could be incorporated into a game's design as one of the paths to victory. Fun side note, as I wrap up, I asked Alexi, one of this festival's organizers, if she could look over my draft of this talk. Among other things, she mentioned that she co-wrote a paper titled Understanding Systems Suspense that has substantial overlap with this talk. I greatly enjoyed reading it, and I recommend you check it out if you're interested in delving deeper into these topics. To sum up, if you think about the expectations players have coming into your game, your franchise, your genre, you can purposely twist them around so that they represent soft boundaries rather than hard walls. Fundamentally, games with many systems which can interact with each other will set themselves up for more satisfying and surprising balance breaks, and will in fact surprise even the developer with things they never intended, but which I, as a developer, am always thrilled to see players discover. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for inviting me to give a presentation.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming, Courtney. That was really awesome. Yeah, I know a couple of us in chat were talking about Diciomancer, which came out very recently, as like a cool example of being able to edit things that you wouldn't expect to.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
Diciomancer?
Oh, okay. I haven't played that one.
That's what I've been playing this weekend. I highly recommend it.
Awesome, thanks.
We did we had a question in chat from Too Much Abstraction, wondering if something is lost by specifically calling out the stuff you're allowed to edit, or what's the trade-off there?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because I do think that there is an element that is definitely lost as far as you are expected in, especially in the roguelite genre, you're expected to find the unexpected. So like people, play these games and we generate stories, or the games generate stories for us. It's in a sense like bringing some of those stories maybe to more people who don't play as much to look into those things, or who don't play as much to really understand how to like really exploit the game's systems to really find those things and let them happen, or play something for 100 hours to let it develop. So I think that there's a bit, I think it's a very good point, and I think there's a bit of a, like, off the top of my head, I feel like there is a bit of a trade-off there with kind of a pros and cons.
Absolutely. Were there any things in your game that you thought were too much to allow the player to alter, or is it just completely free range?
Well, that's a great question. So I've been I've been working on this game for a while. For I think this week will be the 5-year anniversary of my first Git check-in. So initially it was just items and skills, I think. But then I kept thinking like, wait, but what if there was a lightning bolt here? So far, I haven't really hit like this is too much, except in terms of implementation. Like some things I just start working, and I designed a generic system that could, in theory, like support any kind of rewritable. But sometimes something I would just go into it and think, okay, this is, I'm a solo indie dev. What am I doing here? But some things I would say are easy to implement, like version 1, but then that shows me the potential of what this could be. So a great example of that is actually something that was in the presentation, but everyone here gets a sneak peek, is story fragments. Like when characters are talking to you, eventually you get powerful enough that a fragment of dialogue gets lit up and there's a lightning bolt next to it. And when you rewrite that, you get a dialogue that says, here's the sentence they say. And that changing that rewrites the reality. It ripples out what changes, right? And so that feels like as soon as I got that working, it kind of like shifted something in my head, but also it would have, to really run that all the way down, I think it could potentially be its own game, honestly, but it would take a lot of effort to kind of figure out how to do this, where it's like conversation trees, except you're not choosing what you say, you're choosing what somebody else says. And also those like philosophical implications where, okay, I want a better item, I want an epic item, but am I really going to rewrite what this person said to me to, so like there's a lot of stuff that unlocked that was, I felt like was very surprising in many ways.
Fantastic. And I can totally see how there would be places where planning ahead would be really beneficial, but also you can't predict all of the things that are going to come up. So I guess that's another check in the box of why prototyping is really awesome. I can't imagine how huge it would get, the possibility space of being able to affect dialogue. I'm definitely going to check the game out after this.
Yes,
Thank
it
you so
would.
much, Courtney.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. So the speaker breakout rooms are, if you want to talk about cheating the system by design for epic combos, that'll be in the Whip Show breakout room. New levels from single example via tree-based reconstructed partitioning will be in the Joust Arena. And talking about the Orb Simulator will be in Goblin Singers. Then our next block of talks will be at 17. I'm having trouble with the time zone for, but it'll be at 8:15. So you've got some time in between also to check out the space before it closes down for the year. Also, thank you for your patience with my lighting. The sun went down during this block of talks for me, so that's part of why my lighting's been a little all over the place. But that was wonderful, and so excited. After this, Alexi will be returning as MC as well. So it was great being your MC briefly. Bye.
Hello, everybody. I am back for our last set of talks for this year's Roguelike celebration. Thanks to Rourke for taking a shift for me. It was great. I tuned in for some of Orb Simulator. It was a good time. Lots of good stuff in the last block. And we got one more blast of blasting. It was good. Yesterday's Neutrino Watch podcast talk. You should check that out. Anyway, we've got one more blast of Roguelike Celebration content for you. It's very exciting. And then we'll be just hanging out for a bit before we close the space and close off this year. We'll do some final kind of announcements and run through of things at the end there. But do make sure to check out things like the merch, the shirts this year. They're very cool. And we will take them down little while because we tend to only do shirts for the year. So don't forget to check that out. You wouldn't want to miss it. I think the art this year is fabulous. And yes, my spouse Kawa is responsible for getting us the Donu and Deka behind me. So thank you for that. All right. Next up, we unfortunately have to play a pre-recorded talk because our next speaker had a last-minute emergency come up. So wishing Joe the best. But thankfully was able to provide us with a recording so that we can still share this, which is, next up we're going to have Joseph Hewitt, who is the creator of Gearhead, Dungeon Monkey, and Dead Cold, which are some pretty cool roguelikes. Originally from Newfoundland, living in South Korea in the last century, who's a programmer, a cartoonist, and also, importantly, a theatrical special effects designer and operator, and is going to talk about magic and how misdirection and magic can apply to player attention in game design. So let's cue up that talk.
Hi there. My name is Joseph Hewitt, and I'm the developer of Gearhead, Dungeon Monkey, and a bunch of other projects which you probably have never heard of. Today, I'm going to talk about magic and game development. What is magic? Magic is illusion. It's the act of making your audience see something that didn't really happen, or conversely, to not see something that did happen. As the great philosopher Chico Marx said, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? So magic is especially applicable to computer games because, after all, what is a computer game? A computer game is an illusion. When viewed from a certain perspective, a computer game is nothing but an extremely large number. Through this number, people can experience the illusion of adventuring in a fantasy world, or piloting a giant robot, or working on a farm and marrying a dude named Sebastian. The point being, this is all make-believe. It's all an illusion. And being able to craft an illusion, this skill is particularly relevant to roguelike development. Especially in terms of procedural generation. Procedural generation is conjuring new worlds from thin air, making up stuff that did not exist before and technically does not exist now. So I'm going to tell you about 4 of the principles of stage magic: attention, misdirection, simulation, and performance, and show how these can be applied to game development. To do this, I'm going to do the stupidest card trick in the world. This card trick is so easy and so stupid that you can even program a computer to do it. I'm going to ask you to bear with me and play along because I'm about to do something that's absolutely ludicrously impossible. I am going to read your mind. Okay, so right here I have this perfectly normal deck of playing cards, as you can see, and I shuffle them like this, and then I draw a hand of 8 cards, like that. Okay, so I have this hand of 8 cards. I lay them on the table face down. It doesn't matter which cards they are. Any cards will do. Now in a second, I'm going to flip the cards over and show them to you. What I want you to do is to choose one card and remember it. Here they are. Focus on your card. The problem with this trick is that people often forget which card they picked. You got it? All right. Right now, I take the cards back and I shuffle them. I want you to think about the card you picked. Think really loud because, your thoughts have to reach me all the way over here in Korea. I take one card, randomly selected from the hand, and I discard it. That card gets placed face down on the table. Then I drive a wooden stake through the card. Douse it with gasoline, set it on fire, and scatter the ashes in the Taewa River. Now that may seem like overkill, but as you all know, if something is worth doing, it's worth doing right. I then lay the remaining 7 cards on the table face up. At this point, you will see that the card you picked is the card I removed. Whoa. So right now, half of you are going, how did he do that? And the other half are going, he's right, that is the world's stupidest card trick. And that's okay. Let's start with the first principle of magic, attention. A magician focuses the audience's attention on what the magician wants the audience to see. In the case of this card trick, I asked you to concentrate on just one card, to focus on that one card. And this is because if you focused on 2 cards, if you remembered any other card in that deck, the trick would not have worked. Attention has probably the most obvious application to game design because it is UI programming, user interface. What do you want the player to know? What do you want the player to do? You have to direct the player's attention to let them know what they're supposed to know and let them do what they are supposed to do. You give them the tools to interact with this information in a way that supports the illusion of the game world you're trying to create. A problem I often see with my game design students is that they come up with a brilliant core mechanic and then their test players completely miss that because they didn't draw the attention to it in the way that they should have. So be aware of your player's attention and point that attention where you want it or need it. The flip side of attention is misdirection. Attention and misdirection are like 2 sides of the same card. See what I did there? This is when you get the audience to look over there while you're doing something nefarious with your left hand. In the case of the world's stupidest card trick, I used misdirection to distract you, while I swap out the original 8-card hand with a completely separate 8-card hand that I had prepared before doing the trick, if we were doing it face-to-face. In the digital version, I also used misdirection when telling you the story about, staking the card and burning it and throwing it in the river. The practical purpose of that story is to give you a little bit of extra time to forget all the other cards that you might have seen when I turned them all over. So you only remember the one card that you were focused on. I hate to give you spoilers for a 9-year-old game, but one title that uses misdirection brilliantly is Undertale. At the beginning of the game, the player is led to expect that this is going to be sort of a normal JRPG type adventure, when in fact, as you get later into the game, you realize it is a completely different sort of thing. Misdirection is a lot of fun in game design. You can use it to lead the player astray. You can use it to set up surprises and big reveals. You get the player used to a certain rhythm. And then you break the expectation, you do something unexpected, and they're like, oh, I never saw that coming. Of course you didn't. I was leading your attention in one direction while I was planning something nefarious somewhere else. It can also be used to obfuscate the game mechanics you want to be a little bit mysterious. Usually in a game, we want to give the player all the information, but not always. Sometimes you might like to keep a little bit of that information secret. So, the player thinks everything is going the way they think it's going, but it's not. It's going the way you think it's going, because you were the magician, the game designer. Anyway, that's misdirection. The third one, simulation. This is a big one. I could have done the entire talk on simulation, and now I'm speaking so quickly, I kind of regret that I didn't do it all on simulation. What is simulation? Simulation is the idea that in Magic at least, simulation is the idea that what we are seeing is some kind of objective reality. And of course it isn't. We just covered that. What you are seeing is what the magician wants you to see. It's the same in a computer program. Getting back to the world's stupidest card trick. From the beginning of the trick to the end of the trick, I was lying to you. I was lying. That's what magicians do. I was creating a false reality to replace the actual reality that was happening. When I drew a hand of 8 cards and I said, oh, these could be any cards, that was a lie. I had prepared the 8 cards beforehand and substituted them in for the cards from the deck. When I was discarding a card from the original hand, it was not the original hand, it was the second hand of cards. I was lying to you. And I told you this would be the card that you picked. That was a lie. The second hand of cards were all different from the first hand of cards. But your mind, you have a mental simulation of the world. You believe that things are real. Because of this mental simulation, you assume that the cards that I'm telling you, oh yeah, these are the cards that were just on the table, are actually the cards that were just on the table. We do this a lot in daily life. Your brain fills in gaps in information when you don't have perfect knowledge or perception of the world around you. There's an important point for game design. You may have heard the phrase suspension of disbelief. When you're creating a game world, you want the player to suspend their disbelief and buy into the illusion that you are creating. And this is an important point. The player, just like you, knows that it's a lie. The player is working with you. It's the player's imagination that is doing a lot of the heavy lifting to build this game world. Because they want to be entertained. I mean, nobody in the audience, as far as I know, actually believes that I can read your mind. I don't look like the kind of guy who can read your mind. But many of you bought into that lie just because you wanted to be entertained, and I hope I did entertain you with that. Look at games like Bloodstone, or Bloodborne, or Yume Nikki, where very little concrete information is given, but the player still constructs this elaborate fantasy world from the little scraps of information that they get while playing. That is the power of simulation. You want to have points in the game that stimulate the imagination and let the player do a little bit of the heavy lifting for you. The last point, performance. As game developers, we are programmers. Many of us are, not all of us are programmers, many of us are programmers. We tend to look at things as technical problems. This is not always the best way to look at it. The presentation, the way you do something can be as important as what you're doing. Many of the greatest magicians in the world don't have any great tricks. They do tricks that are very easy to figure out. But their performance elevates the tricks to a new level. So, one of the main things about thinking about stage magic when thinking about game design is that you have to keep the player in your mind at all times. You are thinking, what do I want the player to experience? How can I give them this aesthetic experience? And that's all the time I have for today. Thank you very much. Remember, don't believe everything you see, but have fun with game design. Goodbye.
Oh man, I'm so charmed. I wish that Joseph was here so I could enthuse about that talk because I loved it. I had a moment because I did want to believe. I wanted a card trick and a pre-recorded talk to somehow work, and so I had a slight moment of, oh my god, he got rid of my card, and then I could see it. But amazing, love it. We won't do Q&A because we wouldn't have had time anyway, but also yes, unfortunately, best wishes to Joe. Hopefully people could, I'm sure, get in touch to talk to him later about his talk because I think it was fantastic. But next up, we have a full talk from Tyler Coleman, founder of Retora Games, developer of Merchant, Space Merchant, and Merchant Guilds, and a lecturer at University of Texas and University of California, and a founder of Ludo Systems, who is here to talk about the 80-20 rule, which you may have heard of, but is also extremely useful and applies to working with ProcGen. So next up, welcome Tyler.
Thanks, Alexi. So I'm here to talk about the 80-20 rule. I assume most of you have heard of this before, probably many different forms of it. But before we jump into it, I want to talk first about why this is on my mind, why it's a topic that I submitted a talk for and I've been thinking about for the past few years. And to do that, we're going to do a little bit of background history. So I launched my one game Merchant in 2014. It still gets updates once in a while. And a few years ago, we decided to try to make a multiplayer sequel, so online multiplayer game. I'm just going to share a couple seconds of a trailer just to illustrate if it plays, hopefully. Mostly just an excuse to share this awesome trailer. So this is the important part of the trailer. You'll see that this game is coming in 2021. So now I'm going to show you a second version of this trailer. So you'll see a very important part of this trailer, which says that the game is coming in 2024. So if you take away anything from me on this, it's don't put coming year on any trailer ever. But this is why I've been thinking about this 80-20 rule. We originally decided, hey, we're going to add a couple things to a game that already exists, add some multiplayer, it'll be out in a year. Then we realized how much more we needed to add to do that and make it good. So then we kept pushing it back. So no longer 2021. Maybe 2024, right? Who knows? We'll see. Actually, the good news is it is 2024. In fact, it's Wednesday. So just so you know, if anything about this talk seems rough around the edges, it's not because I've been playing Balatro on my phone. It's because I'm launching a game in 2 days. So with that said, let's jump into it. So I'm here to talk about the Pareto principle. Some of you have probably heard of it as this term, the 80-20 rule. They're kind of interchangeable. So the idea here, the original, is that 20% of the input creates 80% of the results. This has been applied in a lot of different ways. I like to just call it the 80-20 rule. I think it's more approachable that way. So like some of the versions that you maybe have seen before or people have talked about for this, 20% of the input creates 80 of the result. 80% of the land is owned by 20% of the population, the original form of this. 20% of customers make most of the revenue, 20% of workers produce most of the results. There's a lot of variations of this in software and production and business. But I'm here to tell you that these versions are boring, right? We're not actually here to talk about these. These are just big numbers that we don't care about. We're actually here to have some fun and think of some interesting 80-20 rules that may apply in games. So did you know that 20% of runs result in 80% of the victories? Or 20% of chests provide 80% of the loot? How about 80% of the damage reflected is from only 20% of the jam? 20% champions are used in 80% of the matches. 80% of the map is from a small bit of Berlin, right? So there's a lot of versions of this. And of course, for any of these, it's important to know the most important statistic on the screen is that these are all made up on the spot. I'm not here to give you actual data. This is not peer-reviewed, studied. This is me just saying that, hey, things don't always happen in a linear manner. So what I'm actually here to tell you, it's not specific to numbers, right? It's not going to be 80-20 as exact numbers. I'm going to be rather apocryphal with that. You can use any version of this. I know a lot of people say 90-10, 88-12. You kind of make your own number that you think fits with you. Because this is not a numerology talk, right? I'm not here to tell you that everything is exactly 80-20 and that you should live your life by it. What I'm actually here to tell you is that, this is linear bad, curve good. So if we accept this premise, the reason I think this is important and a topic that is vital for games is we tend to think linearly. When we think doing things, when we think of the distribution of things, we think in a very linear manner. It's just the way our meat works, right? Something happens today, then tomorrow, then the day after. It's one day at a time, right? You do the tutorial, then you do level 1, then you do level 2. Just one more level, one more turn, right? Very specific, one at a time, one after the other. Movement, anything like this. We have these very specific analogies and concepts of doing things in a very linear pattern. But reality is more built on curves, right? A lot of data out there. Again, apocryphal here. I'm not saying all data. But reality really does work in a lot of curves. There's plenty of curves and non-uniform distributions in games, in life in general, in humanity. And so if we really want to represent reality, if we want to work within reality, I think it's important for us to understand how to work in curves and how to think in curves. So how do we adapt? How do we think in curves? Well, unfortunately, I don't have the perfect answer for you. I'm going to try to give you some ideas on how to think in curves. But going from just 1 day to then 2 days to then 4 days at a time, it's not a good of an expression. And that's just 1 week at a time, right? So it's not going to be easy. I don't think just saying think in curves, suddenly everyone thinks in curves. But I do think if anyone could do it, it's this group, right? We already think in big, interesting numbers. There's a way here for us as roguelike lovers to kind of adapt and to consider things and how things would work in curves. Also, Alexi, Scooby-Doo alignment chart for roguelikes. Just saying, next year, be a great talk. Okay, so where can we think in curves? This is going to be the majority of my talk. The idea of, hey, if things are in curves, where can we think about them in that way? What areas can we apply this to game development? So I'm going to cover 4 different areas. There's more than this. This is just all I have time for. The first one, of course, is just going to be the basic Pareto principle, the idea that 80% of the outcomes are from 20% of the causes. However, the easiest way to look at this one for games is to talk production and talk the actual process of outcomes, progress, from 20% of the causes time. So this is just the idea that 80% of the work is done in 20% of the time. So if you're most way there, it means you've probably only spent 20% of the time needed to have it be done, right? So the other 20% of the work takes another 80% of the time. So this version of the 80-20 rule, you most often see it as like, hey, I got something working, it took me a week to build a prototype. It's going to take another 4 weeks to get it done. How many of you have had this happen to you, right? And probably all hands go up. You get a functioning version of something, but to really get it done, it takes a few more weeks. But I'm here to tell you, we're not done yet. If we're not speaking in linear terms, then we also need to consider that taking 1 week and then 4 weeks is not actually done. Because when we're dealing with this approach, we're also dealing with something that's very recursive. So 5 weeks, it's done. Proud of you. You did a great job. The thing is, not really done, right? 20 more weeks now, it's actually really done. Good job, the feature's in, the level's done, you can move on. It's 25 weeks, yeah, not bad. Thing is, 25 weeks to get it really done, it's not really done, so you still have to integrate it with everything else that's really done, bringing everything together, making sure it's a cohesive whole. So that 1 week, recursively, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. So that 125 weeks, I'm so proud of you. You got everything together. You really had it feel like a cohesive whole. It's not really done, though, is it? I mean, there's always more things. There's always things you can continue to work on. I'm not trying to scare you off of development by saying this. I'm not trying to say, everything takes forever and run away from game dev. But it is something that it's helpful to understand that, really actually being done with something does take a long time. And this one is the only one where I'd say these numbers are factually correct, 100% real, and no, I won't be taking any questions on it. So what can we do about this 80-20 time? This one's easy, right? Just always assume it'll take longer than you think. Take that number, multiply it by 4, then do it again, right? If you think something's going to take a month to be done, it's probably actually going to take 4 months. This is the bane of every game developer, but it is the honest truth of working in a creative medium like games. Next up, I want to talk about the innovation approach, the idea that a lot of people have coined, especially in creator spaces, inventions, and things like that. That, products are 80% familiar, 20% unique. That all innovations, all creation is building upon this familiar space, and it itself is just adding a small section of unique. I like to think of this one as this classic phrase, good artists borrow, great artists steal. What it's really saying is great artists steal 80%. So what is the 80%? What do you steal? So the 80%, when it comes to actually that 80% familiar, that's what I'd call the foundation. Right? This is the part of your project that is really just the structural integrity upon which you build everything else. In games, that can mean, control interface, camera setup to your character, just kind of the tropes, the expectations, the inheritance of your genre, right? This is the good part of tropes. This is the tropes that make the game more accessible. So, these are the things that, okay, sure, it's a silly shtick, but it helps me understand your world. The framing is an important aspect, so it helps you build that sort of house upon the foundation. The part that makes your project unique is that other 20%, right? The thing that makes your game stand out is the 20% that you did different from every other game in your genre, every other project in your space. So again, 80-20, magic numbers, but what happens if you diverge from this, right? What if you say, I'm just going to make everything familiar, right? I'm going to do 100% familiarity. I'm going to do everything that's been done in that genre before. I'm going to follow along the path that's well-tread. Well, when you do that, you tend to get a name, right? Clone, like. There's a lot of terms to describe games that are so similar to their predecessors. They're so familiar, they tend to get these labels. It's not always a bad thing. I'll say, like, as a professor, I sometimes recommend this to students. It's a great way to start out, kind of cut your teeth on development when you have that blueprint set in front of you. But of course, if you're doing it for financial reasons, then it's legally and ethically dicey. Accreditation, as we saw earlier with the Defense of the Ancients talk, it can be really challenging when you focus too much on that familiar. I always love the saying that, like, first game is innovative, second is a clone, third is a genre, right? At some point when enough games come out where they're really exploring the same familiarity space, you can start getting more granular about what makes each one unique, and then you start seeing genre appear. But what about the other direction? What if you avoid familiar? Say, I want nothing in common with the other genres, the other spaces. So certainly this exists in games and any creative medium, really kind of intentionally avoiding any sort of commonality to other products. Again, I think there's positives to this, but you're definitely making a very specific type of product. And whenever I think of this, I tend to go with film and think about this idea of like a filmmaker's film, right? These are films that are very interesting. They're definitely saying something. They're doing a lot of cool stuff, but they're just not broadly accessible, right? They didn't appeal to a large audience for whatever reason. I will also note on this one, I think it's an important distinction. What I'm going to call my tepid take is for creators like Kurosawa, they weren't necessarily niche or avant-garde, right? They did a great job at figuring out what was unique about them. Unfortunately, that language barrier and the inability to distribute into other areas made it so the language was part of their unique when it really shouldn't have been, right? The things that Kurosawa was doing were fantastic. They were broadly accessible. It was just hard for him to enter into other areas because of that. So, take that for what it will. I do think there are movies that are clearly built in this avant-garde, unique space, and others that just, were stopped for other reasons. So, we talk film here. Obviously, the next question is, what's a game maker's game? These are my own personal examples. And again, I'm not putting a value statement on this. I'm not saying these are lesser quality products. I would love to know if I get points to be the first person to reference Facade this year. Maybe not. But for any of these, there's a pattern of these creative products that they're usually called ahead of their time. They're praised for their exploration of the unique, but they just struggle with accessibility to a broad audience because they're doing too many interesting new things. They're exploring too much space at once. So, this is also super subjective. This is a great opportunity in chat. Like, what is this game to you? What is the game that, like, it almost intentionally avoids familiarity? It inspires others, but maybe it just didn't hit that audience in the same way. Another consideration in this space, familiarity, is theme. Some themes benefit from this more than others. In my own personal experience in game development, I've made a lot of games in the medieval fantasy space. And it's really easy to hit 80% familiar with medieval fantasy, right? We have these sort of tropes, we have these expectations where you can lean on them, right? Even when you add stuff that is not reality, like magic, there's kind of a rule set that's known and understood and trusted. On the flip side of that, though, It's really tricky to pull this off with sci-fi, something we realized when we made Space Merchant. What is your tachyon disruptor rifle? It's probably going to be different from any other game that has an item of the same name, right? I like calling these narrative greebles, right? Because you're adding tachyon disruptor to rifle. So you're trying your best to get some of that familiarity. Everyone knows what rifle is, but then you're putting your narrative greebling on it and kind of giving it this fun sci-fi spin. So you're doing your best to get some bit of familiarity into it. Another important concept of this, of the familiar and unique, is once you've made a game and you've sort of set that foundation where people understand it, you actually then are able to explore different sets of unique, right? Now you've created 100% familiar with a previous product. So now what is the 20% unique of your next product? What is your sequel's unique? And for this, I like to pick on The Sims. I think The Sims is a great example of this because of the decades of games and the long history of success that it's had. So what is the same across all Sims? What's different? So for the same, the easy and obvious here is the plumb bob, right? Very little has changed. Still a green shape, right? A little bit prettier shaders maybe, but generally speaking, it's still the same. That has become part of the familiar, consistent throughout every Sim. What about the location though, right? The map that you actually are on. This is something that they decided early on is not something that needs to be familiar, right? You don't need to reuse the neighborhood from one game to the other, because the neighborhood, even if it does have character, if there are certain street names in certain areas, that can be unique each game and still feel like a Sims game. So now you see something like Willow Creek is a completely different experience from the original Sims. What I'd love to know, maybe if anyone here worked on The Sims or knows people who did, is how much they knew what was going to be familiar. Because I think the most interesting use case here, and I referenced them earlier, is the Goths. These were characters that appeared in The Sims. They're very much built on a familiar, right? They are the Addams Family. They are the Munsters, right? They are built on this kind of familiar trope, but they were so successful in the first game, they were so iconic, that they've now become part of the familiar for all future Sims. Last thought on this with The Sims is just in general with Maxis. They do a great job of having these sort of what I like to call game dev calling cards. How many of you have seen reticulating splines, right? So this is one of many examples for Maxis, but they had these moments in their games that became part of their familiar, right? References to llamas and alpacas and these very specific things that were consistent across all of their games and became a sort of identifier of their familiar. So for this, I leave you the question, what is the 80-20 of roguelike? I'm totally jumping into, what our Berlin interpretation or what our interpretation is here, but what is that 80% that truly is the familiar for roguelike? And what is the 20% that is going to be the unique? You can probably find very consistently certain things stay as 80%. Certain things are consistently part of the 20%. It's going to differ per game. But whenever you're creating a game, what you really have to ask is what is the 80% familiar of my genre, of my space that I'm going to build upon? Next up, I want to talk about the vocal minority. Now, I'm sure you all have heard this phrase. Normally it refers to an audience, the people within a community that are creating most of the conversation. But in this case, I actually want to talk about the vocal minority of content or of topic. So 20% of your content is 80% of your conversation. What parts of your game are people going to spend the most time talking about? What are the things that your Discords and your Reddits and your BBSs are going to be full of messages on? The big question to ask, of course, with this is which 20%, which part of my game, which pieces of my game are going to be the thing that everyone is talking about, good or bad, mind you. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to this. There's no one answer that applies to every game. But I do have some thoughts on this particular flavor of 80-20 for games. First up, your foundation should be quiet. The silent majority of your content should be your foundation. Because usually if it's working, no one's talking about it. Even if you spent dozens of hours, dozens of months working on your character controller and your camera system to make sure that your character always is centered correctly and you figured out the right key mapping for everything for your game. If it is familiar, if it's part of kind of the norm, probably you're not going to see a lot of conversations about it. But that's a good thing, right? It means they're focusing on the unique. They're focusing on the things about your product that really make you stand out. If they aren't talking about this foundation, it's usually not positive, right? The reason I bring this up for this conference in particular is I'm really interested in thinking about what is that 20% of content in a roguelike or procedural generated game? What is everyone talking about? So it's a hard question to answer. It definitely differs per game. But first and foremost, the idea of the non-generative core, the piece of the game that is not generative, the things that kind of stay the same, something where if I play the game and you play the game, we have this common thread. We have things that happen that are very similar. For this section, the game I'd like to use as an example is Caves of Cut. So Caves of Cut, as I'm sure many of you know, does a wonderful mix of static content and generative content. So it is a perfect example of a game that potentially has content people could talk about that is generated versus content that is static. And a lot of them are a mix. So your spine fruit leads to spine fruit jam. It always leads to a specific type of damage resistance that will be variable or regenerative. You have things like certain characters that are always available, always potentially there for you based on the default starting conditions. So I asked Jason about this a few days ago, like, hey, what are your fans talking about? And he said, generally they see it as 50-50. Some people love talking about the characters and the things that are kind of knowns and really, showing love and care for certain NPCs that are static. But of course, the other side of it is talking about the generative systems and the things that they bring out. Which brings me to the artifacts. So for the most part, unless you're in a dev-facing event like this, most of your players, most of your audience are going to be talking about the artifact of the generative system, not the generative system itself. And just like anything else in this talk, they're probably talking about 20%. So for this, what we're really looking at is when you're generating systems, when you're generating maps, items, whatever it may be, some portion of it is going to be interesting enough that someone's going to decide to talk about it, to go on a Discord, to tweet, whatever it may be. And usually it's the thing that stands out, right? So to sort of steal the bowls of oatmeal, if you had 10,000 bowls of alphabet soup, the one that spells something is going to be the one that someone talks about, right? The one that does something unique and interesting that really stands out, the right combination of randoms, that's going to be the one that becomes part of that conversation. So as developers, it's really just important that we create systems that allow for that 20% of artifacts, those weird, unique, those outliers, to be possible. It should also be noted that the meta of your game is probably an 80-20. So what I mean by this is, your best items, your best character, your best combos, this one above and beyond beats everything else. It's really annoying when only 20% is in the meta or, somewhere in that range. But I'm here to say that that's fine and don't fight it, right? I don't want to say impossible, but it is definitely Sisyphean to try to expand that to a larger percent of your content. Certainly many games try it, your character battle games like League and Overwatch and things of that nature. Certainly they want all of their characters to be equally represented. But I think it's important to just have a meta that people can find because people enjoy the process of figuring that out. And then find ways to adapt it, right? For me, that's probably regular updates to the game, but that can also be game modes, special modifiers, making it so the meta is always changing for those who like to find this, but trying to balance it so it's a perfect spread, in my opinion, is not worth it. The other part is that the 20% here is subjective. I'm saying the 20% people talk about or are deeply interested in, that's going to differ per player. I've always loved the Magic the Gathering player profiles, and for this, it's like which 20% of cards speak to the Tammy, speak to the Spike, which cards, which areas are they going to be most into. All right, lastly, math. I'll get through this quickly. I think I got a few more minutes, and this is what you're all here for anyway. So 80% of the outcomes from 20% of the causes. When we're looking at this as an actual roguelike, when we're looking at actually generating content, this can mean a lot of things. This can be 80% of your damage comes from only 20% of your attacks. This is your crit, right? This is your power move, your special attack. This is breaking, damage, resistance, armor break. Having those special moments from a very specific subset of attacks. 80% of the rewards coming from 20% of your loot. This is that boss chest after defeating the boss in the region. This is that super secret hidden room that has a chest that opens and just drops 10,000 awesome items. And of course, for any of these, it's also recursive, right? What I said before, within that 80, within that 20 are additional 80s and 20s. I think TTRPGs do this wonderfully. D&D having a 1 and a 20, really saying these are special. We have set these aside to be special. Ensures that you have those moments for that sort of 80-20 rule to apply. I think when doing random in games, especially digital ones, it really helps to use a buddy system. Never roll alone. What I mean by that is just doing more than one random at a time, getting that weighted distribution. This ensures a more interesting random layout. For TTRPGs, maybe we could do 2d10, but I would say this is powered by the apocalypse, right? What I do in a lot of my games is I actually curve my randoms using easings. So I'm just doing a basic lerp, 0 to 1 random, and then I apply an easing to give me a different value rather than just having that kind of even distribution. Another place you can apply this, everybody knows this guy, everybody knows what he says. So this is a classic example of you have an opportunity here to give this person many different things to say. But if you weight your grammars, you can ensure that that really fun special one is only occurring, n amount of times. Lastly, just don't do random. For our games, we actually kind of borrowed this idea from Clash Royale that has this chest cycle. You can give the sense of random without actually having a random system to really ensure that that 80-20 is coming at a good cycle, that that rotation of good moments occurs at the intervals you want it to. And again, remember everything's recursive. So within that, there's a subset, there's a subset. So with this, I leave you my final thoughts. Is this dangerous? Am I introducing dark patterns? Maybe. I think not treating this like one more thing in your toolbox can be dangerous, right? This is just one more way to approach development. Don't confidently think you always know what the 80-20 is going to be. Maybe you think it's going to be this character, it ends up being something else. This is really just one more thing to discuss, one more way to plan, but throw out anything you get from it. And lastly, I leave you with this. I really said 80-20 is important, and everything is secretly 80-20. So I want to thank you for your time, and hope to have a great conversation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And yeah, I love it. I have to say, to back up this talk on the development of Nightingale, for at least all the time I was there, the maxim was 80% generated, 20% handcrafted was our approach to procedural generation. And I also know, because I mentioned it in lectures, that in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, they had a generator for cutscenes, and it was 20% fully generated, just like use it as is, 80% required varying levels of hand touching. So
not a numerology talk.
Yeah, but gotta say. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I believe that now it is time for a numerology talk, I've heard. But so perfect lead up. Couldn't ask for a better transition. So thank you very much, Tyler. All right. And yes, as promised, numerology talk. So Nat Allison, who spoke last year, is the reason why I'm still playing Cryptic Sudokus in my break.
You are?
From being, I've gone all in on it, but game designer from UMA Games, who in her spare time likes to turn numbers into art and is here to talk about procedurality and primes.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Nat Allison, and as was said, this is my talk, Procedurality and the Primes. A little bit about myself. I am currently a game developer at UMA Games. We are working on a project game called Project Marble. It's a sandbox game aimed at young players, aiming to teach them creative problem solving and mathematical reasoning. And my official title is math designer, and I like to say that my job is to try to trick kids into liking math. So what this means functionally is like designing systems in the game and puzzles to show kind of why math is fun. You know, it's not all the memorizing multiplication tables that you learn in school. It's stuff about creative reasoning and discovery and deduction and stuff like that. And because we have the world's toughest customers, I've started asking myself a question a lot, which is, what makes mathematics interesting? Why have mathematicians kind of been fascinated with these subjects, these numbers and equations and proofs? Why do people spend years of their life like compiling books just listing the first million prime numbers? This is a particularly important question to me because my kind of claim to fame before all this is kind of in mathematical visualization and taking some sort of concept such as polyhedra or symmetry groups and making it visual and animated for a wide audience that might not know as much about math. And the more and more I thought about this question, I've started thinking about a related question, which is, what makes procedurality interesting? Why have we devoted so much resources into making procedural generators, into cellular automata? Why are we all gathered here today to talk about games where the dungeons are randomly spawning? And I can think of kind of three things that result in this, probably that have been talked about in other talks here as well. This idea of complexity from simplicity, of taking simple rules and getting way more complex outputs out of it. Having a balance of order and chaos, having results that are fascinating to humans that aren't just like content oatmeal or alphabet soup, and also surprise and joy, having unexpected things happen, this, which has also been talked about. But my wager, my claim is that these three criteria are also what make mathematics interesting. Or to put it in formal mathematical language, math is a roguelike. And this theorem is what I'm going to spend the rest of my talk proving. And before I get into that, I have to make an aside, which is not to confuse this theorem with the converse theorem, which is that roguelikes are math, which is a very well-known theorem. We use mathematics a lot when we do procedural generation. There's a lot of overlap. And first, some of the very first things that we consider, like procedurally generated, were made and named after mathematicians. Fractals such as the Mandelbrot set, the Sierpinski triangle, and cellular automata such as Conway's Game of Life. But I think there is a subtle distinction that we need to discuss, which is that when you're doing procedural generation, you're often using the mathematics as a tool. You're interested in the result in getting a pretty picture or a game world that is fun to traverse. And you're just caring about the result, and the math is just what you use to get there. Whereas when you're talking about pure math, you're talking about the underlying model, and and the visualizations are just one portrait into it. And if it's useful otherwise, like if it turns out to be like just what fundamental particles of quantum physics behave, that's kind of just a bonus, Like, for example, are you using fractals because it's a cool image that you can use for the climax of your sci-fi horror film, or are you actually trying to learn something about the properties of numbers by analyzing this shape and the way that it has self-symmetry? But anyways, with that caveat put to the side, let's get on with our proof. And with every great math proof, we will split it up into subsections, which we call lemmas. The first one being from complexity from simplicity. From having simple rules, you will try to generate a universe. And this can be everything in procedural generation, from taking some sort of string and having some string replacement algorithm in order to create trees, having a tracery grammar, and melding words together and switching them up using probability distributions in order to create an infinite amount of sentences and funny Twitter bots. And this idea, this core of taking some sort of small set of rules and seeing what comes out of them is true in math as well. In math, these are called our axioms. One famous old example is the Euclidean postulates. The idea that you can draw lines, points, you can draw lines between them, you can draw circles, and from that you can draw triangles, squares, pentagons, hexagons, and prove theorems about angles and distances between them. You generate all of what we call Euclidean geometry. One other example that I particularly like is group theory, which is the study of ways that things can be symmetric. Here I have my handy dandy Rubik's Cube. And the moves of a Rubik's Cube follow a certain set of rules. You can take any sequence of turns, you can chain them together. You can undo a sequence of turns. So if you do left, up, right, you can do right, up, left. I don't actually remember. Or you can do nothing. And those will still be all sequences of moves on a Rubik's Cube. And you can identify similar rule sets for a lot of other things, such as the ways you can rotate or reflect a tetrahedron, or the number of ways that you can permute. You can rearrange a deck of cards, which we call a permutation group. And just by having these rules that all these different objects seem to have and abstracting them, you can generate an entire zoo of these types of symmetries. And some of them are for common geometric objects, such as tetrahedra, things that you can find just in the world or in nature. Some are related to, like I said, fundamental particles in quantum theory. There are groups relating to that. And some of them just kind of shake out as a result of those rules and don't really have any real world equivalent. But it's fun to just see where the rules go and where they lead. These are called the sporadic groups, which just kind of show up when you define these rules. And it's hard to really explain in the short amount of time that I have. But the best analogy I can give is these groups are like what if Cthulhu and like eldritch gods were atomic elements on the periodic table. And that's just like a fundamentally true thing about group theory and about mathematics that just exists in all possible realities. Moving on, another example is counting numbers, 1, 2, 3, and so on. You can also formalize these into axioms. These are called the piano axioms, saying that 0 is a natural number. Any natural number has next number, so there's an infinite amount of them. And there's also a couple boring ones related to like what numbers are equivalent, which I won't get into because they're kind of boring. But the idea is you can take a small set of rules and you can start defining operations on top of it. You can define addition, which is just repeated sequential operators. Multiplication, which is just repeated addition. Exponents, which is just repeated multiplication. And from that, you can start to ask things like, what are the ways that a number can be multiplied together? And then you get the concept of factoring a number, splitting it up into smaller parts by multiplication. And you realize that all numbers can be composed of atoms called prime numbers. And then you look at this sequence and you realize, well, this is a kind of weird sequence. It's not like repeating in a sequence in a nice way. And you start wondering what patterns you can find to them, like wondering how often they occur in pairs that are separated by 2. Or you can ask like how often that they occur in general. If you pick a random number, what are the odds that it's going to be prime? And it turns out the result is it's going to be prime proportional to the number of digits that it has. You can find the intersection of those, of prime numbers, with other sequences of groups, such as those that are close to a multiple of 2, or those that are Fibonacci numbers. You can ask questions about how do the prime numbers and just numbers in general relate to other branches of mathematics, such as group theory or complex analysis. This is the infamous Riemann-Zeta equation, which kind of has this spooky relationship with the natural numbers, the prime numbers. And this rabbit hole just kind of goes on and on and on. There are like an uncountably infinite amount of ways to slice this one concept of taking defining numbers and just defining the basic operations of them. And it leads to this whole deep well of theory. I need to discuss this counterclaim, which is that math is complicated. Like, what are all these words? I don't understand half of what you just said. Right? There are all these words and symbols and theorems and equations that I don't really understand, a lot of jargon. And as an analogy to address this counterclaim, I would like to think of the board game Go. Go has very simple rules. You take turns placing stones on the grid, and there are rules about if a group of stones is surrounded by stones of the opposite color, then they are captured. But underlying these simple rules, is an entire metagame built up over thousands of years, a complex theory and rich vocabulary, sente, gote, endgame, complicated words that are created to describe these simple rules that are generated by placing stones. And I think it's the same way with math. The axioms, the rules are just starting from things like counting of 1 + 1 = 2, of just counting the ways you can turn a Rubik's Cube. And from those simple rules, you get an entire world of complex mechanics from mathematicians trying to understand why they behave the way that they do. This is the famous Riemann hypothesis, which says that the equation I showed earlier, the Riemann zeta equation, can somehow like predict where the primes occur. And this is an unsolved problem, and if you solve it, you get $1 million. But the point is that this complicatedness in math is the emergence. Math is sort of a game you can think of where you might be inspired by reality, such as flipping cards or polyhedra, and you see where those rules that you get from reality take you, where you leave reality and play with those rules, and you see what shakes out. But how do you actually determine what rules are good? And this is where the second part of our proof comes in, which is balance of chaos and order. Here we have 3 samples. One is a completely uniform grid. The other on the right is complete white noise, completely chaotic. And in the middle we have pearly noise. And this is something where you can start to see it's not completely chaotic, not completely ordered. You can start to see some patterns. It feels a little bit naturalistic. You might be able to see like a face, a nose. And this is one reason that it's used in things like terrain generation. Complete symmetry is fundamentally boring, whereas complete chaos is intractable. Humans are pattern-matching creatures by nature. We like to see something and try to figure out, where have we seen this before? How does this match up with our current view of the world? But we also like to be challenged a little bit. If we realize something and notice that it's not particularly interesting, we're like, okay, I kind of understand this. So if something is too repeatable, even something like an infinite tiling can be squashed down into a point. If something is too chaotic, then our mind sort of just gives up and goes somewhere else. However, if you strike a balance between the two, the mind kind of goes wild and tries to really needle at it and tries to find the pattern that you think is almost just there. In the idea of like sequences, like the even numbers, they're kind of boring. You kind of realize, okay, they all are separated by 2. A randomly generated list, also kind of boring. Maybe you might try to see if there is a pattern, but eventually you give up when you realize there isn't any. But something like the primes, something where you can almost see that there is a pattern. For example, besides 2, all of them are odd. There are instances where they seem to be separated by 2, like 11, 13, 17, and 19. You might be able to find some patterns, and then you might not. This is the famous Ulam spiral, which is where you draw numbers in a square spiral, starting with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so on in the spiral, and then you tally up all the primes. And for some reason, the primes seem to go along certain diagonals and not others. And this is a fascinating property of them, and this kind of is just like the pearly noise, right? This is somewhere in between order and chaos. It fits in between where there are some patterns that we kind of see, but it's not just so easy like a checkerboard that we're just like, okay, I understand this, time to move on. In fact, primes and divisibility are kind of great for this kind of behavior. This is a visualization I made that I call a modular mandala, where you're kind of comparing each number, comparing pairs of numbers and drawing a circle if they don't share any prime factors, for example, 14 and 15. Each strand represents the numbers that are what we call coprime or relatively prime to each number. And if you look at each strand, you can see a clear pattern, repeating pattern, like dot, 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 blank, dot, 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 blank, and so on and so on. But if you look at each pattern in succession, there's not really an easy way to predict what the next one will be. And yet, even though it's hard to predict, you can notice that they all seem to line up in particular instances where they all have dots or they all have no dots. This is another example that I call the prime logs, where you take the prime factors of each number. For example, 2, 3, 4 is 2 times 2. This is 5, 6 is 2 times 3. And you take their logarithm and then you stack them up. And so this is a very compact way to view prime numbers, prime factors of a lot of numbers. And you see there doesn't really seem to be a pattern. These colors which represent different prime numbers seem to just kind of go randomly. But if we scroll to the right, this is around 2 to the power of 9. You see these patterns start to line up. There are these mounds that seem to appear that have to do with the ways that multiples of small primes intersect. And we also have to discuss a counterclaim here, which is that this balance doesn't really last forever. For example, when I'm playing in roguelikes, when I'm playing Balatro, eventually I decided that the red black deck was my favorite deck, and I would always just go for flushes, and then it started getting boring, and I stopped playing Balatro. You start learning strategies, you start learning that things are the same, the chaos becomes tamed, and the patterns sort of become rote. Alternately, if you play Minecraft enough, or if you, like this is a criticism of early No Man's Sky, even though there's like an infinite number of worlds, the trees all start just looking the same, like everything kind of just like blends into noise. This happens in math as well. You can ask, what is the difference between 2 and 3? 2 is even, 3 is odd. 2 dimensions feels very different than 3 dimensions. 2 is associated with binary operators, 3 is associated with the rule of threes and threeness and triangles. There's a lot of different ways where they feel different. But if you take large primes such as 131,071 versus 514,229, they're really hard to tell apart. So how do we fix this? Well, in roguelikes, you can do things like challenge runs, self-imposed challenges, speedrunning mods. There are a lot of ways where you can amend the current content. You can shake up the balance and find something new. And you can do the same in math as well. You can make numbers like whatever we want them to be and make them as interesting as we want them to be. For example, the first number here is a Mersenne prime, which is a power of 2 minus 1, and those happen to be very easy to calculate for computers, and so the largest prime that we know is always going to be a Mersenne prime. And this other one is a Fibonacci number that also happens to be prime, and there might be some interesting properties related to the intersection of those two. In math, as in roguelikes, you can be the avatar. You can restore balance to the world of math or any game you're playing. You can carve out your own path and find the fun yourself. And speaking about fun, let's talk about the third lemma, which is surprise and joy. It's kind of ProcGen succeeds best when you're able to create results that are surprising even to its creator. Things that are surprisingly poignant or beautiful or funny. This is like in Slay the Spire when you get a really good synergy. You get this sense of dopamine, a sense of serendipity. You feel like, as another talk mentioned, that you're cheating somehow, that all the stars are aligning on this moment. And this happens in mathematics as well. This is the famous Euler's identity. And it's kind of this weird equation where like E is related to exponentials and pi is related to circles and I is related to complex numbers. And what are they all doing here and mixing together, and somehow they equal 0. And it feels magical almost, like this can't possibly be happening, but it's true. This happened a lot. This happens a lot in my own work. One recent example is when I was investigating the Fibonacci numbers, and I was taking just the remainders of them. So if you take the remainders of them modulo 10, essentially taking the last digit, this forms a repeating sequence. And you can do this with different bases, and it'll get a periodic sequence. And I just decided to take pairs of them, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and so on, and just plot them in the grid and see what happens. And doing that for every single type of Fibonacci sequence. And what I get is this. This is the sequence for using a base of 89, dividing by 89. And it has this like weird cross it looks like a little hashtag for some reason. And I tried this with other numbers. With 90, it's almost red and yellow, and there are these 4 windmills in a rotational pattern. With 98, you get this even more intricate thing. With the 102, you get a repeated of this like X hashtag symbol. With 125, it's just these 4 shurikens for some reason. And I was just like amazed when I found this. Like I never expected this to happen, which is really interesting. But there is also a counterclaim that we need to address here, which is what if this is just a coincidence? There's a sort of infamous example where a lot of amateur mathematicians or just people who like math will joke that like the golden spiral fits with everything. You can take any picture and you overlay a golden spiral on it. But the idea is that most of it is actually fake. Most of it is just like a coincidence. And this is like asking like, well, what if this is just a fluke in my run and this energy was a fluke and I'll never get this done again? But then maybe you start watching a lot of game design YouTube or a lot of roguelike celebration talks, and you realize that this was actually part of the plan all along. The game developers intended for you to find those synergies for those game-breaking moments to make you feel powerful. And a similar thing happens in math as well. Unless you're Ramanujan, this kind of thing where a lot of different things coincide don't just happen out of the blue. Stuff like this comes from studying properties of complex numbers and how they rotate the 2D plane, and eventually you lead up to this equation. I am not the best person to explain this. You can just plug in Euler's identity on YouTube, and a lot of math people will give you a lot of really good explanations and visualizations. But the idea is that you can analyze this equation, you can study it, and you can until the point where it feels as natural and obvious as 1 + 1 = 2. Math has this magic property where something that at once feels magic can feel as natural as something that you learned in primary school. And so on with my what I call Pisano quilts, because Pisano was another name for Fibonacci. I'm not satisfied with this pretty picture. I want to know it's not a fluke. I want to know that if I plug in another sequence of numbers, I want to get something similar. Like I've researched this, it turns out that whenever you plug in a Fibonacci number, you always get this kind of cross pattern in it, and it's kind of this recurring fractal sequence. And this has to do with the fact that whenever you take a Fibonacci number, the Fibonacci sequence, and then the modulus is also a Fibonacci number, the sequence will always like cross to 0, and that's what yields these diagonal lines. Whenever you have a multiple of 5, in this color scheme, it will always show up as yellow, orange, red-ish, and that's because the sequences, the periods mod 5 are especially long, and this has something to do with the fact that the Fibonacci numbers are closely related to the golden ratio, and the golden ratio has the square root of 5 in it. I honestly still have no idea what is going on with these. I still need to try other things and do some calculations and do some experiments. But like, I won't rest until I know what's going on, which is why I haven't really talked about them as much. But this is really fun for me to figure out to try something new in math and just seeing what shakes out and trying to figure out why it happens. This joy of discovery is kind of what is at the heart of mathematics, of treading a path of your own and mastering it. It's not memorizing equations, and even I would say like something like proof, while it's important, it's just a tool to facilitate this kind of discovery. It's the language, the mechanics of which this discovery is done. And this is kind of the thing that we're trying to teach in my game at work, and that we're working really hard on. But to review, in both procedural generation and math, you have this idea of taking simple rules, and in math we call them axioms, and bringing forth an entire universe from them. You try to find the universes where there is a balance between order and chaos, and if you do that, you will often find surprising results that will give you great joy. And to sum it up, to end our proof, therefore, math is a roguelike, QED. I will end this talk with all great math lectures, which is with an exercise to the viewer. We talked a little bit about the converse theorem, which is that roguelikes are math. In particular, I talked about the distinction where oftentimes in the work that we do in this community, we are often using math as a tool to get to some sort of result. And I would encourage you as an exercise to kind of think about it the other way, of taking the tools that you are used to working with, and then trying to figure out how they tick. Just not wondering about like what kind of things that they generate, but just sitting with them and trying prodding them in different areas and seeing what shakes out. Take the math that you use every day and figuring out what makes them tick. What is the deal with trigonometry or quaternions that you do use for 3D rotations? When does a cellular automaton lead to interesting things versus when is it kind of boring? What is the game theory behind the strategies that you end up using for when you're doing a deck builder run? find a math object that you find particularly pretty, such as the Platonic solids, and ask yourself the math behind it and why you feel that way. Why do I find this tetrahedron pretty? Why is this? Why does the Mandelbrot set, these fractals that I created, why do they have these sorts of patterns within them? What has similar properties? What doesn't? And also, finally, you can just yeet a number. This is when you make up new rules and kind of just see what shakes out of them. Start asking, what if 4 is equal to 0? What if the numbers don't end and there's some sort of infinity at the end of it? And I promise you, by undergoing this process, by doing this discovery, by not thinking about what you can get out of it, but just letting the math tell you what it wants to tell you, you will learn wonderful things and beautiful new universes will await you. Thank you.
Beautiful. I love it. And I love that even though it's the end of the day and you'd think that the energy would maybe be lagging, everyone in chat very worked up about the numbers. So yeah, a ton of fun. And yeah, I was saying I need to not nerd out too much, but I think it's just great thinking about like Mandelbrot as a visual thinker and the way that that led to the Mandelbrot set and different types of fractals. And then yeah, I gave a lightning talk ages ago on chaos theory and how the visualization of different kind of numeric things led to detecting different types of patterns. So yeah, love this kind of topic and the connection to computation. And like we were talking about visualizing generators, which is just about like visualizing different kind of algorithms and pattern seeking. So yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, I think that we will break and then hopefully people can ask some follow-ups or just talk more about numbers in a breakout room. But thank you so much, Nat, for ending the talk on this very, very cool and visually fascinating set of slides and topic. Excellent. Oh, well, it's the bittersweet time where we have reached the end of this year's Roguelike celebration. We've seen magic. We've seen a lot of numbers. We've seen a lot of references to Perlin noise. We've seen all kinds of things. But, you know, eventually the year comes to an end. We won't kick you all out immediately. We're going to have some time for breakout discussions with that last set of speakers. Yes, lots of elephants as well. And but before we do that, I just want to do our wrap up. I will say now, just for people who are curious, and again, you can always get it in the happening now, but when we go for breakout, it will be Goblin Singers if you want to talk about magic and misdirection, the Joust Arena for the 80-20 rule, and the Whip Show for procedurality and primes. But I do need to do some thankouts. Oh, listen, it's been a long weekend. I need to thank out everybody. First of all, thank you to everyone for attending and making time in their weekend to be here with us in this virtual space. We appreciate it a lot. You know, obviously there would be no conference without all of you attendees. So we really appreciate it. The energy in the space and in the theater and in the breakout rooms, all is what makes this possible. It's what gives us, the organizers, the energy to take all the time to run this, and I know gives the speakers a lot of validation for the time they take to put together their talks. So thank you everyone for asking questions and having discussions and just getting excited. And we are going to be sending out a post-conference email with a post-conference survey. That's a chance to tell us some things about what you liked, what you could improve. And one thing I want to mention is you can also mention suggestions of speakers you'd like to see. This year, Cesar and Adrian from the Necrodancer, off the top of my head, are two speakers that were mentioned in a post-conference survey. And then I went and was like, oh, who's this person? Oh, they're extremely cool. And we got them to speak. So that's really helpful. Please mention that. It helps us out. And just kind of let us know how you found the conference. It's also really useful to talk about the conference once we get those videos up. You know, share those, tell people what was your favorite. We don't do any marketing. We're really bad even at just basic social media, which I'll touch on in a minute. But especially with social media kind of fracturing, we've had a harder and harder time kind of reaching the people who would be interested in coming to this conference. The fact that it's rarer to do virtual events has become, a issue, in the sense that we're still happy, like it's been a great weekend, but it is hard for people to find out about the conference, and the only way that we really get past that is if people talk about it. So, tell a friend, let people know. We always just want that people who would have a good time at Roguelike Celebration get to find out that it exists. So we appreciate your help with that. And to that point, we definitely could also use extra hands in volunteering. If you think that this conference is cool and you'd like to see it keep happening, then we would love if you would get in touch. There are some specific things even, instead of just generalities. Like I've mentioned a couple times, the Steam sale has ballooned into a very large amount of work. We get like a couple hundred and more Steam submissions that we have to go through. There's a bunch of going back and forth with Valve, and Christy does all of this herself, basically, and it is more work than one person can do, and Christy's been shouldering it for a while, so we could really use someone who is maybe enthusiastic about making sure that cool roguelikes end up highlighted on Steam. And we could also use someone who could help us with having an actual social media presence now and then, so people know that we exist. That would be cool. Like I mentioned, the MUD, we have bit rot year to year. We had things like Google sign-in become deprecated this year just because we didn't really have enough people anymore who could work on the technical side. So it is all open source. That's something that we can just use help with in terms of keeping the space working and potentially even making it a little bit better. We often have ideas, and we have a whole well-managed GitHub page that has things to do, and we just need people who can actually do it. And the thing about volunteering is a lot of the time it's just small scale. Like we have to write a lot of emails and someone needs to draft the emails and press the button to send them. We basically have a Discord where we have all the organizers and we coordinate those types of small tasks. So it's very variable. It doesn't have to be a huge commitment. It can be something where you just help with one particular thing, or you're just around to help us with moderation during the main event, or you're just there to pick up the miscellaneous admin task now and then. It's pretty flexible. We are basically, as an org team, going to go into hibernation after the conference because this is a lot of work, but we will spin up again around the spring. So if you are interested in volunteering, it'd probably be best to reach out to us right away. You can email us at contact@roguelike.club, and then we will make a note of it, and we will probably then actually follow up in the spring, which is when we start to think about, okay, what's the next year's roguelike going to be like? So, if you think you might be able to help out a little bit, if you like the conference, please consider getting in touch. Another thing that would be great, sponsorship. We have an updated page about how people can sponsor, and not just individuals, but like corporations, companies, corporate entities. The other thing about the audience getting smaller is that our ticket sales go down and our merch sales go down, but we still like to pay our speakers, pay our captioner, pay our artists, and it's also important for the tickets for us to be pay what you want, because we don't want people to be unable to attend the conference. That math is not necessarily the best math, and it doesn't take a lot. If we could just get a sponsor or two, that makes up the difference. So if you know any company that might be interested, if you work for a company that might find Roguelike Celebration cool and be able to toss like, $500 our way, like we're not a big conference, but we appreciate that. Or if you direct us to it, that means a lot, helps us actually keep this thing going. And you can check out the merch store as an individual contribution, which, we keep the markup, again, small, just because we like everyone to be able to afford shirts, but we do benefit from that a little bit. So make sure to check that out. Let's see. I think that's all of the hat in hand talking about the logistics of how to make this conference run. Thank you to leaving links on the obelisk. We are going to download all of those and share them somewhere. I think in the past we put them on the website and then we put a link to that in the newsletter. So probably one of those post-conference emails or something a couple weeks after the conference will have a link to those. So thank you very much. If there's anything else that comes up, go ahead and drop that there. We're not going to do any formal unconferencing with those Zoom rooms, but they are still there. And we often, as a kind of after party, will probably in a bit shout that we're going to hang out in one of the rooms maybe, and you're free to join in. But eventually our moderation team will need to go to sleep, and so we will kick you all out of the space until next year. But feel free to hang out until then. I want to say thank you again to all of our speakers. I want to say thank you to Maggie from White Coat Captions, who has been captioning this entire weekend. It's a huge amount of work, and we're really thankful. And Maggie has been with us every year, I think, certainly all the way since we were in person, which we really appreciate. Does a fantastic job. I want to say thank you to PETA. I believe there's a link to PETA's socials on the obelisk, and they were the artist behind the shirts, the overlays, the Steam sale art. Really fantastic. Again, make sure to check that out. We switched to Redbubble this year. We're hoping that that works out well. There will be now generic merch like the Berlin Interpretation shirt and the Elberath bath mat that we're going to leave up. The 2024 merch, though, we will take down somewhere in like a week or two after the conference, so don't wait on that. Try and remember to grab one pretty quick. And I want to say thank you to Tambalaya, who created the music that was running on Mr. Game Boy. We love that. Check out the Steam sale. You can see all of the games that were shared by speakers of this year, as well as a bunch of great games from previous speakers and just overall cool games. And then to shout out the organizing team, since especially a lot of them don't end up on screen, like myself. I just want to shout out Noah, who was the original kind of founder of the event, which we're all still thankful for. I want to shout out Amelia, who has been in chat, Laser Walker, who is the originator of this whole social space that we're hanging out in and is still invaluable for keeping it running, and is also the handler of Mr. Game Boy. So thank you, Amelia. Again, I mentioned Christy does an ungodly amount of work making the Steam sale happen, which we're really thankful for, and also was very involved in the social space this year. Shouting out Nathan, if you liked the Goblin Festival, a lot of that is Nathan's work, tons of writing. I hope you got to explore the space. If not, you've got a bit more time to do that. There's lots of fun little secrets. Great work there. Shout out to Sam, who takes care of our merch and is responsible for me having a roguelike themed bathroom, it seems like, because I'm like accumulating bath mats and hopefully soon shower curtains. So thanks to all the work there. Travis is another heavy lifter on the social space, does all kinds of essential work to keep the conference going. Rourke, who was on stage earlier as MC and also does a bunch of little admin tasks and tech tests, and also did a lot of outreach this year to connect with our speakers. Haley, who found our amazing artist for this year and also put together that sponsorship details, which is hopefully going to pay off. I want to mention Kawa, who is running StreamYard in the back whenever I'm on, keeping things running smoothly, and also became my spouse this spring, which I'm very thankful for. So thank you for that. And I want to say a special thank you to Britta, who's the minder of the Code of Conduct and who's been a part of the conference from the start. And Britta is going to be gracefully rolling off into the sunset after this year, after 9 years of Roguelike Celebration. So we're very thankful to Britta for all the energy that she's put into this conference and for coming back to help us with moderation and to make this a safe and welcoming space for all this time. We really appreciate it, and you'll be missed.
Hi.
All right.
It's that time.
Uh-huh.
So as mentioned, I'm Kawa, pronouns they, them. I've been an organizer for the last 5 years. I was a speaker for even more. I am also Alexi's spouse. We met through Roguelike Celebration back in the day. I want to make sure that everyone here thanks Alexi and is grateful for her work, both, being willing to put in the shifts as the front of house, even as much as you like it, for also your work in speaker selection and speaker outreach. You were the main final point of contact for speaker selection this year, which was your first time taking that on, and a huge lift for this year. And I think everyone here who loved all of the talks that you saw here, the combination of old and new speakers, the ways that we mentor our speakers and make sure that they present their best work, a lot of that is Alexi. Please thank Alexi. Also be nice to my wife. I love my wife. I get to say this on stage. So, thank you. And I hope you know that we all appreciate your work.
Thank you. Thank you. Just, this is the mortifying part of the conference. I can do the rest of it. I can riff about orbs for a long time. But God forbid that my spouse praise me on the digital stage. But yes, enough of that. Thank you very much. No, it's been great. I appreciate it. And yes, thanks to our marriage, we have all kinds of roguelike props because our wedding was a little bit of a secret, small in-person roguelike celebration. Not gonna lie, it's where we've been. So yes, thank you to all of the organizers for all the work to make this happen. Thank you to anyone who gets in touch. Thank you to everyone for their kind words in chat and for sticking around all the way to the end. Again, send us an email if you're interested in learning more about what it's like behind the scenes. And we appreciate that. We start gearing up around April and March. I think that's right. No, because now sometimes now we do a meetup at GDC in March. So we definitely gear up before March. Anyway, the spring. So I think that is all the stuff that I have to say. Thank you for your patience. And as a final reminder, sorry, chat's funny. Yes, it was a Bachelorette competition and Kawa won. The last set of breakouts, as a reminder to do my job one more time, is that if you want to talk about magic and misdirection, Goblin Singers, if you want to talk about 80-20 rule, Jousting Arena, if you want to talk about math, the SWIP show, and we will shout if we end up hanging out in one of the particular unconferencing rooms in a bit. And we will also shout when we are going to close the space, which is either when we judge that the activity has died down or when all of us want to go to bed because we feel driven mad by numbers and Berlin noise. So thank you for another fantastic roguelike celebration. We really appreciate it. We will be in touch in the newsletter and hopefully see you all at the next one.